Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 만날래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게
I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane
Coming at you like real, real wild Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddies do I never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddies do
It's crazy Sorry for the bad news Sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news No it makes you sad There for a minute baby you should pack your bags Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me coming get out of the way Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh Back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy
Sorry not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 해 Look at the gold all on my chest Look at the gold call it a flex
last forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the key people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to Worlds Countdown ahead of our third quarterfinal. Yesterday we got our first upset of the knockout stage as Suning took down favorites JDG. Let's hope something is in the air as Fnatic aim to do the same against the LPL champions TOP Esports. Here we see the players arrive at the venue in Shanghai, the stage for the next battle in the LPL versus EU rivalry. This is all brought to you by the OppoCam, the best way to tell the stories from Worlds 2020. And we're going to tell you those stories today and maybe another exciting chapter in that LPL EU rivalry. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Frosk and by Cadril ahead of, finally, an EU team in a quarterfinal. We had 2 days of warm-up. We ready?
Oh, yeah. Have we waited EU activated?
That's what we hope, at least.
EU in quarters buff against Chinese teams?
Yeah, maybe it's a thing. Let's talk about yesterday, though, because JDG took game 1 to kick off the series, but then a switch flipped all of a sudden for Suning. They won 3 consecutive games to knock out the #2 seed from the LPL, which was quite the upset.
Yeah, all year long, JDG had looked like the better team. They beat Suning when they had that series at the very beginning of summer. They were on opposite sides of the bracket, so you never got to see these teams in a best-of-5. At right place, right time, right moment, Huang Feng stepped up massive, and Suning, just with their trajectory, surpassed JDG, did what Top Esports also did to them, and now you have 2 LPL seeds still left of the tournament that are so gifted individually on their mechanics. Yeah, I think mechanics is the key thing. I think they outdrafted them in the best-of-5s. They adapted really well to the picks that they kind of threw at them. They left open champions against JDG that you would think, well, you don't want to leave that open, things like the TF, but just in general, I think, like Frosk said, I think mechanics and team fighting is where Shining shine, and I think they drafted for it, they executed it well, and they kind of punished lots of mistakes that JDG did.
And Frosk, what's so interesting is that you say the 2 teams remaining in the tournament, Top and Suning, you know, we call JDG the brain and then the brawn for Suning, and for Top Esports, it looks like the brawn survived and surpassed.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what Cadril was talking about. You know, so many of these fights were right on a knife's edge, were so close, and it was just the mechanical outplay that Suning really managed. Again, huge shout out to Huang Feng. I think that Jin ultimate will go down as one of the most famous plays of all time. And there's so many storylines to keep track of, but I really do want to put just the underline on SOFM. Yeah. This meta is perfect for him. The perfect storm has been created for this Vietnamese jungler to now really show the world how powerful he's been for so long, and I cannot wait to see how far he soars.
Yeah, Cadril, I can imagine you're also in awe of what we've seen of SOFM so far.
You just love to see it. I think that's when junglers can shine, right? You get them on the Sejuani, the Gragas, the Zac, the Ivern. It's a bit resident sleeper here and there. They do cover their lanes. But when it comes to like the Graves, the Kindred, the Nidleys, that's when you can really pop off.
And that also shows the promise of Suning, I think, going further in this tournament. Let's take a look at the meta and how it's been adapted by the teams. We saw a lot of usual suspects, and they really stuck to their guns across the 4 games.
Yeah, it's almost like there's 3 champions in every role now, right? You've got the Graves, which was kind of the highest prio in the series, first picking Graves, and that's kind of matched with things like the Nidalee, the Kindred, the Lilia, sort of those kind of champs. And then Renekton in the top side alongside the AP champions. You've got the answers like the GP and the Volibear we saw yesterday. In the mid lane, we saw JDG. Suning left open the TF against them, but then you had like Zoe and Galio coming into the adaptation. So I think there's loads of different playstyles you can play here. You can play globals with things like Galio, TF, Senna. You can play team fights with Zoe, Orianna. And then you've got the Jins and stuff in the bot lane where you've got the Senna, you've got the Ashe, the Ezreal. So those 4 champions, what I'm looking at is the highest priors for the LPL in general. Yeah, and I think that's the #1 thing that I want to underline again is that this is an LPL meta. And we saw 2 LPL teams face against each other, and now things are going to get interesting. Because when it was LCK versus LCK, there was very different champion priority. And now you have 2 sides of the bracket that have the 2 different metas with 2 EU teams spiced in. So now with G2 and Fnatic making their debut today and tomorrow, will we see this continue to be the trend? Will the LEC teams been to the LPL and LCK champion priority and meta, or will we start to see more of the tanks up into the top lane and return to kind of that LEC flair? Yeah, and it's not only about the champs itself, it's also about the playstyles. I see the LPL teams in general, it's a lot different to Damwon DRX, where if you walk into my jungle, I won't punish you. If you take that Scuttle Crab without prios, I'll let you have it for now, we're not going to fight it. But when it came to the series yesterday between Sun and JDG, if they went for deep vision for 1 second, you check all the check boxes. You got TP advantage, you got engage, they go for it, and then it all comes down to mechanics. So they're going to punish a lot of early game mistakes, and I need to see Fnatic against top. I need to see them respond to it.
Yeah, and I'd love to see also today what you brought up yesterday. It's not because the games are aggressive and they will fight you for that scuttle grab that they are lower in quality necessarily. They are just different in quality with the emphasis on mechanics, and that's great to watch. And now, to hear more about that series yesterday, Law caught up with Suning's jungler fresh off that historic win.
And thank you very much, guys. Laure here, back in the interview studio here in Berlin. Suning advanced to semifinals, and I have SOFM with me to talk about this victory. Thank you very much for joining me. It is the first time you reach semifinals, and that actually you go so far on your first showing at Worlds. So tell me about your success so far.
就是感觉也挺开心嘛，因为我们都是新人，都是新的选手，然后我也是新的，就是第一次去了世界赛吧，然后是走到市场就感觉，走到这里就感觉特别开心吧，也挺这种感动的这种。
So I'm beyond excited to just get into the semifinal with the team composed with like 5 totally rookies.
Okay, talking to Sword Art a couple minutes ago, he told me that he learned a lot at Worlds playing against Lumao, for instance. Is there anything you learned with the players you played against?
所以刚刚跟蛇蛇有采访，然后他是说他在这次世界赛中学到了很多，然后想请问一下，你在这次世界赛中有没有学到一些什么东西呢？
应该学到很多东西吧，因为我们就是都不打什么北美和欧洲那边，就是他们。 就是野区方面就是有点比较防守吧，然后我那个时候应该学了一套很多进攻的办法吧，然后打到卡纳比就是他打野风格就是比较很多人帮他吧，然后他打野就是一定要有优势吧，然后比较一种防守的那个状态吧，然后学了一套这种防守的那个。
So I do learn a lot because when I play with NA and Europe, their playstyle are kind of more defensive. So I learned how to be more aggressive to just invade to their jungle. When I play with Kanavi, he is a player who needs a lot of advantages. So I need to try to learn how to play more defensive as well.
Interesting. Now, last question, a very quick one. Your opponent for semifinals will be whether Top Esports or Fnatic. What do you expect from this matchup? How will it go?
所以你的下一个对手就是要么是Fnatic 或者是 TES， 然后你对就是遇到这2个队的预期大概是什么呢？分别的预期之类的。
就是Fnatic 我感觉我们跟他们训赛，感觉他们也是挺强挺有机会赢上 TOP 吧。不是我还需要就是很想需要碰到 TOP 吧，因为我们之前输给他们了一个 B5 吧。 然后我们那个 B 我感觉是挺就是可惜吧，然后感觉还要在这里再碰到一次。
So when I play Scrim with a Fnatic, I think they're a really strong opponent. Otherwise, in terms of the top esport, because we lose them in the best of 5 in the previous matchup, so I kind of wanted a revenge to them.
Let's see if we can get you this revenge. But SOFM, thank you very much for the interview, and Jacqueline, as always, thank you for the translation. And back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. He's so diplomatic. He's not saying, you know, Fnatic's going to get stomped or anything. He just said, hey, Fnatic was good in scrims and top esports. We lost against them, so we want a revenge. Smart man. Doesn't piss off any fan base.
Smart man, but does he know about the EU quarterfinals buff? I'm not sure. But looking at scrims, I mean, it's so interesting. That's what I love about Worlds, right? EU scrimming LPL teams. He says that they're a bit defensive, perhaps. Maybe they become more aggressive against these teams. So, God knows.
I mean, he was in the group with G2 and Jankos, right? So, on the other hand, I think many people probably are learning from SOFM.
Yeah, SOFM has such a unique style and such a crazy story. I can't believe he made it all the way to semifinals in his first run. Top 5 on Vietnamese server. Started playing when he was 14. He actually got banned until he was of legal age to start playing. Yeah, I know.
Seriously?
Then, yeah, it's crazy. He's been around forever, and the only thing that kept him out was just his age. So now to see him again at the very top echelon, he's just like, what, 2 best of 5s away from a world champion?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's crazy.
And I think that's what was really surprising. I think, like, in yesterday's series, 9 out of the 10 players were new to the world stage. The only person was Sword Art returning. So so many rookies from every different region, I think.
That's what I love about the World Championship. You never know who's going to step up, and everyone has a chance. And turning to the series today, we do have Fnatic challenging the LPL champions Top Esports. And to get us primed for that matchup, let's take a look at the Red Bull top play. This is where Top Esports' night broke open the game that would earn them the #1 seed, and it was so beautiful.
You love to see it. I mean, lots of ults were used from the side of DRX in that prior fight, and I think this is just kind of not nerves, but kind of pressure coming in. I mean, the Orianna ball comes out, everyone does have flash up, so they can react to this ult in a sort of a scrim game, but just because of the fact that the heat of the game, how close it was, I think they weren't able to react in time. All the flashes come in from Top Esports to follow it up, and that's what wins you the games. Those kind of shockwaves, when the game's so even, it kind of basically ends the game almost in just one spell.
I'd have to watch it again. Did the smoke screen hit before the shockwave?
Perhaps that's why.
Because if they're sending it at the same time, then that's, well, I mean, that's like a pretty crazy combo that the smoke screen hits you, you're confused, and you don't even notice the Orianna ball coming in. And then
I actually didn't notice that either. Good shout.
I haven't watched that play in close enough detail.
That could be the big reasons why, because normally when you see a QR from the Orianna, you have to flash that, especially since you're the AD carry, right? Yeah. Like that time in the game, the Orianna has so much AP, it's just a one-shot.
Super, super crisp from the side of Top, and I think that also shows that they don't necessarily have to go all in skirmish heavy in the early game over those scuttle crabs. They can also take it slow. They can also take it in a more, I guess, macro appealing way.
I mean, yeah, that was a really intense macro-oriented game, one of the latest First Bloods that we had had. The thing that I really want to test today and see from Top, especially as they make a deep run into the tournament, is can they be those macro gods? Because right now, even a play like that, you know, that's about the smoke screen hitting at the same time as the shockwave, as the Graves ultimate. You're still relying on the mechanics and the strength of your players. And if you get skill checked there, you know, what else does Top have?
Yeah, and when it comes down to the game itself, it's like, if you're ahead, if you know how to snowball from ahead, you're a great team. If you're behind and you know how to come back from those kind of games, you're an amazing team. But if you have a clutch factor on top of everything, it basically means that no matter what... Exactly, you're a world champion. If you can kind of check all three of those boxes and be able to react to every single game state, have clutch factors come back from gold deficiencies and just make these team fights work, or even be ahead and just snowball the game and stomp it. If you can check all three of those, I think that's what makes a world champion.
I love the way you put that, and that's indeed what we've seen in all our previous world champions. So today we might see the previous world champion on the Rift, because Fnatic is up versus Top Esports. And let's not mince words, Fnatic have a very, very tough task ahead of them. They are an underdog, but they are also embarking on the next chapter in the LPL versus LEC rivalry. So what's the deal?
Okay, I've got good news and I have bad news.
All right.
Here's the good news. Yes, this record is very lopsided towards the LPL. I believe it's like a 33% chance that the LEC actually wins over close to 100 games that these two regions have faced. But at very critical moments, outside of the World Finals, the LEC has delivered a killing blow. When I was over the LPL, it always felt like it was like, damn, the EULCS again? Really? Like, EDG and H2K, when you guys won the tiebreaker and got the quarterfinal against Albus Nox Luna, which allowed H2K
LGD and OG group, I
guess.
Oh
my God, LGD versus Fnatic with that 5-man shockwave, EDG versus Fnatic in the semifinals with a teleport Jace, RNG when they were trying to make their golden run, just sniped by Hjarnan and Wadid as G2 took them down in the semifinals. Like, there's always this thing where, yes, it is very heavily favored to the LPL. So, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that LEC are like heavy favorites here, have a chance. But there is, like, for whatever reason, a little bit of magic when these regions clash that, like, right when you least expect it, when you're not looking at Europe, they just, like, sideswipe you.
Yeah, because we got to be honest, it was kind of like all those EDG, LGD moments, that was very much kind of
the
old school LPL, right? The old guard. Then from 2018 on, straight dominance, straight World Championship titles, 3-0s in the final. Nobody could really stop FPX or IG. And that's unfortunately what we have here with Top Esports.
Well, if you look at Europe, actually in the last 2 years, the only real ways that they got the wins was the quarters and the tiebreakers. If you look at last year, Splice beat FPX in the best of one. You had, I think it was... G2 versus RNG, that tiebreaker, that IG versus Fnatic tiebreaker was winning that as well. So in the best of ones, they're favored. In the quarterfinals, they're favored. But in the finals, it's a 0-6.
So are you saying there's a chance? Because it's an EU team has actually never lost, has never won versus an LPL team past the quarterfinals. So are we safe
So now
today?
we're going to strike. This is the day we get them.
Got the quarterfinals buff, EDG versus Fnatic in the last quarterfinals. Yeah. Yeah, so again, the reality check is, when push came to shove, when it was the most important matches, like those two finals, and the one that EU fans are always going to taste and LPL fans really get to sit very happy on their throne with, is, of course, FPX and Invictus Gaming's finals.
Yes. And as the LPL is getting championships, they have always gone through an EU team in the last 2 years in any stage of the tournament to get there because, of
You're
course,
welcome, China.
Well, that's just the case. LPL's been on top, EU's been behind, and now we might see changing of the guard entirely this year. That's why this World Championship is so interesting. So we're going to take a quick break as we get closer to this Fnatic top esports matchup. But first, let's check out the comms from FlyQuest's win over top in groups to give us a little bit of hope in the sounds of the game presented by Bose.
One arrow. Luke Grace.
Hey, Brad, I'm not.
Galio behind us. Oh. Kill this Galio, and then we win the fight after.
Yes, Grace is 1 HP in the pit.
1 health. Yeah, we got. He's dead. We just chased it dead.
No binding. Go, this guy.
Killing. No flash.
I got him. Get him.
Let's go Baron.
Go. They're gonna hold. Go dash. Guys, Galio. Get him.
Alter.
Fight, let's go. Frankers, let's go. Let's go to home.
Let's go home.
Let's go home, baby. Guys, I told you, if you have nothing to lose, we can't lose.
Wait, what?
Impressive game from FlyQuest there. And ahead of today's quarterfinal matchup, I wanted to take a deeper look at the strategy that they used to take down TES. Because even though Top Esports are favored in this matchup coming in as the LPL #1 seed, I wanted to take a look at strategies that Fnatic might be able to use. Let's start with the draft. From FlyQuest's side, they prioritized the Lilia for her strong level 1 invades, capable of AoEing the Raptor camp, and her power clear. And then in round 2 of their red side pick, they answer the Caitlyn Lux lane with a Blitzcrank, which further empowers their level 1 invade possibilities and emphasizes playmaking for their bottom lane. From Top Esports side, they actually use their last 2 picks on Galio and Urgot, which means they will have far fewer engage options themselves, and they're going to need to play off the pressure from a pushing bottom lane, where Caitlyn Lux always likes to take turret plates and harass you under tower with binding and trap combinations, while being backed up with this defensive layer from the Galio counter engage. Jumping right into the level 1 though, we see how FlyQuest execute a plan on attacking this strategy. And even though Top Esports have a defensive ward in place and suspect this very common Lilia invade on Raptors, they are still disjointed in their attempt to take the fight. So when Knight and Yuyanja both flash in to land their taunt and light binding combination, you can see JackieLove is too far away to add any damage, and FlyQuest with their superior coordination on the invade are allowed to chase down these flashless targets, getting first blood and both summoner spells from Lux, which is incredibly important. This means that they will go to lane bottom side with massively increased kill pressure. And let's immediately bring up our next clip to show how Ignar and Wild Turtle punish the summonerless Lux. As Ignar lands a blitz hook here, Wild Turtle follows up with damage while moving completely past the Lux binding, which is critical play from him. If Turtle had gotten hit by that binding, it means that JackieLove gets to land the trap into headshot combination and gives them a counter kill to remove all of this bottom lane pressure they're trying to get. And they don't just stop with a couple of kills. FlyQuest used this bottom lane pressure to continue to aggressively look for engage opportunities and burn cooldowns from Top Esports. As Solo checks the brush with his boomerang here, Ignar walks up, and as soon as he gets a sweeper reveal on 369, he does not hesitate to hook him in. FlyQuest then disengaged from the Galio ultimate and chain CC with Ash Arrow into Lilia's sleep to secure the kill onto Urgot and force the flash from Knight's Galio to go over the wall, thus leaving Top Esports with even fewer opportunities to make plays. Now, all of this comes together to show that a focused game plan and keeping up the pressure on Top Esports is the way to go. And the best part about all this is, for Fnatic, I think they're one of the best teams to take advantage of jungle-focused and support-focused gameplay. They're extremely proud of their jungle carry self-made, and Hylissang is a veteran of the playmaking and roam support style. So even though Top Esports are favored coming into this matchup, I'm rooting for the underdogs. Fnatic fighting!
What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? You gotta conquer a monster in your head and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tides. True believers, got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. God, now, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? You gotta conquer a monster in your head and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Fnatic will get slotted in right there at top Esports.
Oh my goodness.
Woo, baby.
Send the salute out.
I always wanted to play Jackie again after our 2018 run. Well, last time I played Jackie, I feel like I got the best of him in groups and he got the best of me in the finals, but everyone only remembers the finals.
Reckless is down! IG are on the Nexus! The LPL has never won before, but that will change today! The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions!
我觉得 Reckless 是一名很强的 AD 选手，但是他2年前都没赢过我。我觉得今年我应该也会。
The scariest part about top esports is they have very good players in every role, with a different star player on a different day. I feel like Fnatic can kind of be described the same way. The addition of Selfmade helped in terms of making jungle be a part of our carries too.
Selfmade just flashed over the wall!
That's it, he's dead.
So much of Fnatic's success has been attributed to the young jungler in Selfmade, but he's going to have his work cut out for him here, up against a player the caliber of Carson.
There goes Carson, there goes Nomans!
Facing him will be a bit of a banger, since playstyles right now fit both of us. Carry junglers is my comfort zone, so I can handle any jungle I'm gonna face.
The steal! Self-made!
去年我在 RNG 的时候也是，就在 S9 的时候被 FNC 打下去了嘛，就在去年销售赛被打下去了嘛。虽然他们人员也有变动，然后我也换了一支队伍，但我还是希望能够报仇。
Yonja's gonna get himself away, and now top Esports, man, no mercy.
We have a tough quarterfinals matchup, but it's kind of just exciting to have the banger straight away. We might as well beat them now.
Well, Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds Countdown, where this matchup, as we see, puts old enemies up against each other as Top Esports and Fnatic fight for a spot in the semi-final. So much going on there in that teaser. In terms of Karsa, I hadn't even thought about that. Even the fact that maybe the LPL got the upper hand a lot, but Karsa himself and the teams that he was in the LPL found himself knocked out by Fnatic and by European teams, and he's just a backbone of the team. Lovely stories here, Top versus Fnatic.
There's also the fact that Sword Art's waiting for him in the semifinals. Karsa's like, it's just Fnatic between me and my old brother up there. So it would be such a miracle story even for the LMS and the old Flash Wolves.
It would.
Yeah. And I think Karsa's adaptability throughout the tournament's been so good. I think he's been popping off on carry junglers, popping off on sort of these ganking junglers as well, and his team around him has just been playing so good around him.
They have. So Top Esports first seed coming from the LPL. We know that that comes with a decent amount of pressure from the fans, but also from the players themselves. You have to hold up that moniker of being the two-time world championship now as the LPL. You don't want to be the first seed that gives it up. And I think for Fnatic, it's a fully different story.
Yeah, it is very much the underdogs for Fnatic here versus the new almost crownless kings in JackeyLove and crew. The thing is like you see that confidence. Like JackeyLove's like, hey, guess what? I got the better of you last time, and I'm going to get the better of you this time. So it's not like there's trepidation, despite the fact that there's still very young players on this roster. You know, Knight's first time at Worlds. Karsa's been here a bunch. JackeyLove already has a world championship to him, but everyone else around them is young. But you now have that centralized, strong voice of JackeyLove being like, no, guys, we got this. We got
it. And I think both teams have the same sort of thing. Like you said, JackeyLove world champion, Karsa's won MSI. He's been to so many international tournaments, surrounded by rookies. And on Fnatic, you've got sort of a similar way. The mid jungle of Nemesis and Selfmade. Yes, Nemesis was at Worlds last year, but he's still kind of new to the world stage. Selfmade, obviously, his first time. When you're surrounded by people like Bwipo, Hylissang, Reckless, these world finalists, there's like a good mix between rookies and these veterans.
We'll go a bit more in depth into all the matchups in just a second, but I just want to hear kind of from you guys here, if the upset happens, what does Fnatic have to show?
So the thing is that Fnatic will get a game. I have no doubt. I do not think that this will be a 3-0. I do think that it will be a 3-1. And Fnatic historically have always gotten a game off of the best teams in the world, outside of the final where they got 3-0. But if you think about the group stage, the
I love how
you
always have to give that caveat. It's like, we know,
like,
we're just not mentioning
yes, but
it
the
every
final.
time.
I was like, okay, yeah, the final. But they took 2 games off of IG and whatever. I digress. The thing is that the reason why that happens is because Fnatic have a very strong identity, and they know what it is. And in best of ones, it's also why Europe typically does better than in best of fives. They can get it together. They can find that magical draft where everything falls into place. You know, you've got the engage of Hilly. You have a hard carry jungler like Selfmade. Nemesis is able to facilitate Selfmade. Reckless and Bwipo are just kind of on push wave duty or manage wave duty, and Selfmade can pop off. The issue is in a best of 5, you need to put that together 3 times. And that's where I think the problem will be. I think Fnatic can do it at least once, but I do not think that Fnatic can do it 3 times in this series.
Yeah, and I think in these games in general, I've seen 2 main ways that I think Fnatic can sort of look at Top Esports. The first one is level 1s. I think yesterday we saw 3 out of 4 games, huge level 1 fights. If Fnatic can get an early level lead, like in the solo lanes or in the bot lane, if they can get a good level 1 fight, get some items first, that kind of snowballs out of control. We've seen that with NA versus EU as well. And then just looking at the FlyQuest game versus Top, I think the Top, they're very good at identifying how to win the game, but sometimes they make mistakes. So they draft the Caitlyn Lux, they get split matted on bot side, they try to dive top a lot with the Galio, and it doesn't work out. Solo doesn't die to the ganks. Meanwhile, their Caitlyn Lux is standing at their tier 2, losing all these waves when that's their win condition. So Top Esports like to play top side a lot. If they leave JackeyLove weak side on these kind of hyper carry AD carries that need to have the push, I think that's a big weakness, because not only are you losing in bot, Hylissang is also going to be unleashed. And if Hylissang is unleashed, you've got a big problem on the map.
And it's all about snowballing. In 82% of the game so far, the team with a lead at 15 in the group stage has won the game. And the good news is Fnatic have 100% first blood percentage out of any team that's still left in the tournament. So that's good news. And we're going to be looking at that early game. And so much of that early game does start in the jungle. We touched on it already. Selfmade versus Karsa. Karsa is such a veteran on the international stage. The man has 81 appearances in international games. And Selfmade is at his first world championship, but he's still making a name for himself.
He is. He's making these pop-up plays. One-shotting people on the Evelyn, stealing away dragons. This man's doing it all. And I just think that both the junglers they looked so different in their own regions just because of the meta. You know, Selfmade picking things like the Graves, the Karthus, stuff like this, the Evelynn. Whereas Karsa throughout the regular split was playing things like the Volibear, the Lee Sin, and the Set. So when it came to Worlds, you would expect these two players to have different playstyles. But it looks like as the meta shifted into these more carry-orientated scaling junglers, Karsa's been able to adapt so well. And you can see the stats. He's doing a huge gold difference, huge KDAs, huge damage and kill assists. So he's definitely stepped up and adapted to the current meta, I think.
And this is not a slight versus Karsa at all. I call him Beastmaster because my thing is that if Karsa is in the pit, he is getting it. It doesn't matter if his team started it or not. He is so clutch when you need him to be. But I think that his role is actually closer to a Jankos role than it is to a self-made role for top. When you have such incredibly gifted solo laners, Karsa will oftentimes kind of give up advantage for himself, not every time, but kind of throw his body at the lanes, because if you get them a flash difference, if you get them, you know, a health advantage, guys like 369, Knight, Jackie Love can take over a game. And that's not to say that Karsa can't play the hard carry style, but it is to a lesser degree than how much Fnatic have over-indexed and self-made, like, ride or die.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of also paints a picture of the identities of both teams so far. When you look at who does the damage on either team, well, it is Selfmade and Bwipo for Fnatic. The top side of a map carries so much of that burden. And for TES, it's more of a classical, I would say, division in that regard. It is the AD carry still. It is Jackie Love. Even though he doesn't take a lot of resources, he does the most damage on that team in the team fights and subsequently. So that's where there's a difference between Karsa and Selfmade and what is expected of them in terms of the damage burden.
Yeah, I think that comes down to the champions they play sometimes. I mean, Karsa loves the Graves, Selfmade also loves the Graves. They both got 4 out of their 6 games on Graves, so that's going to be a really high contested pick. And then if that's out, you see Karsa default to things like the Nidalee and the Gragas, Selfmade defaults to things like the Evan and the Hecarim. And these champions do so much damage, and you can see it on your screen there. Nidalee more for Karsa, Evelynn more for the side of Selfmade, but the Graves is going to be super high contested, I think.
Is there really an upside here for Fnatic? Because we just say, yes, Selfmade is the man to look at, but Karsa's doing great too, Frost.
There's a really great video that Kelsey Moser made, and she is reflecting on RNG versus G2 in 2018, and I really want to bring it up because I think it's a good point. Right now, we have a perfect storm at this tournament where the meta is perfect for Fnatic. They play exactly what this meta makes them powerful. And it's not to say that top can't do it, because one of the things that makes them a tournament favorite is how flexible they are. Yeah. But they don't play it to the same degree. And the question is will we see another upset like we did for G2 versus RNG, a team that was meta resistant, that didn't want to change? And top have kind of done that a little bit. They don't necessarily always pick for lane dominance. They don't necessarily always facilitate Karsa and try to snowball through jungle efficiency. It is still relying on their mechanical ability. So if Fnatic are in top form, if they can skill check top, are top not going to play in the meta? And does that mean that we possibly get another massive upset? It's a small chance, but it is something to think about.
And not just in terms of the upset, I also think it's cool that we have questions about top esports as a tournament favorite and what they will show today. Let's take a look at the bot lane specifically, because it is kind of a convergence of not only the biggest storylines, but also 2 of the biggest icons on the Rift and in the games we've seen out of them in the group stage so far. Jackie Love and Rekkles, famously IG 3-0 versus Rekkles. Jackie Love saying is going to be the same, but Rekkles does want his revenge. Talk to me about the difference between these 2 marksmen.
Well, I think the adaptations you see is coming into this Worlds meta is Jhin, Ashe, Senna, Ezreal. Basically like supportive champions. Yes, you've got the Caitlyn. Yes, Ashe is going to be strong in the late game hyper carries. But if you think of Rekkles historically, you think of Tristana, you think of Twitch, Xayah, Kai'Sa, playmaking, hyper carry, scaling champions that aren't necessarily that strong in lane, but are going to carry later on, which was like the late game insurance for Fnatic. So now that late game insurance has kind of gone away. Rekkles is moving towards these utility champs, and yes, they're stomping the bot lane 2v2s. I think yes, at Worlds they are popping off, but like you said earlier on, Rekkles' damage is kind of low in the fights, and that kind of attributes to the champions he's playing. But if you look at Jackie Love throughout the LPL, 32% damage dealt. In Worlds, 35% damage dealt. That guy is like, I think he is the single-handed best Senna I've ever seen in my life. He's so aggressive. He's so cocky on it. I love it so much. He steps up 1v3, hits him in the face, knows exactly his limits so well.
He's
so good.
Absolutely the best Senna. And again, it's kind of like good news, bad news. Bad news for EU fans. This guy is a monster. He's already won a world championship, and Rekkles has been trying his entire career to get that, and he's just like walking off the stage, and now he could win too. On all of the champions, he's phenomenal. He's the shot caller of top. He was kind of the final piece, the secret sauce that put them all together. Good news for EU fans. You now have the best bot lane in Reckless and Hilly. Hilly is in form. Reckless quietly had probably the best year of his career. You are in top form. So if you have anyone in Europe who is going to survive this man, it should be Reckless and Hilly, and I do expect this to be very matchup dependent. I do not expect Jackie Love to come in and absolutely smash Reckless and Hilly. Famous last words. Hilly might decide to flip it.
That's a jinx if I know.
I know, right? But like in reality, if Hilly and Reckless are in the form that we expect them to be, this should just be matchup dependent, and whoever has the stronger matchup should win accordingly.
I'm liking the balanced approach. I mean, we know Fnatic are huge underdogs, but we are seeing a couple of opportunities. The thing is, it all has to line up today, and everyone has to play out of their minds, but that's exactly what we watch the World Champions for, isn't it? So to get us into game one, let's send it over to Quickshot and Ender.
Thank you so much from the analyst desk. I'm Quickshot. This is Ender. We're jumping into day 3 of our quarterfinals. It is Fnatic taking on Top Esports. And as we are moments away from draft, this is an uphill battle from the get-go. Expectations are that Top are not only the favorites for this matchup, but favorites, frankly, for the World Championship. So where do we focus in on draft? What champions do you want to see? Top Esports or blue sides?
Well, right off the bat, with Top being on blue side, this is very good news for the LPL representatives. I think that when you're on red side in this series in particular, there's a lot of bans that you're going to have to throw away. In particular, Syndra's Knight in the mid lane, the Lucian as well. Some picks that have worked so well for Nemesis on this Fnatic team, they very likely have to remove. Otherwise, Knight will just take over the game by himself.
And it's one of those things that's in the back of my mind. We've seen that Senna so many times this World Championship, and Kadriel gave one of the most impassioned levels of praise I've heard for Jackie Love's Senna. Now, of course, we can see Fnatic on your screen. Selfmade was another very big talking point, especially from the focus of the analyst desk. That Graves, that Evelyn, that Nidalee, all champions that are going to be heavily contested. We've seen the Hecarim, or something you and I were talking about backstage.
Yeah, that's something that Selfmade went to a little bit later on in the group stage, because he got his Evelyn in game 1, right? Took down TSM on that, and then was banned every single game since. And I don't necessarily expect that to change. There are some champions that I think Top could try running into it, but I think the better strategy, especially over on blue side, get it off the board. You don't want to deal with it.
Now, we've talked a lot about some of the contested picks, the expectations. The top lane is going to be another very interesting one for me. Bwipo defaulted a lot to that volley bear, the tanks up in the top lane primarily. And 369, on the other hand, well, he's just picking anything and everything. Jax, Urgot, Camille. There's a number of those picks, and that was something Frostgren was alluding to. A little, let's say, meta-resistant, quote-unquote.
See, it's interesting, too, because over in the LEC, Bwipo, you'd also say, would have a lot of those different pocket picks like the Urgot he was willing to bring out. So I think the top lane matchup could be very interesting. Right off the board, though, we see a Volibear ban. I think from Top, this is maybe telegraphing a little bit of early priority on a Hecarim, or sorry, not a Hecarim, on a Renekton up in the top side. Hecarim plus, or Nidalee plus Renekton is a very strong combination I think Top could look for here.
Terrifying duo with that Syndra band away. It's what you were talking about. That is obviously targeting Knight. The Lucian band away, something, Ender, you were anticipating. Quick note for Knight, Syndra 7-0 in summer from the LPL.
Yeah, and I love this. As soon as you see the Syndra taken off the board, the Orianna will also follow through here from Top. So now I'm looking at Nidalee and Graves as the two best junglers. Both these junglers, I believe, played 4 games on the Graves apiece, and Top are going to take that Graves because I don't think that Selfmade plays the Nidalee. He doesn't have a lot of practice on that historically, and as far as AP junglers are concerned, it really is the Evelyn that stands out, which has been left open.
And one of the things that we're talking a lot about is what's it going to duo? How is that going to pair with your solo laners? That Lucian was something that Nemesis and Selfmade used to great success when they have had it in the past, and Bwipo receiving a lot of love and hype from the Fnatic fans and social media. Why'd Bwipo happy step on stage today? Senna will be locked in. That's going to deny that from Jackie Love and put that in the hands of Reckless.
All right, I like this. Taking away. You don't want Jackie Love on that Senna. It is absolutely insane in his hands. Now looking at picks like the Ornn potentially to start popping up for Bwipo. And will it be the Kindred? Kindred, known as the counter into Graves. Of course, the scaling and the range you can gain is very favorable up into that matchup. But immediately Top are going to lock in the Ezreal and the Zoe. Knight Zoe absolutely sick in the mid lane. And now they've got all of this range to play with and beat Fnatic with.
Okay, a lot of range, a lot of poke, some pick power, and we need to see how they close out this composition. What will Yuyanja be running in that support role, and what will 369 be running up in the top lane? this Galio is being seen more and more, and we're anticipating that to be in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I really like this Galio. Of course, Galio sort of picked there into the Zoe to try and absorb a lot of the punch that she can throw in lane a little bit later in the game. With the magic damage shield, he can try to absorb a whole lot of that. But also, when paired next to a Kindred, Galio's got one big circle, and Kindred's big circle sort of invites the enemy team to stand inside of it, so Galio Ultimate obviously has some very nice interactions there. Also, combined with that, Senna, you have some global ability. So, if Fnatic wanted to play a more topside-focused game plan, you have a Senna ult to help out up there. The Galio can also travel up towards the top side, and Fnatic hold on to counter pick, so I would expect to see Bwipo get his pick here of what matchup he wants to take into 369.
Something that Captain Flowers and Azael were talking a lot about yesterday on the was the Galio combination with something a bit more forward-facing, something a bit more proactive. I know Azael, not the hugest fan of the more defensive style, but I do like the way you've just explained that with the Kindred Ultimate and how they can synergize together.
Well, have you heard of a Camille plus Galio? Because I would expect to see top ban that away here if they do not remove it after the Shen. Shen, another one of those champions that Bwipo has looked so good on and drew a lot of first phase bans during the group stage, but the Camille will be taken away there. I also really like the Yuumi and the Bard removed, especially that Bard I think works really well with poke composition, so Fnatic keying in on that to remove from top.
And yesterday, was it Sora, I think, using that Bard Ultimate Tempered Fate to stop every single Rift Herald charge onto the towers? Fantastic play. So that'll be denied from Yanja. With the fact that Camille and the Shen were taken away, now we need to see how does this next step play out. Hylissang will get a signature pick in that Rakan, locked into the support role, and I do like that initiation tool. Now the combination with Galio, both offensively and defensively, is running, and it allows Bwipo the option to counterpick on the final draft.
Exactly. So right now, Fnatic have a little bit more standard of a comp where you have your clear frontliners, you have double marksmen to, you know, pump out the damage from long range, whereas I think top, especially if they go the route of a range support, would be looking to dodge out on fights a little bit more, take them slow, play off the Ezreal poke and the Zoe poke as well, but with the Leona being locked in, they want to exude some range threat, that immediate CC. The Ornn is also going to play into that very, very nicely. And now what is that counter pick option going to be for Bwipo?
Well, that's going to be the question. This is going to be the first Ornn of the 2020 World Championship for 369. And I think you've got a lot of range to play with and initiation tools on the side of top esports. Bwipo is locked in. Singed! We have Singed locked in for the first game of Fnatic versus Top Esports quarterfinal. Talk to me about Singed.
Quick shot, what did I say at the start of the day? You said you 369 has these cool counter picks. Well, Bwipo has them too, and Singed, Bwipo is no stranger to this champion. It feels like every once in a while you get surprised by a Singed pick at Worlds. I'm remembering back to like 2017, 18, I think we saw Impact locking the Singed in the top lane. You go way back in the day. There's some great Singed players there as well, but into a tank matchup, of course, Singed can have a decent time in lane, shouldn't get bullied out too much, and then the thought has to be, against a lot of ranged backliners that have some blinks to try to escape, if you can run them down, the disruption Singed has in a backline, in fights, in scattered fights, can be absolutely nasty.
I mean, the disruption you're talking about, combine that with Kindred, combine that with Galio, there are a lot of tools to play with. Then you add on top of that the Senna, shields, and heals that can play with Bwipo. The excitement, the interest is there. So, surprise pick coming straight out the gates, and while we'll be very focused on that top lane and the impact that Bwipo will have for Singed, I need to draw everyone's attention again to this Rekkles versus JackeyLove matchup. Senna, first rotation for Fnatic. The Ezreal for JackeyLove. These two players, the last time they met was in the 2018 World Championship final, and frankly, JackeyLove dumpstered Rekkles.
He absolutely did. You know, in lane, in the series, it was a 3-0, and that was the peak of both of their careers. Obviously, JackeyLove won the world title, but for Rekkles, making the world final was huge, and he was not able to overcome that. And since that moment, when JackeyLove 3-0'd Rekkles, Rekkles has known nothing but runner-up. From coming second, from not being able to take anyone down himself. So now matching into JackeyLove in this quarterfinal, he looks to remedy some of the struggles he's had in the past.
To get retribution, to get revenge, to get redemption. And like you said, Rekkles coming back to EU 2019, 2020, it's been G2 Esports that have dominated. They will play their quarterfinal tomorrow. For now, though, let's draw our attention back on screen. Top Esports with a little bit of an early grouping. It doesn't look like any shenanigans afoot for level 1 right now. That is that Predator Galio that we've been seeing more and more throughout the course of the later stages of the World Championship.
I'm just really curious to see how this Singed ends up working in Bwipo's hands in the top lane. I think that when you look at Singed first, you have to look in isolation of the matchup and in the early game, and I think that it's going to be really hard for a Graves to get a lot of work done up against a Singed top side. You know, if Graves rolls into that lane, Singed can just drop down his, you know, corrosive little puddle there and escape no problem. And of course, that movement speed is really hard for a lot of the top esports champions to catch up to.
Well, and that mega adhesive that Bwipo wants to drop down is hopefully going to stick Fnatic's chances in this quarterfinal. Just so you know, Bwipo has played 3 games of Singed professionally, 2 wins, 1 loss. Do you want to know the last time Selfmade played Kindred? It is over 2 years ago. He has never played it in the LEC, and he has never played it internationally.
Yeah, because I mean, I was looking at a lot of these champion stats before the game as well, because, you know, with Graves being a really high priority pick, like, would the Kindred come out? And I think Karsa hasn't played a Kindred since 2015, so while this champion is returning, it's been a long time since we've seen a heavy carry jungle focused meta.
And it's very important to call out that that carry jungle focused meta is something that Fnatic have been playing around and adapting to over the course of the summer splits.
Well, look at this. Karsa already over on the enemy red buff. You can't see it on the map right now because we're watching how upsetting this leash is for Selfmade. Of course, 369 spent some time on that Gromp camp, which allows Karsa then get the level 3, and now he's going to find Nemesis.
All right, going to get flashed away early. The taunt doesn't connect. Bwipo had already left lane after shoving it forward.
Yeah, and this is a really nice steal for Karsa to have. Obviously, losing the flash is going to be unfortunate for him, but I don't actually think it's going to be that meaningful for the first few minutes. Karsa very likely just going to continue cycling through the rest of his jungle camps, because the one thing I feel like you really do need when you do run this Kindred is you need priority in your lanes to enable the Kindred to go ahead and find some stacks. So that's why having a Singed up on the top side was going to be very useful from level 1. Obviously, he can just drop his poison and push the wave pretty easily, but with Karsa taking away the red buff, that takes a lot of firepower away from Selfmade. It makes it a lot harder for him to play the early game.
Karsa waiting in the wings at this banana bush just behind the blue buff, stepping forward. Nemesis, the wave is pushing towards him though, so won't be running into anybody right now.
Yeah, look at it though. Karsa was expecting the crab spawn, or the mark spawn, to be on the bot side jungle. Immediately paths his way towards the top side of the map, and again, could see a scrap inside of the river, but Selfmade's playing around top side for the time being, and because Knight has the push in mid, Selfmade can't really do much about it. It's going to be that first crab and that first mark denied for Karsa.
It's a slow Selfmade's Kindred down just a touch. The Skull Crab will be secured, as you've alluded to. And looking at the state of the minimap, I did catch a quick glimpse of Yanja making his way north. He pushed out of the lane. As you can see, he and JackieLove have shoved forward, dropped an additional ward behind the Gromp there, and Karsa now making his way down south. It looks like Selfmade's en route as well. And as it stands, Hylissang and Rekkles, they've just been pushed back a little. Hilly went in with a little bit of a engage, took a big chunk of damage, is down to 1 pot.
I wonder if top would want to make a play on Selfmade's Gromp camp. I don't think they will. They do have vision on him and are going to be fully aware of what's going on at the moment. But with Karsa not having his flash, I think the better play is to take that bot Scuttle Crab. It's a very safe play. You deny that and can now get into your bot side camps. Because that's the thing. Karsa actually left up his Krugs, his red buff, for a very long time, making sure he could get into the river and play for those Kindred marks. And that's a really big deal in this matchup, is denying those very first marks.
A lot of damage being chunked down there onto Bwipo. Forced to flash early. 369 waiting for some cooldowns and won't continue the chase. The entrance once again goes in from Hylissang. A lot of damage on a JackieLove. He will get rooted up. Dash forward. JackieLove below 100. The cleanse comes out. First blood secured by Hylissang and Fnatic. They keep the damage onto Yanja. They back away.
Starting game 1 off with a statement. Rekkles and Hylissang get the 2v2 kill and knock down JackieLove for first blood.
Fantastic performance. Rekkles and Hylissang have had a huge impact on Fnatic's success throughout the course of the group stage, and they straight up win the 2v2, landing every single ability needed. And now Selfmade will just be here covering the lane as Nemesis backed away.
Yeah, there's gank up at the top side. Karsa low on mana, but again, Bwipo lost his flash early.
All right, let's take a look here. 369, if he gets flung backwards, there could be trouble. Is there a dive of foot? The taunt will connect onto Karsa. No further follow-up. Justice Punch will be dashed away from. And now here comes Knight. No portal jump, so won't be able to get that paddle star at max range. Summoning Heal goes in. Spell Thief. The sleep connects, and that's a drowsy, sleepy, dead Bwipo. dash forward into the winds of war. Top Esports bounce back.
Knight, 1 versus 2, just walking in there while the rest of his team recalls, comes back for the kill, holds on to an exhaust as well, so not like Selfmade can do anything about that play and look to respond with the gank of his own in the top lane. Bit miscoordinated there between Nemesis and Bwipo, not landing the Justice Punch off of the flip, and that of course meant there was no kill going down and that Knight could walk in freely.
This time around, 369, a tiny bit of threat, but there's a big minion wave right in front of him. Yakulov is in trouble, and there's no further follower. Didn't see the CC connecting. Here comes the Ornn Horn. A lot of damage going down. Bwipo takes out 369. Now he's running for his life. Will get dropped by Karsa. 2 kills apiece. As all of a sudden, Selfmade starts to back away.
You saw there, right, though, the interaction between Singed and Ornn. He puts the adhesive down so that 369 can't punt the Forge God back into the face of Fnatic. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but already seeing some more reasons for this Singed pick to pop out. But I do need to call out, because Yuyanja made that trip to the mid lane, this wave has been in a really awkward spot for Jackulov. That's why we saw the trade go so poorly against him, but they do have priority, and maybe want to use that to help out Karsa on the invade.
Okay, Karsa's going to be pushing into Selfmade. Blue buff is still very, very
6 to
healthy.
5.
Level 6 available. Collateral damage is up. If Selfmade isn't able to pick this up, if you look at the minimap, Hylissang has already started to back away. Support coming in. Smokescreen goes down as well as the smite. And Yuyanja will find the Zenith Blade. The Blast Cone gets Hylia to safety. In the blink of an eye, 4 kills have been secured. And just a quick reminder, the Fnatic in the 7 games played at Worlds have picked up first blood in every single one of them.
That's ridiculous. And this game, it wasn't even some sort of fancy level 1 play getting into the enemy jungle. It was just straight up 2 versus 2 kill on the bottom side of the map. Now, while Karsa will be picking up the Mountain Drake for his team, Scuttle Crab spawned on the top side of the map. So Selfmade's level 6. He's going to be able to find his first mark of the game on the Kindred. Get that one, no problem. But something Fnatic do need to keep in mind is Knight, who's now jumped out to a 20 CS lead on top of that first kill. He has lost Chapter, which makes it so easy to get priority in this lane, especially if Karsa donates him this next blue buff. That would be very easy for him. And Zoe is the type of champion that can take over games on her own. It doesn't matter, you know, if bot lane's going well, top lane, you know, any of these things are going well. If the bubbles are landing and you're not able to snap engage, it'll be rough.
Well, there's a snap engage. Wow. Zenith Blade, True Shot Barrage as well. Reckless starting to back away. Cleanse will be up in just a moment. Underneath the tower, Yuyanja takes some damage. Hylissang going to need to body block and be helped out. Reckless and Hilly escape with their lives, but that was close.
Wow, that was a really good trade there. Even after losing the early 2v2, Jackulov and Yuyanja able to come out on top. Now, Nemesis does have his ultimate if he wants to get into this bottom lane, but Hylissang smartly goes to the recall there. Even with the ulti coming through, I think that would very likely have been death had he stuck underneath the tower.
And super quick to point out, Nemesis down 20 CS in this mid lane. Knight on the Zoe doing a very good job tagging and chunking him out. He's got the Flash Ignite for now, so any follow-up or any support could be problematic here for Nemesis, continuing to be pushed in almost every time we look in that mid lane, especially in the early stages without any AP yet. Nemesis is being pushed back and playing defensive.
All right, so top have hit a very big spike for them here. Karsa just finished off his Warrior enchant, which, yeah, Selfmade hit his as well, but I think Graves' burst with a Warrior next to a Zoe is absolutely massive. So look how Yuyanja now and Karsa are going to be moving around the map together after Rift Herald is respawned. There's only one objective on the top side of the map. They are on the hunt to find and kill a Fnatic player.
Can they find anyone? Hylissang going for a bit of a warding mission. He's got himself a control ward there in the chicken camp. It looks like Selfmade's making his way up, and if I saw that correctly, there's a mark to be picked up. Yep. So small win here for Selfmade.
See, it's really interesting because both junglers are saying they're winning right now. Karsa's the type of guy that'll be like, yeah, I get the drag, you know, I fall a little bit behind in CS, I'll get the Rift Herald too. He's getting every objective for his team, and to top, that is winning. But Selfmade just got a mark, just got a red buff. He's continuing to farm up. Now he's got a level lead over Karsa, whereas just a few minutes ago, we saw when Karsa walked into his blue buff jungle, Karsa had the level advantage.
Now, going to ask you to tell me who you think is really winning. As it stands, Fnatic getting a lot of uninterrupted time on the plates. Knight is alone in the mid lane. As it looks like Nemesis step backwards, Yuyanja going to get chunked out ever so slightly. That's the engage from Hylissang. The charm lands, the knockup does as well. He's going to be forced to retreat backwards.
But look at the collapse now. Karsa is moving down through the bot side jungle. That ultimate will tag onto Reckless. And again, Karsa, level 7 has huge burst.
All right, level 6 available for Selfmade. Lamb's Respite is there, so is the Flash. Respite used defensively. Can Nemesis get in range to get the knockup? There goes Hylissang. Dawning Shadow will buy some time. Here comes Knight. He's got himself a protobelt. Knocked up into the air by Nemesis. A 2-man taunt, and Reckless gets another. They're going to look for Jackulov and find him, but Knight, what can he do? He manages to find Selfmade and flash over the wall to safety. It's a 2-for-1 if ever Fnatic.
Fnatic once again again come out on top of that fight. They're camping the bush, jumped onto Yuyanja, and are now also going to pick up huge turret plates in the bot lane as well.
Well, I've heard of dirty farming, proxy farming, whatever you want to call the old Singe mechanics. It was usually between tier 1 and tier 2. Bwipo says, I can do it better.
Oh, no.
It goes between tier 3 as well as the inhib. Throws down an insanity potion. Was caught out by the sleep. Knocked up, throws the fling. Now because of the Orge, is going to be forced to flash away. I was waiting to see if the stun would come in. Bwipo continues to run for his life. That poison trail doing work. Cost him his flash, cost him his ultimate, but he gets out with his life.
What's that one rule about Singed, Trevor?
Never chase Singed. It's a rule as old as I am. And this was that replay that went 2 for 1 to Fnatic.
Yeah, let's look at this, because at the start, Yuyanja very, very low. And while Selfmade gets bursted out, his ultimate buys so much time. Hylissang pops in at the right second to chunk out Karsa. And that ultimate from Nemesis really denies Knight a lot. There's a lot of beefy targets in front of him. Hylissang's blocking out shots, so while eventually Knight does get that kill, you can see when Fnatic are very clumped together, Zoe is going to struggle to actually lay down the damage, especially when she's not playing on the same side of the fight as the rest of her team.
Yeah, very, very nicely done here. And it's 3 kills to 4. Fnatic, 45 seconds until the next dragon. They did push some vision into top esports jungle, but I can't unsee the fact that both Bwipo and Nemesis are falling a little behind in terms of the CS. 2 kills picked up for Knight's Zoe as well. That could become problematic. And for the time being, Hilly, with the flash, the ultimate available, just waiting in the river, seeing if he can find anyone.
Yeah, especially because there's a lot of vulnerable players on top after losing their flashes in the last play. Bot lane is flashless. Karsa also doesn't have it. And here we go on the bot.
All right, flash shaded for the Arcane Shift. JackeyLove's going to get rooted down. Solar Flare buys some time, but JackeyLove will get dumpstered. The 3rd kill in a row for Fnatic. Rekkles and Fnatic sending a message.
This game is personal for Fnatic. They are targeting JackeyLove over and over again to punish him. And all the setup in the river was favored for top. They had great control wards to set up for this dragon, but it's Fnatic that attack in the bot lane and now can find the ocean themselves.
20 CS advantage for Rekkles. 2 kills, 0 death, 2 assists. Karsa challenge for the Ocean Drake. Smite fight goes the way of Fnatic. The taunt will catch Karsa, but he's able to quickly dash over the wall. And from the get-go, you said it's personal. You've heard the analyst desk, you've heard fans, you've seen social media talking about Rekkles versus JackeyLove. And with Rekkles being 2-0-2 and the supportive tools that are Singed and Galio are going to provide the Fnatic team composition, we're setting ourselves up for a strong and interesting mid-game from the perspective of Fnatic.
Yeah, especially like just having money on a Senna too is probably the compositional counter against the Zoe on the other side. When Zoe puts down the poke, you want to make sure you have the healing and the sustain from the Senna to help out with that and help mitigate that, because it has felt in a lot of these plays, it's been Fnatic winning overall, but Knight winning by himself, showing up after the play to get a kill and then escape. He's got his Luden's Echo now, the Sork Shoes as well, and with the Rift Shield going down in the mid lane, that turret is very, very low. So top need to find a way to stop playing around bottom lane, just let JackeyLove farm up. Now you need Yuyanja, Karsa, Knight to team up, take control over the river, and regain pressure on the map.
Well, it looks like Top Esports will have some numbers to challenge this river. Bwipo throws down the Insanity Potion once again. The Dance of Arrows over the wall for Selfmade. Bwipo's going to get the fling backwards into the Mega Adhesive, locked down by the Solar Flare. Here comes Nemesis, the Dawning Shadow as well. Nemesis running for his life, as so is Selfmade. He's already used the Lamb's Respite. Fnatic overreached, overcommitted, and got punished.
It's exactly what top needed to do. They're still in the chase looking for Nemesis. Knight is so fast, he's going to pick up that flash and maybe look for the bubble.
Oh, it's a dash away Justice Punch for safety, but it's a game of chicken, dodging all those skill shots and the mobility from Knight Zoe.
Yeah, it's just perfect there from top. They recognize Bwipo, Selfmade going for the aggressive invade inside their topside jungle. They know that's the area where Rekkles isn't. Rekkles and Hylissang were both sitting around towards that bottom lane. And of course, Knight is able to show up and show off, playing off the CC from the rest of his team so perfectly to land the big damage here. And as you can see, like Yuyanja and 369, they take their time because again, the damage dealers are still showing up. That's why Yuyanja doesn't immediately CC on to Nemesis. Of course, Knight flies in, is able to find that kill, and the Senna ultimate, that one global, is not enough to keep Fnatic alive on the top side of the map with this chase and just the raw damage the top have at this point.
Knight's Zoe is terrifying. He's 4-0. And when you see the mind games that he's playing, when you see the damage he's putting down onto Bwipo, Nemesis and Bwipo are not beefy enough to survive the rotation. And when you add a Graves or an Ezreal damage on top of Knight's Zoe, they're going to get melted very, very quickly. The gold is dead even as we've crested 15 minutes. It's one tower apiece, one dragon apiece, and we are going to have a very interesting set of mid-game skirmishes because of the Singed Galio combination.
We really are, and I think for Fnatic, it's whether or not they can reliably reach Knight. Right now, he's got, the cleanse, he has his flash also available, has Unsealed Spellbook to be able to switch around if he needs it. But with this Singed, early on, he's going for Leandri, so, if you wanted to get some sort of movement speed item like a Righteous Glory, that's going to be a little bit later down the line, and that's really where the max threat comes onto a Zoe, I feel, is once he can actually speed his way into the back line, pair up with a Rakan, because if you think about it, a Singed plus a Rakan sort of flying towards your back line, that means you can't focus on poking as much as you have to focus on disengaging. So once those items start to come through, once Fnatic are able to enter fights from these sides, that's where it could be struggle city for top. But again, I think they've done a really good job of playing around vision around this Zoe to make sure that's not really a concern of theirs.
That's been a bit of a trend. I think in yesterday's LPL versus LPL quarterfinal, playing around pockets of vision and using the information you have available for decisions was hugely influential to the outcome of the game. And Karsa, for the course of this match, got the first dragon, has got both of the Rift Heralds thus far. There is another dragon spawning in a minute. We're playing for a Cloud Soul. And I almost think to myself, those little pockets of movement speed that Bwipo can make use of moving between lanes may actually be a little beneficial. The same can be said for 369's Ornn, of course. And we've already seen now the duos repositioning. They've relocated to the mid lane. It looks like Bwipo's heading top where Knight is currently finding himself, and 369's catching the wave down bottom.
And what we just saw on the minimap there was Nemesis walking by himself into the enemy jungle, placing down some wards, because this is how Fnatic win a team fight, is Bwipo teleport flanking into that red buff jungle on the bottom side of the map around the time that the dragon spawns, because again, Knight will always be trying to set up behind the wall here of the dragon pit to get those super long range bubbles and really put down threat onto Fnatic. But if Bwipo can come in from behind, all of a sudden all of that damage that Knight could be dealing is immediately turned into the tank, and it opens up Selfmade and Reckless to deal considerably more in the fight.
Well, the vision's going to be important for that. The teleport's going to be important. Yuyanji already starting to push some wards down. If you look at the minimap, Top Esports are the first ones to make a move towards the Dragon Pit.
And they're in the bot lane. They just put down the Rift Herald from Karsa. That's going to be able to secure the tower almost certainly for them. And in the meantime, Fnatic are going to be pressured to make a play quickly on that Dragon. Otherwise, this Herald is going to push for that tier 2.
Now, there are a couple of minions in that bottom lane that could be teleported onto by Bwipo. Fnatic are going to decide against it instead. Put some pressure on this mid lane. They may have enough time to take it out. They will before Top Esports can reply. And it looks like Bwipo is doing a lot of damage, maybe even taking the top tower. So 2-for-1 trade plus Dragon is what Top Esports and Fnatic have just done.
I do like this trade-off from Fnatic, assuming they're able to get down to this bottom lane. The Rift Herald will die off on this charge, so I don't think JackeyLove's going to stick around. Those inner turrets also don't give you as much gold as the outer, so we'll just leave that one to die off to the tower. And Top Esports can't really respond and push for that mid lane tower either, because there was already a wave in mid lane the second that inner turret, or the outer turret went down rather, so Fnatic could just easily push that one in and deny Top any sort of retaliation of their own.
Well, let's take a quick look at itemization. Reckless has been sitting on that Ghost Blade for a little while. We'll go back to buy, but it looks like Frozen Fist coming at you for JackeyLove. Talked so much about the mobility threat of Bwipo on that Singed. Last Embrace will tag down Knight, but there's no follow-up, no one else around. And I think for Reckless, sidestepping that Zenith Blade was crucial, as well as the Solar Flare. So was at risk of conceding his bounty, but played it well.
Yeah, or at least having to use the cleanse, something that would obviously be of great benefit in the next fight. I do like seeing this Kindred build. We've seen some Black Cleaver Kindred, but I think Stormrazor going for the more crit-oriented approach gives you the best scaling options on that champion, which is exactly what you want up against the Graves, who's going to be playing into that lethality, really playing for that massive mid-game burst. And of course, that's allowed Top to get a whole lot of control. Now, with Reckless taking a reset, they're going to be able to go mid, but that's the TP we're talking about.
Here comes Bwipo. The Galio ultimate's going to come in as well. Stopwatch will buy some time. 5 members of Fnatic find themselves. 369, Lost Embrace, holding him in place. Karsa's going to get shot backwards, flying into the poison trail from Bwipo as Karsa's sent to the fountain. Fnatic find themselves 2, but what else can they do?
And the fight looks completely random in the mid lane. No objectives up, but Fnatic see the opportunity with Bwipo coming in from behind. Knight flashes forward to pick up another flash, so he's going to be fine to be able to skirt out of this one, no problem. But again, Fnatic finding their mark in these skirmishes.
But was it worth it? No Baron to play for, no tower to play for, no Dragon to play for, and it cost the TP and the flash from Bwipo.
Trevor, I don't believe in the fighting over nothing is bad. anymore.
Okay.
Because fighting over kills is an objective. That gives you gold. Experience shuts down the opposition. They use that Galio ult in tandem with the TP to zone away the backline of top. Then Karsa still gets flung back. Yeah, that's how the interaction works, working as intended. Bwipo was able to find him out, and it's by splitting up the fight, again, that Fnatic will be able to find their advantages.
I completely agree with the Fnatic support staff backstage, uttering words that I shall not endure to say. But that picked up additional kills for Fnatic, 7-5. We're 21 minutes in. It is still a dead even game. That gold variance of 1,500 to 500 frankly doesn't matter. And we continue to scale up. The Iceborne Gauntlet was picked up there for JackeyLove. Knight has been sitting on 8 stacks of that Medjai's for a little while, and Karsa also going the damage build with the Ghost Blade being picked up, as well as 2 longswords.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see, especially when you're paired with an Ornn on your team for the best upgrade possible. Get the Yomus. Of course, that's the other thing we have to keep in mind. We're about to reach the point where Ornn's going to be able to start handing out some items while they do come through from Fnatic. Top Esports is going to be just a little bit stronger.
And very important to note, though, Reckless just picked up the rapid fire cannon. So itemization and allowing you to continue picking these fights as and when you choose will be important. The next dragon is another Cloud. This will put Top Esports on Soul Point. The previous one, Fnatic conceded. They gave it up to get some control on the map. They picked up multiple towers. Do they opt to do the same? I don't think so because of how the vision is being set.
Why am I hearing a stopwatch? There's no stopwatch, guys.
Well, it does sound like it's just a bit of an observer bug, most likely. Let's see if it sticks around, though. But taking a look at the vision, Bwipo doesn't have a TP ward to play around, so I like seeing him in the bottom lane as we're only 50 seconds from the next
Yeah,
round.
so it's going to be Nemesis in the top lane. You can actually see there's a great ward by that red buff underneath all of Top Esports at the moment that Fnatic could use to teleport in. I actually do believe that Karsa ended up clearing that one away, and the Zhonya's appears to be on Bwipo when that noise is coming through. Use the stopwatch in the last fight, so that won't be up, but Nemesis does have one. And again, the amount of time that all the divers of Fnatic can buy, can zone away top 4, is always going to be beneficial to Fnatic. So having a stopwatch after you drop down the ultimate to make sure JackeyLove and Knight just stand there doing nothing is really, really critical.
Level 14 was dinged by 369, upgraded Luden's Echo in Knight's inventory. 10 seconds till the Dragon play, and despite the orchestral music playing, it is not that set in stone for Fnatic. The Dragon fight is approaching. Bwipo gets JackeyLove is going to chase forward. He's going to find himself. JackeyLove is locked down, rooted up, and Reckless is on a killing spree. The rapid fire cannon really helping out. Karsa's the next target to fall, and despite Call of the Forge God, it is a disengaged tool. Nemesis is running for his life. The Embrace will fall short. Nobody rooted in place, but the Fling will come in just a moment or two. Not going to land just yet. His self-made runs down Yuyanja. The rest of Fnatic now peeling towards the mid lane.
That's 3 kills for Fnatic, and it could just mean the Baron. The poke comes back from Knight onto Reckless, but Fnatic are headed straight to the major objective.
They're going to find the engage once again. They will find the initiation, and this singed pick is paying off. Now, for Knight, it will be like shooting fish in a barrel. Those Paddle Stars can do a lot of work as he's stepping forward. Fnatic inside the pit, 5,000 HP.
Knight doesn't have a smite, but he has the damage. He does not connect on the Paddle Star. 2,000 HP, what's he going to do?
Two-shot barrage flies in and across. The Paddle Star comes in, it's picked up by Fnatic. Baron goes the way of the LEC. Now, 369 was tagged for just a little.
Knight.
Reckless will sidestep the Paddle Star, get away from the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And Fnatic will continue to run. Knight is playing exquisitely, but not finding the skill shot.
Knight doing everything he can, but Fnatic are aware and they're dodging out of it all. Fnatic, they found the fight, but what is JackeyLove doing? The arcane shift forward. He's completely out of line, throws the team fight, he falls down. Now Karsa is also caught out of position, so it's 2 immediate kills for Fnatic, and all they have to do is chase down top. This would have even been worse if Knight didn't have the Banshee Veil, because then Bwipo would just immediately go for the flip, but Bwipo on his own, without using the flip, doesn't have a way of breaking that spell shield, so they will settle for the kill on Leona, but it doesn't matter, because they get the Baron on top of it, Trevor.
The first significant lead in this best of 5 goes the way of Europe and Fnatic. They get the Baron. We managed to see the wide Bwipo face, and it ends up being a 3,000 gold lead. Now, the gold you get from Baron is already accounted for in the Red Bull Baron power play. What more can they do with it? JackeyLove takes a big chunk of damage from Reckless, who is yet to die, and truly has been the beneficiary of all of Fnatic plays. 9 out of the 10 kills that Fnatic have secured, he's been involved in. And despite the fact that, yes, it is self-made on the carry, jungler, and Kindred, all the plays, the Hylissang engages, the duo has been leading the way for Fnatic.
It was all about that bottom lane, from early game to rotating into these later fights. Hylissang finding out JackieLove in that last one. Now, Top Esports relegated inside of their base. There's no better position for a Kindred to be when you can freely walk into the enemy jungle and start taking away those marks. You also have the long problem here for Top, where against the Baron buff, you'd like to be able to force hard commit into a fight, into, you know, a 2-man or a 3-man stack from Fnatic, but that's not what Knight wants. Knight needs to take these fights slowly, otherwise you saw what just happened in the last one.
And you can see there's 2 teleports available for Fnatic. So with Baron buff enabled, with Galio and Singed wanting to play those side lanes or pushing the lanes, this will give Fnatic the tools they need, but they cannot disregard the fact that Top Esports are on Dragon's Soul Point. So next one is up in 3 minutes, and they cannot concede that one, albeit not the sexiest of souls. Once you start moving towards the Elder as well, there is some pressure from Fnatic. I think have played the trade game fairly well when they've committed to an objective or not, and 369 takes a little bit of chunk. Will be enough just to allow Selfmade to finish off the tower. While that's going on, Bwipo's pushing through the mid lane.
Fact is, right now, JackieLove just does not have the damage to compete. Maybe when you finish off a Death's Dance, the fights start to look a little bit better, as Knight will continually be able to put down the poke, but Rekkles is just easily able to keep sustaining through Nemesis and Top Esports. They're waiting here, maybe looking for a fight, but realistically, all they can do is clear waves while Bwipo pushes on the other edge of the map.
And just before we get into this next engage, Selfmade still sitting on 4 stacks for that Kindred. Rekkles sitting on 50 stacks for the Senna. Thank you, production, for that update. The Baron has timed out, and it has extended Fnatic's lead. All time for Fnatic against LPL teams. They've won 15 games, and they've lost 24. For the very first game, straight out the gate, Rekkles is 3-0-6 against JackieLove 0-4-2. And the last time these two players met was in the 2018 World Championship. What a statement from the bottom lane of Fnatic coming into this best of 5.
Can you continue it? Can you maintain the level of performance? That's always going to be the biggest question. Things have slowed down since the Baron buff has decayed on the side of Fnatic, but they still have full map control. It really does feel like. And leading into the next fight, that will be an Infinity Edge on the Senna completed there. Not a crit chance, of course, but I mean, how do you stack up against this Fnatic team when now a Kindred also has that rapid fire complete? The range, they can now fight back into a Zoe so easily.
The item disparity is gigantic. 4 completed items for Rekkles to 2.5 for JackieLove. 3 completed items for Selfmade to 2 for Casa. There's just a huge advantage in Fnatic itemization thanks to the gold lead. And the Hourglass plus the Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up for Bwipo. So you talked a lot about how impactful Bwipo can be running into that fight, giving the ability for Nemesis to jump in safely while the Hourglass is up, and then just waiting for JackieLove or Knight or Casa, fling one of them. And we've seen throughout the course of these skirmishes and these fights, as soon as you get one of these damage dealers from Top Esports down, Fnatic can literally run away with the fights.
And just starting to try and place those teleport flank wards. Again, making sure you can find out those angles to attack Top from. They're going to fight for the mid wave first, and Bwipo, he doesn't even need to teleport. If he just hides in the brush here, you escort the mid wave all the way up. That'll give you full control of that bot jungle. Ooh, big ult.
Big damage. True Shot Barrage absolutely wrecking Selfmade and Rekkles, but the Piercing Darkness as well as Senna's Kit will help a lot. There is a ward just below Selfmade.
These wards are clutch.
Top Esports very aware of the situation. If you look at the minimap, Nemesis just shoved in the bottom lane. 10 seconds to the next dragon, and Fnatic very focused on it.
Yeah, Death's Dance has been finished off by JackieLove, but again, the wave is hit first by Fnatic, and with, you know, their own minion wave there, Zoe can't really play off of that. So Knight's going to go in the top lane and farm, and I think this is the correct decision from Top. Do not fight this. Yes, it is soul point for Top, but at the end of the day, I don't think a Cloud Soul is going to change the dynamic of this game. So it's worse to throw everything away over a fight on that objective. Instead, they will simply farm up and try to get Knight to the Rabadons. That's the next break point that they can look to play off of.
Okay, a little while away for that. Nidus Large Rod was just picked up for Knight a little while ago. Can't quite see how much money is in his inventory, but 30 minutes on the clock. Baron is now alive. Second Dragon was just picked up by Fnatic, and they've put themselves in a very good position setting up for one of these next objectives. We've seen them consistently win team fights, and I think consistently use vision well to then decide when to play for those kills. I was critical the first time they threw everything for the kills, but it worked, and it set them up for the advantage they need.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic have played these fights very well and been instantly willing to pull the trigger. Let's not forget, though, the last team fight, it was JackeyLove Arcane shifting forward. So that was sort of handed to Fnatic on a silver platter. And now the question is, when there's a Rabadon's finished off for Knight, when JackeyLove does not throw it all away from the start, will it still look the same? They have the advantage. It should be a win for Fnatic. But Top Esports are terrifying in the 5 versus 5.
It all comes down to execution. It all comes down to, can you position correctly? Can you land the skill shots you need to? And thus far, Fnatic have proven they can. That sleepy trouble bubble came very, very close to self-made. Baron Vision is being set up. It's still 3 minutes to the next Dragon. And without really waves putting pressure on Top Esports, you can feel the pace of the game slowing down, the tension building up. One big team fight loss could cost the game here.
And remember, Fnatic don't have an easy way of just, whoa, big damage from Karsa going on to Selfmade, pops the ultimate as well, and Knight looks for the poke. Selfmade will be taken out very low.
He will indeed. The Ignite was chucked out as well, and the Lamb's Respite is still available, plus the Flash, so Selfmade's got some safety.
I love it. If you've watched the LEC, Hylissang does this all the time, hiding in Fog of War around the enemy team. He's looking for the massive flank against JackeyLove. Selfmade's not with the team, but he's still going.
369's gone in. He's managed to find JackeyLove. JackeyLove is deleted before anything can happen. Top Esports watch their bot laner get eliminated. Fnatic in a 5-on-4 for 40 seconds. They're barreling down mid lane.
Yeah, they may just be able to turn this around into the Baron. They don't really have the minions with them, but one minion is still alive, so the damage reduction will come through on the tower. Fnatic slowing things down again, but now that they have vision inside the enemy jungle, it opens up for more repeat plays just like that.
Thank Mr. Hylissang finding the flank. 369 initiating and being punished for it. 20 seconds before JackeyLove is up. He has teleport available. He has True Shot, Barrage to throw out, and Bwipo is currently running interference. There's no Insanity Potion available for him, and Top Esports going to contest the Baron.
Karsa's going around the wall looking for potential steal. Look at the poke come out from Knight.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble as well as the Paddle Star onto Nemesis. Solar Flare will slow everybody down, but that's so much damage onto 369. Lamb's Respite will buy enough time for Fnatic to continue the fight as Nemesis splits everyone up, gets the taunt down into Karsa, and 369 is down. The Paddle Star comes out, won't break.
Engage!
That's the engage. JackeyLove teleported back in, has been rooted in place. Locked down, the damage is following up, but he cannot stay alive. JackeyLove is back in the fountain, and Top Esports are getting destroyed in the river.
Selfmade is still on the hunt for you, Yanja. He sees the support. He will kill the support inside the Fnatic jungle. Fnatic, they canceled the resets, and they're pushing down mid lane. The teleport now to come through from Bwipo. Do they want to end the game right here?
That's what they're going to try. 25 seconds for Karsa and 369. 30 for JackeyLove and Yanja. Teleport coming in here from Nemesis into the mid lane. And Selfmade will be the last member to join the party. Knight, the last man standing, still 4-0-0, has been for the last 17 minutes, unable to make an impact. Fnatic with gigantic death timers in front of them. They've taken down the first Nexus turret. Bwipo is going to zone away Knight. The second Nexus turret. And Fnatic will turn their attention to the Nexus. Fnatic strike first against Top Esports.
And the man on your screen to take down his Demon and JackeyLove in game number 1. It started in the bot lane 2v2, where I don't think anyone was looking for this to happen. It happened. And Rekkles found that first kill and took over the game from there.
Exceptional performance from Hylissang and Rekkles especially, but all credit to the entirety of Fnatic. The singed pick in the last phase. Before we started today, we said red side is doomed. We really were nervous and anxious. The Singe pick comes out, and Fnatic pulled it off fantastic.
I mean, the Singe going into the backlines, because again, it was all about the disruption of the Galio ult on top. You saw even in that last Baron fight, you know, Knight's in the backline. It's like, okay, Singed at me, I'm going to sleep him. Now he pressed Zhonya's. Now the Galio ult comes through. It was so frustrating a game for Knight to play, because in the team fights, he could not play the game with everyone running at him.
Absolutely exceptional game from Fnatic, but can they do it again? That's the question. Head to the hub on Spotify for all the League of Legends action. It's all in one place here. The sounds of League. Check out the League of Legends playlist and podcast, including teasers for Untold Stories, the new exclusive podcast coming this October. We'll get more insight on Game 1 and the Singed pick in just a few minutes.
Love it.
What a great game to start the BO5.
top again, now what? We lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了傻傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to wait.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. EU quarterfinal buff activated. Fnatic take game number 1 over Top Esports. And may I just say, we're all a bit shell-shocked here after that. Top Esports, the overwhelming favorites in this series, now get knocked down a peg in game 1. And I gotta say, the draft was interesting from Fnatic's side. It felt like they got outdrafted, but then they turned it on its head.
I mean, we saw so many picks from yesterday. I mean, I think the most important thing to look at here is the fact that they take away the center from Jackie Love, Reckless's comfort, they smash the bot lane with it. Then they come in with this Galio pick into Zoe. Yes, Nemesis is going to get pushed in. Yes, he did full behind in CS, but you can always respond with the ult and with the TP if there's fights over side. And then the third thing is, there's a cinch in this game. I mean, there's reasons for it. I can give the reasons. The main reasons are basically the Singed W will cancel the Orn ult. So if Orn calls in the Horn, the W will cancel him, so he can't actually push the second charge. You also got double AP solo laners, so the Singed build, he goes Merc Treads, he runs around the map. You saw Whippo running around, popping the emotes, didn't get caught too many times. There was one time where he did get caught. And then in general, the whole other idea of the Singed is he can proxy the waves. That means the Orn has to catch the waves on the tower, which means Orn can't move to mid, so he can't force mid flash or be sort of impactful. So Orn can never really get the push as well after level 6, 7. So those are the main reasons I think they picked it up. I think that when I looked at the draft in general, I thought the Fnatic would struggle because they're playing Kindred Galio into a poke comp with an Orn engage as well, with lots of dash on the side of top esports as well. But in the fights, I think Hylissang was popping off.
And there were so many takeaways from just this draft phase alone, and a lot of bluffs that were called. Nidalee and Graves were both left open, and as Ender talked about on cast, we'd never really seen Selfmade take the Nidalee, and I think almost the assumption was going to be that they would priority pick the Nidalee and that he would get the Graves. Boom, bluff was called, Graves gets locked in, and then the Kindred comes out for Selfmade. You start to get a little bit nervous, like, oh no.
He also looked at Mithy, I think, and he's like,
did you just pick the Kindred?
Can I play this? And you start to get a little bit nervous, and then you have, you know, the second phase of bans where the Rakan comes in blind. And we were talking about this backstage, you know, it felt like they were going for the Ornn. When you blind the Rakan, it dissuades the opponent from taking the Braum because it's a bad matchup. Braum absolutely ruins an Ornn's day because it felt like every Fnatic fan was kind of on the edge of the seat, like, ooh, Ornn's left open, we get first pick, we can take the Ornn here, we can take the Ornn. Instead, they go for the Rakan, and then the Ornn also gets taken away from them, and then Bwipo with the big brain checkmate pulls out the Singed.
But was
for my trap card.
Was it a checkmate in draft, though? Because, as always, like we saw with the Set versus Ornn in kind of the group stage, it has the mechanics to kind of disrupt some of your team comp, but you do still have to rely on outplaying the enemy team.
Yeah, I honestly think top esports has a better draft, more well-rounded, better scaling, good team fights, more poke. I think Fnatic relies a lot on hitting the engage on the Rakan to follow up with the Galio ult, a lot on the Kindred getting ahead and the Senna getting ahead, but I think the execution is where they faulted on the side of top esports. They were playing, I think we said this in the post-game, they're playing through top too much. They're going for the Herald, they're trying to help top a lot, they're using their support to roam top, but their bot lane's getting smashed. Yes, Nemesis on the tower, Bwipo's proxying, maybe you can try to catch him out, but if you play through bot in this meta, I think it unlocks Drakes, it unlocks swaps, and I think the Senna is just so impactful.
Yeah, it was so counter to what we set up, being gonna play through top lane. If they have a better draft, they'll mechanically out-execute you, and especially in that bot lane, we set it up here, JackeyLove versus Rekkles, the story of revenge, and man, did he get his revenge in game one? What was JackeyLove doing?
This is what I mean by playing to bot. Look at Caster, he's running through the whole map to try and get to bot side. They're just diving them under tier 2s, Hylissang, Selfmade, Rekkles, just basically zoning him off the tier 1, taking plates, getting the Senna rolling, and in this fight, I think that there was just huge mechanical play from Hylissang.
Yeah, and especially this, like, extended skirmish. You called it as we were watching at Cadral, the prediction of the flash from Rekkles to make sure that he connects with the W.
It was clutch.
The fact that Knight's coming down, again, Fnatic fans are clutching at their pearls right now, but just in time, Nimi arrives on the way, he hits the big CC, and then Rekkles with the flash prediction to catch him with the W.
And he doesn't even flinch. He's already turning onto Knight with the auto attacks. He knows he's going to flash. He fails the E into the wall. He knows he's going to flash, throws out the W, knows he's going to die, turns around and starts hitting Knight at the same time. And it's like, damn, son.
And I'm going to say it, I'm tired of the elitists. I'm tired of the fact that constantly Western players get overlooked. We said it on the desk, you know, everyone has JackeyLove favored here. JackeyLove himself was talking a big game, and he deserves to be. He's a very talented ADC, but do not count this man out. He, again, has had the best year of his career. He is playing at the top, and he showed the world right now with Hilly that, like, we're the best bot lane in the West. Come at us, and they took it to JackeyLove. Everyone's saying, this is a 3-0. This isn't going to be close. And Rekkles shut them up.
You're so excited. But, you know, we got to come back down to earth. Before we do, though, we're going to take a look at Fnatic's Mercedes drive to victory. It was the fight before the first Baron. They had a lot of these where I think it ended up them actually taking risky decisions in terms of where they want to engage.
This is 15 seconds before Baron.
Yeah, and JackeyLove just missteps. He has to E-flash away, and Hylissang, like we said in the fights, instantly reacts, and him and Bwipo running at you. It's like, yes, they have all these escapes. Yes, they have the Ezreal to dash out of the Rakan ult, to get away from the Galio ult, to get away from the Singed so he can't get the flip, but even though I still think top esports Team 5 is better, I just think the execution from Fnatic was just flawless.
And they were also relatively even through most of that game. So now let's bring it down to earth as we also...
Feels bad, man.
Yeah,
wow.
Back down to
earth. This is another good point as we have this close-up of Knight. Knight was massive this game.
He was 4-0 at
10 stacks Magi's, 4-0, Luden's upgraded, he was ready to go.
And the thing is like, it's so interesting, and I'm not ready to call it one way or the other just yet because we saw Angel.
Oh no, nobody's doing that. Let's be clear.
What I'm saying is about the impact of mid laners or their responsibility in this meta in this tournament. Because we saw Angel versus Yagao yesterday, and Angel was so much more impactful in the team fights, and that was a big difference maker between Suning and JDG. But as the tournament has progressed, as we're seeing more Galio, we have so many talented mid laners: Chovy, Showmaker, Knight. And it almost doesn't matter because of the champions that are being played, because of the nature of the meta. And again, I have to say it, we always say that G2 is the stronger team in Europe, but at this tournament, Fnatic should actually be the strongest representative from Europe because the meta fits them perfectly. You can hide Nemesis's weakness on Galio.
Well, we're going to take all of that. And now we do have to come back down to earth because you don't win a best of 5 off one game. However, you get a lot of momentum off it. But it would be dangerous for any EU fan, and especially Fnatic at this point in time, to take too much of this because you have to keep your head in the game. Top Esports is a world-class team with their eye on the prize. They are not going to drop the ball twice in a row is the expectation. They elected to stay on blue side. What adaptation do we see from Top Esports?
You got to first pick the Senna, I think. The jungle match doesn't matter too much. Karsa can pull out the Nidalee, the Gragas if he needs to. I think taking away the Graves, trading it for Kindred, it's not that important. I think Jackie loves Senna is most important. I think Fnatic will run it back. I think I'm expecting a Senna first pick, but I'm just more curious what Nemesis can do in this game. Because if we saw yesterday Zoe, TF, Galio, if they ban away the TF, they pick away the Zoe, the Syndra, Orianna's down. Is he looking comfortable in this Galio? He was getting pushed in a lot, so that's the only worry I have for Fnatic. And their last picks, I think the Ornn into Singed could work again, but I'm just more worried about this Senna pick.
I actually feel really... I agree that it'll probably be a higher priority on Senna and getting that for Jackie Love, but then I feel like Reckless is going to go to Jhin, and I know that some people don't like Reckless on Jhin, but the combinations that Fnatic have with it, playing the Gangplank and the long-range engage with the Jhin W, the fact that they've played really hyper-aggressive in the Pyke Jhin as well as the Rakan Jhin even, like, I think that Fnatic have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and they kind of came out swinging in game number 1, which is so important. Imagine if Fnatic lose this, I think their mental crumbles, and you don't really recover. Winning game 1... I just think it changes everything. Now you just need 2 more wins to put it together.
Well, let's see Fnatic dealt the first blow, but we'll see how Top Esports fights back in game 2.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. this when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul array of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. We're about to jump into draw for Top Esports taking on Fnatic. And as a reminder, at Worlds, the losing team from the game before will have side selection, and therefore Top have chosen to stay on the blue side for game number 2. Myself, Quickshot, and Ender will bring you all the action of this series, and straight out the gates, Rakan banned from Hylissang. I am not surprised because I think he was the key difference maker in game number 1.
Top learned the hard way what it feels like to play against Hylissang, hiding in the fog of war on the Rakan, so already making some very good decisions on their side. Of course, that'll mean they're going to leave open the Volibear. Orianna was the other champion that we expect to see banned once Syndra is taken off the board as the next go-to pick for Nemesis in the mid lane here. But instead, they actually banned the Gravesway, and what this says to me is we're going to be seeing maybe a Nidalee from Karsa. Nidalee is another very highly prioritized champion that Top can go for, especially because Selfmade doesn't really play it. They can leave it open and then take it a little bit later in the draft if they want.
Well, do they go for it this time around? It was a Graves' first pick in the previous matchup. And of course, with that being open and available and some question marks around Selfmade, it's going to be the Senna lock-in. So deny that away from Reckless. Put that in Jackie Love's hands. And Bwipo right now, very big smiles in the Fnatic camp. They're up 1-0. And it still leaves that unanswered question of what will be run in the jungle. Selfmade, he ran Kindred for the first time in 2 years in the previous game. He definitely had an influential performance, but with the fact Rakan banned away, Orianna open is locked in for Nemesis.
Yeah, this is a really good response coming through from Fnatic. You already have the CC to play around a potentially more, skirmish-heavy jungler for Selfmade. Orianna can pack quite a punch. Ashe into the Senna in the bot lane is going to be pretty solid for Fnatic as well. So already Jackie Love saying he wants the Senna that looked so powerful in the 2 versus 2 in game number 1. And if they do end up going the route of Braum, this is really interesting because Tahm Kench plus that Senna can be very powerful in the bot lane. Those slows from range can chase people down and give people a tough time, as well as those global events for the 8-minute Herald swap if you want to start looking for these skirmishes in the room.
Give me Hail of Blades on you, Yanja's TK, please. And it will be an early Sylas. Now, this is a little bit of a flex, right? But where would you anticipate it based on what we're seeing?
I mean, seeing an Orianna locked in, you'd assume that Knight wants to take this for himself in the mid lane. Obviously, in game 1, Knight was kind of getting inted a litlittle bit. Like bot lane, top lane was tending to struggle for him, and he was always running around the map trying to pick up the pieces and put them together, finding a lot of kills. I think ended 4-0-0. But that was on the Zoe, and he found a lot of struggle when it came to actually skirmishing on that champion. So if he did want to take the Sylas and look for a little bit more skirmish threat, he can get into the thick of things, which I do feel like would give Top a better shot.
Talking about getting into the thick of things, Braum added to Reckless's Ashe. So definitely one of those champions that can throw down. We'll have some tools to play with. And now we need to take a look. What is going to happen in the jungle pool? We've already seen the Graves banned away. We know that Evelyn is open. We know that the Nidalee is available as well.
Well, right now I would not be surprised to see Selfmade try and get his hands on a Hecarim. We've seen these comps run before with that Orianna. If Shen is left open, I would expect to see a Shen come through and then a Shen Hecarim to round things out. Be really, really powerful when it comes to actually getting into that fight. That ball delivery system for the Orianna can be really powerful as well. And I think having an Ashe next to it could give you the long-range non-committal engage that can sometimes be a problem for Hecarim, where he's flying in, but the rest of his team is kind of stuck behind him.
Yeah, you've got that ball delivery system as well, which will be really good from Nemesis's Orianna, but will it find itself in the ban pool? The first ban in Phase 2 is the Camille coming out from Fnatic. They'll follow it up with the Vladimir as well. You should think a little bit maybe like a more tonky top laner. As you've mentioned, the Shen is one of the options. Ornn is still open as well. Volibear was banned away from top. Now that was Bwipo's most played champion this World Championship. And we got a few more seconds. Do they get rid of Shen? Do they get rid of Hecarim? What direction do they go? Do you think Nidalee is still an option? And there's the Hecarim, you know, so thinking along the same lines, do you think that Nidalee is still an option for top, considering what they've already locked in?
I think it is an option for them. It depends what route they want to go for the top lane, like if they wanted to pair it up with something like the Renekton and play a very top-focused game early on. But of course, now for Fnatic, they can actually hold on to their jungle pick a little bit if they do want to hide that for the time being, because that's actually something Fnatic do like to do a little bit more than I feel like other teams will. They'll just blind pick for Bwipo. They don't really care. There you see it. The Ornn's going to come through. He's going to dump out those great Ornn upgrades later on into the game. And this still holds some really good scaling options for Selfmade to take in the jungle.
And what does he want to play? That will be the question. Top Esports lost the first game, and it was very hotly contested. Game somewhat unlocked by Hylissang's engages on that Rakan. It was the first ban. Just as a side note, Hylissang on that Rakan, all-time, local and international, 35 wins and 11 losses. So you can see why it was picked in Game 1, why it's banned in Game 2. And we'll see that 369 will get his hands on Gangplank up in the top lane. And Karsa currently considering the Jarvan, has been hovering it for a long time and will lock that in.
That is a big surprise here for Karsa. Not that he hasn't played this champion, he's actually played it quite a bit this year, but at Worlds, seeing the Jarvan still come through, and then the immediate answer of the Kindred as a champion that can, you know, dodge away from a lot of Jarvan's abilities, get out of there, no problem. This Jarvan pick is a lot more aggressive in the early game. The scaling is not there for this champion, but it does pair very nicely with something like a Gangplank ultimate. If you want to dive onto, you know, that low mobility backline of an Ashe plus an Orianna, that can definitely give a lot of problems over to the side of Fnatic. But when you see an Ornn, a Kindred, an Orianna, there are so many great scaling options for Fnatic. This Jarvan may be a little bit of a struggle later on.
But it does set us up for players that we want to focus on in Game 2, is this Karsa versus Selfmade matchup. You know, Selfmade in the previous game, debuting his Kindred for 2020, first time in 2 years. And while he didn't necessarily steal the show, he delivered. He was in the right place at the right time. He played how his team needed to, and it was Hilly that was initiating with the follow-up coming in from Nemesis, from Selfmade as well.
Yeah, and for Selfmade, it has been quite the journey for him, you know, evolving his play into this Fnatic roster. Of course, very early on, it was known as one of those carry-oriented junglers back in the days of SK Gaming in 2019 when he joined the scene and was the rookie of the split in that first year, made it to LEC playoffs in his very first split. But then when he joined this Fnatic team, it was very different because everyone assumed, you know, you get assimilated into the Fnatic machine, you play their style, and that's what Spring Split was. I don't think we saw the Selfmade we were used to seeing, but in summer, it was a completely different story where instead of him playing the Fnatic style, he taught Fnatic to play the Selfmade way.
And I mean, Reckless actually said that in an interview with Ashley Kang on Horizon around how in summer, Fnatic as a team, they had this epiphany, this agreement to just play around Self, make him the superstar, I think is exactly what he said. Even if it means having to sacrifice yourself. And Selfmade, especially in this World Championship, in the meta we find ourselves in, has been beneficial in helping out Fnatic. Now let's see what he can do, because as you mentioned, coming up against Karsa's Jarvan, there's going to be a little bit more impetus here on Karsa to get involved and get dirty this game.
Yeah, it's hard to find two champions that are more polarizing in the jungle in terms of how you play. Kindred, of course, wants time, get items under belt. Jarvan, from level 2 onward, always looking to make plays around the map. That's actually why we saw Selfmade go from his blue buff straight to his own red buff, because it's so common to see a Jarvan go red into the enemy, you know, red, or his blue, you know, straight into invading away some enemy camps here. So Selfmade playing around with that in the early game. And now now, Karsa going, you know, with this type of a clear, it's very odd, you know, going into the Raptors as a third camp, slowing down his clear towards that level 3 point, but wants to finish towards the top side of the map because 369 is a bit vulnerable here on the gangplank in the early lane.
You can see Selfmade making his way south towards the middle lane, at least, despite the fact Bwipo is being pressured. And actually similar for Reckless and Hilly. Now Karsa can step forward here as Nemesis is being pushed backwards. So that's another route onto Jackie Love. Good damage coming out. Summon a heal used here from Reckless. Jackie Love continues to trade back and forth. It's summon a heal for summon a heal.
Oh, yeah. Jackie Love and Yanja quick into their boots a little bit in that level 2 fight once again. And this time, Selfmade wins the Scuttle Crab RNG, so he's going to be able to play for that bot crab. Karsa was actually hovering around mid lane so that he could try and pivot which direction he needed to, but bot side it will be, and that will mean the first stack for Selfmade, and maybe more of a fight as he is here with Red Buff.
Hey, there's a Winter's Bite. Early flash from Yanja. Fnatic will be happy with that one, but Karsa and Knight already making their way south, so had Fnatic chased, they would have been problematic.
Yeah, so it's very clear. Top East, we're just fighting in the bot lane again.
We absolutely are non-stop. Hilly and Reckless want to win this quarterfinal. They are playing forward. They are playing aggro. We are not giving Jackie Love and Yanja a second to breathe.
Look, and I remember there used to be the story when it came to Reckless and playing against, you know, those great Chinese AD carries like Uzi, right? In the bot lane, Reckless would have a great year. He'd show up in these series, and then he'd just quietly farm in lane. He would always play passively, make these mistakes, but he is taking it to them in the bot lane. No fear in the 2v2.
Reckless wasn't really able to overcome. Remember, Yanja, no flash, no exhaust, is at risk of being taken down. Greyhound will be popped 100 HP. Flash forward from Selfmade. Fnatic do it again. 8-0 for first blood, but at what cost? Hylissang is down. Selfmade is down. Bwipo is down. And it's all gone to hell for Fnatic. 3 kills to top.
Ridiculous fight in the bot lane as everyone teleports in. Karsa missed his EQ combo and he barely walks it out of that one. What a ridiculous sequence of events. Top Esports pull it back after game 1. They knew Fnatic were going to play a bot lane focused game, and they showed up to shut them down.
And so much damage in reply. It's 1,000 gold lead to Top Esports. Every single time we want to set some of the stakes for these players and these teams, it's Reckless and Hilly engaging. So many teleports in the bottom lane. 1 kill apiece for 369, Karsa, and Knight.
Yeah, I mean, 369 going to get a Cole and a Sheen. We'll see this play again because a lot of the combos went down very nicely for Fnatic. They jump on Yanja from the start again. Didn't have his flash from the last play, but uses the thick skin to stay alive a long time. Selfmade had to commit the flash forward, so Knight is the first one off the TP into the play. And even though the 3-man knockup does come through from Bwipo, well, the damage is not quite there at this point. The early skirmishing power of a Silas and Jarvan, pretty deadly as Karsa almost lost his life for the misplay.
So close. While we have a momentary respite here in the combat, I want to quickly remind everyone of the beast that was Top Esports during the group stages. Average gold lead, 1,600. Kills at 15.5 and deaths at 1.8. So the highest kills and the lowest deaths. It was clean. And barring that one loss to FlyQuest, Top Esports looked fantastic. Now, I want to contrast that to what we saw from the very previous game. At 15 minutes, still ahead, but they died significantly more. They still got as many kills. And now we're 6 minutes into this game, Ender, it's already 3 kills to 1, meaning it's a little closer to those averages we saw from the group stage.
Yeah, really scrappy game in Karsa on the enemy Raptor camp. Nemesis will find him out with level 6, but what we expect to see from top is to use the Jarvan plus Silas to take over the map. Because of the early kills, it's a lost chapter difference in mid lane where Knight's going to have that one, Nemesis won't. So even though Nemesis is the range champion, Knight can actually trade pretty aggressively inside the minion wave to try and gain priority, especially with a jungler like a Jarvan next to him. So once you get the push with Knight, move around to the rest of the map and make plays, but Selfmade's in the bot lane first.
Yes, indeed. Yanja still got that great help to play with. Cannon Barrage has been thrown down. No heal, no flash, no exhaust, and that's a lot of damage. Yanja's going to get taken out. Reckless picks up the kill. And that's a 3-on-2, but here comes Karsa.
Here comes Karsa and Knight. They're on the way, but they're not quite going to be able to make it there fast enough. Karsa doesn't have the flash, and Jackie Love cannot apply the Glacial Augment to slow down Selfmade and allow Karsa to get into that fight. So it's a really good move there from Fnatic to attack the bottom lane, because surprisingly, after all that action, not a lot of flashes were burnt, you know? It's really just the top side of the map that ended up losing their flashes, but Yanja did not have his on the TK, so that's what enabled Selfmade to get that kill.
Game 1 of the series, Jackie Love was consistently focused and taken out by Reckless and Hilly, and he was punished. This game, it's been Yanja on the Tahm Kench. Now he's 0-2-0, but Knight and Casa aware of it. Knight and Casa have moved to this bottom lane multiple times. Like every time a skirmish is broken out, throw your eyes to the minimap if you're watching at home, because Knight and Casa are moving, and we saw them invading, stealing away the blue buff, and you can see that Selfmade's mark is spawned just above Casa's head. So slow that down just a touch. Top Esports still 800 gold up.
Exactly. It's that duo of Karsa and Knight that will, you know, that's the win condition for this team. That's how they take over the game, and it's just even better because both your side lanes are just stacked with globals. You have a GP ultimate, down bot side you have a Sen and a TK, so you can really play to any lane you want. But I think that this game we're probably going to see more focus put down towards that bottom side of the map with how, you know, focused it has been from Fnatic's side as well.
You have 8 minutes of proof in that regard already. Yuanja's Tongue Lash will go side of Reckless, unable to find his target. Level 6 already picked up for JackeyLove, so the Dawning Shadow is there. His flash and his heal is back. Yuanja's flash will be back in just a moment. He did go for that Hail of Blades, Tahm Kench, but he has been bullied, frankly, by Reckless and Hilly. Every single opportunity they have, but important to note, 3 assists for JackeyLove, 1 kill, 1 assist to Reckless, and there is a 12 CS difference for the time being in favor of Top Esports bottom lane.
Something that surprised me a bit, in the LEC we used to see Bwipo all the time go ahead and place these wards on the Rift Herald at 8 minutes by himself. You know, he doesn't need wards up there, he knows he's going to get ganked anyways, but Fnatic a little bit late to the play on that one, so once again, Karsa's able to solo that one out, and that's something that Fnatic should become aware of, you know, as we move into the next games in this series. But Selfmade feeling good about himself, he's going to get the bot Scuttle Crab, as once again, off of cooldown, Yuanja has to flash.
Reckless and Helisang playing this game to win.
Oh, no.
Helisang will get some damage, goes for the Fisher down, Ash Arrow, and Yuanja's gone. He's dead, blown up under the ECA. Call of the Forge God comes out, flash away from 369, he escapes with his life.
In back-to-back games, Fnatic win the 2 versus 2 in the bot lane, and now it's even worse as Bwipo gets the flash off of 369. JackeyLove will be denied everything underneath the tower.
Reckless has rarely overcome his nemesis, has rarely taken down, whether it was Uzi, whether it was Perks, whether it was anyone stopping him from winning. And today, with the performance that Reckless and Hilly are showing, they do not want to fall prey to JackeyLove and Top Esports. They get themselves a plate and they get themselves out.
And that's 2 plates and solo gold on Reckless too, so I mean, that's a lot of gold going into the Ashe, even if the CS advantage is there for JackeyLove. And Knight, once again, is continuing to walk towards that bottom lane to find a play, but is not able to get it on that one. And that is going to be a problem for Top. If Knight is not able to succeed on these roams, well, he's not getting advantage solo in his lane, and his team is falling behind. He has to be able to step up and turn the course of this game.
If you didn't see game 1 and you're just tuning in now, Knight played Zoe, ended up 4 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists in around 15 minutes, and then stayed there for the next 25. Was unable to find a way to use that advantage and that lead, and is because of how Fnatic played the game. And Knight was trying to 1v9.
It was no fault of Knight.
100%.
It was no fault of Knight.
Yes.
In the team fights too, you know, Arcane shifts forward for JackeyLove was a big, big problem for them. Now Karsa spending some time around this middle lane. Hillisang is on the way, and so is Yuanja. We're about to get a scrap inside of the river, Trev.
Selfmade's got a mark onto Karsa as well. Karsa should have just spotted this. Ward comes out from Nemesis. Flash and Shockwave available. Mountain Drake is up. Remember, no flash for Yuanja. He's already used the exhaust. The Ash Arrow locks him down, and Helisang sends him packing. Hilly continues to chase, gets caught and knocked up by the flag and drag. Cataclysm comes down, goes golden, thanks to the stopwatch, and more teleports coming into the fray. That's a root connecting onto Helisang. Somebody heal keeps him alive. Nemesis Shockwave finds Karsa, and now they can set up for the Dragon. Fnatic in the lead.
Fnatic are scrapping the LPL rep in these fights, and they're coming out on top. That will be the second Drake of the game as well for Fnatic, setting them up for the early soul.
And Ender, do you remember when I talked about the early game impacts that Top Esports have and the control and how clean they are? This is the first time that Karsa died before 15 minutes at Worlds 2020.
I mean, just look at this from Fnatic. The CC layering as Reckless's ult comes in. They cannot pop the gray health on Yuanja. He's 0-4-0 on the Tahm Kench. Fnatic fans are used to this. Sometimes it flips bad, and that's 0-5-0 for Yuanja.
0-5-0. Fnatic are punishing Top Esports bottom lane. I think it is important to call out at this stage that on the international setting, this is the 8th game that Yuanja has ever played. this is the first time that they're experiencing Fnatic's playstyle. And I want to call it out that Fnatic are over-delivering on their performance. We'll get to that in a moment as Castle will summon the Rift Herald. The minion wave has been cleared out by Nemesis. 369's here as well. Nemesis under a little bit of pressure, but Fnatic are still down in gold. There's a CS advantage for 369 in the top lane. He's got himself the Trinity Force. The Cull is about to proc, but a 3-0-3 Ashe and a 1-1-5 Braum. Fnatic are feeling comfortable with how the early game is played.
Yeah, we'll say that at the same time the bot lane play happened, Top were able to take the top lane turret, right? They've been able to get the Rift Heralds in both of these games, so they still hold the gold advantage. But the problem is where the fights are happening are around where Fnatic is strong. And that's why Fnatic keep being able to find this. You know, Yanja is never having his flash. So the best thing for Top to do in this scenario is to get out of standard lane assignments. You see Fnatic already have put 2 players in the mid lane. They want Rekkles to be able to get control over the map and shut down playmaking options from Top, because that's what Top would love to do now, is get Yanja out of bot lane, start fighting around Knight, around Karsa, using that Gangplank ultimate as that barrage from afar to assist in any of these moves. And as you can see it, as Knight moves into the bot lane, where is Karsa going to go? To the enemy blue.
Yeah, definitely. In Top Esports, they are still in control of the games. 2,000 up. Karsa's going to be able to steal that one away. Flag and drag into the smite. Nemesis will get some damage down, chasing him out as Jackie Love under some threat from the rest of Fnatic. So multiple pressure points across the map. Knight manages to get some damage on the bottom lane outer turret as the rest of Fnatic, they hold strong. So it's Top Esports that have got the first Herald, the first tower. Fnatic have got 2 dragons under their belt already, and they've got that dragon win condition that can pull Top Esports towards them.
Yeah, and you can, yeah, exactly. Just like you're saying, you drag them into those fights where you're going to have this Senna matching up into the 3-0-3 Ashe. No one wants to fight around this Ashe. She hasn't finished her items just yet, but by the time the Infernal spawns, it will be that Essence Reaver versus the crit chance and the CDR to constantly spam out these arrows, because it has been Fnatic playing off of the arrows, off of, you know, chaining it with the CC from Braum as well to find a lot of these fights. And now Knight is isolated on the bottom side of the map, so he's just going to have to sack some waves. And as Hylissang and Selfmade cut through the jungle, maybe lose minions under the tower.
It happens to everyone, okay? And do not laugh. It happens to everyone. As we're cresting 15 minutes, a new record has been set by Yanja. The most deaths at 15 minutes for an individual player in a single game at 5. He beat the previous record of 4, which is held by multiple players. Fnatic will at least secure 1 outer tower. It is going to be at the cost of another Rift Herald. And if you look at lane assignments, Fnatic committing towards the bottom half of the map, 1.5 minutes till Dragon, and Bwipo is being surrounded a little bit, but I don't think they'll try chasing.
Yeah, nice little triple barrel from 369 to chunk out Bwipo a bit. Because though it is Infernal Storm on Infernal map, it is interesting because it makes it so much easier to walk into the enemy jungle where there's less walls, there's just brush, you can cut off players at the pass. As you can see, Kindred has hit the 4 marks and upgraded to 575 attack range, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's very easy to walk into the enemy jungle and cut off the rotational paths from Top.
Well, will Winter's Bite find its target? Smite comes out, Flash is blown, throwing down the ultimate from Hylissang, and Knight continues to get chased. The Ignite comes out, Dawning Shadow buys time, and Knight fires it the wrong way. Selfmade used the Lamb's Wrist Bite to keep Hylissang alive, and Knight, I think you can feel the pressure.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion on both sides there too. Selfmade thought it was coming one way, that it was not, so he lost the Lamb's Respite, of course, 40 seconds before the Infernal Drake spawns, so Selfmade will not have that ultimate back up. That's a very long cooldown, especially before level 11. That could be the difference maker for Top in this fight, but now that Knight has no flash, it is so much harder for him to threaten damage on Fnatic's backline.
Well, I want to talk about the top laner from Top Esports as he's on top of his game with 157 CS to 138, Essence Reaver and Trinity Force completed already. I've seen what LPL Gangplank players can do when they take over games, and this is a threat that you cannot disregard. If Selfmade or Rekkles get caught by barrels, well, that could be problematic. It's 5 seconds to Dragon.
Yeah, Rekkles has flash and heal, so he has tools to play into Top here, but the Gangplank plus Jarvan ult is absolutely deadly, and that's exactly what Top are going to be trying to unload on Rekkles and reach him in the backline.
All right, summoning, the Rift Herald was summoned inside the mid lane. Top Esports still have pressure. The tower will get dropped. That's the second of the game, and it's still a 2,000 gold lead. the #1 seed from the LPL. They're now going to peel into the river. Look, teleport is up for Nemesis, and he can jump in from behind if he wanted to.
Yeah, top Esports, they're a little bit grouped up right now. They lose the EQ combo, so that gives Fnatic control of the river once again. Again, though, Hylissang, Selfmade both losing ultimates, and Knight popped the Forge God.
That's a hijacked call of the Forge God, replied with one of their own. Bwipo shoots it back. The ball is placed as a deterrent for Engage. Attack, dissonance, defend, and Nemesis backs away. Infernal Drake will reset. This will be the first for top, the third for Fnatic, and top immediately start to back away. The risk of engaging into the Shockwave and the Arrow is terrifying.
Yeah, this is just crazy, because I think Fnatic are actually going to end up giving this one up, but because there's not deep vision inside Fnatic's jungle, top Esports, they were a little bit slow. They didn't immediately jump onto this objective. They will get that, but it gives Selfmade time to head straight over to that wolf camp and try to get a mark for himself.
The tension in those fights, but you can feel the respect. Top didn't overstep, they didn't overchase, and as long as the threat that Fnatic had with their tools was available, Top respected it. A reminder, Fnatic didn't have that Lamb's Wrist, but that get out of jail free card, so they also didn't want to start the fight.
It's really interesting, though, how there seems to be a clear disconnect in the two ways these teams think about the game, because right as soon as that dragon goes down, Nemesis is teleporting top lane to knock down this tower, Selfmade is stealing away camps, and we saw echoes of this in the first game as well, where Karsa was soloing out all the objectives, and Selfmade was just farming. It seems like Top are the team that want to commit to these objectives more. Again, they got 2 Rift Heralds while Fnatic were taking a bot lane tower. So Fnatic, on the other hand, are always playing about getting gold, taking CS for themselves to get themselves the most immediate power in terms of itemization, and that's going to benefit them a lot in the coming fights.
I'm trying to remember what Froskuren said at the top of the day in Countdown around how Top are a little bit meta-resistant in some ways, whereas Fnatic are fully committed. Right now, Bwipo's forced to run for his life. Flash away, flag and drag into the Cataclysm flash. Bwipo's locked inside there with Knight and Karsa. Tower damage is helping out. Bwipo finally goes down. It's Uyanja that takes him out. And while that's going on, Fnatic will take out the mid-outer turret.
Yeah, they're getting a lot here in the mid lane, and JackeyLove can't easily farm this out. So Top, they are now playing around the Knight plus Karsa combo, and they get the kill with 369 in trouble.
All right, the command attack and the Shockwave comes out. 369 goes down and low. Forced to flash himself. Nemesis winning the 1v1, knowing there's no threat from the rest of Top, and they get the summoner spell.
Yeah, good flash burnt out of 369 there. Knight will be able to trade for the tower in the bottom lane, so Top are still winning out overall on the gold trade on the map, getting the kill on top of that. And I think that 369, maybe a little bit greedy to try and farm underneath the tower, but he's telling himself, as long as I just keep getting money, it doesn't matter if I have the flash, I just want to be able to pump out more damage than Fnatic can. And so far he's on track to do that, because I feel like you pointed out 5+ minutes ago that he had these 2 items, and he has not been back to base since. He's got a lot in the inventory.
And of course, if anyone remembers the G2 Esports game, the final one from the group stage, it was a barrel that all of Europe felt.
Everyone remembers.
Right? Now for Fnatic, I think paying respect to where 369 is, the damage that Knight can put out. To be fair as well, he's sitting on the Haunting Guys as well as the Super Soaker. Still looking to farm up, but we've seen how he can steal away the very, very impactful ultimates on the side of Fnatic. So Knight, if he gets a team fight where his team is still ahead, where they can use the full kit of Sylas, it will be very scary for Fnatic.
Yeah, if we're looking at levels overall, Fnatic seem to have reached the race to level 11s faster on like Selfmade and Reckless, 2 long cooldown ultimates that are very important, especially that Ashe being able to fire that one out repeatedly was how Fnatic got a lot of their kills in the early game, and they still have control over mid lane for the time being. The difference is 369 faster to level 13. That's a big spike in terms of the barrel recharge rate that he can get off as Bwipo pops the ultimate on him. No flash here, and Selfmade's on the way.
Okay, running it down. If you look at the minimap, Reckless as well as Selfmade coming in to surround 369. Teleport starting to be channeled. Knight will arrive to the fight. Selfmade and Reckless just start to piece out. Selfmade jumps back forward. That's a stolen all of the Forge God. Lamb's Respite comes down to buy some additional time. That's a hop away from Selfmade. Flash forward. The Ashe Arrow onto Knight. Sets it up for Selfmade to take him down. But now Hylissang is in trouble. He's got a flash available to him. He's got a fish and he's thrown it out already. The Unbreakable is blocking so much damage from JackeyLove, and the Shockwave from Nemesis brings Fnatic forward. He chases it down, picking up a kill into Karsa. Here comes the rest of Fnatic on the backside. It's a barrel into Hilly, and Selfmade manages to find a kill into 369. JackeyLove is the last man standing, and Fnatic win the fight.
The 20-minute fight, Fnatic trade 4 kills for 1. Bwipo's going back to base. He has teleport Fnatic. They're looking for the Baron.
Are you kidding me? Fnatic start to surround 369, and they engineer a situation where they find 4 kills. They find themselves an uninterrupted Baron, and Fnatic are once again in control.
And they shred through this as well. Double marksman, the Orion as well. JackeyLove is here, but it's just him against the world. The rest of the team is not in the area. The smite comes down for Selfmade, and Fnatic have a Baron.
I am at an absolute loss for words. Fnatic, 1,000 gold up, 10 kills to 5, 20 seconds to the next Inferno, and it all started catching 369.
Look at the pathing in the river, though. It's so interesting. Rekkles doesn't commit down to the fight. He loops all the way around because he knows there's a Tahm Kench, Jarvan, Senna on the way, ready to collapse down. So he takes the safe way around while the rest of the team slows down, and then this arrow cannot miss. Nightfall, Selfmade survives, and now what looked like a great collapse from top is now their doom inside of the rivers. Nemesis is here with the ultimate ready to go, and he catches Karsa out of the flash.
JackeyLove was just trying to get around the shield, but he couldn't. Bwipo's already landed, Call of the Forge God. The arrow whiffs in between on the top Esports. The Super Soaker thrown out by Knight, and top Esports trying to contest. They cannot do it. Fnatic pick up the 3rd dragon. Winter's Bite will not find a target, and Fnatic start to back away. Every single member of Fnatic is delivering, and now I put myself into Karsa's head. We've spoken so much about Rekkles and JackeyLove, and Rekkles trying to overcome JackeyLove. Well, a tick and a half so far. Put yourself into Karsa's shoes. Back in 2018, he won MSI with RNG. Got to Worlds as a tournament favorite to win the whole thing, and was eliminated in the quarterfinals by G2 Esports.
It was the golden road that was denied for RNG for Karsa, and that's where JackeyLove came up and took it home. So Fnatic Europe getting 2 birds for 1 stone on this push. Knocking down JackeyLove, knocking down Karsa in a prime position to go to match point against the tournament favorites in top Esports.
The thing that I find beautiful as Karsa is going to slide, he's going to be able to get the knock-up, lock everyone in the Cataclysm. Nemesis has still got that shockwave, he catches 3, but at what cost? Hylissang jumps away, Dawning Shadow, the Fisher falls short. How did you not die? How have you got a loaded coin? It is heads, 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 heads for Hylissang all day long.
Impossible to kill. Top threw everything at Hylissang, and they were not able to find it. And now they're scrambling from lane to lane, trying to make a play happen. It looked like they wanted to collapse on bot lane, but that will not come through in the end. It's just a red buff for JackeyLove as they lick their wounds and try to hold on.
Fnatic are playing exceptionally on an individual level, and I'm going to go as far as to say it is starting 2 games in a row every time from Hylissang in the bottom lane. Consistently, he and Rekkles are getting ahead of JackeyLove and Yuyanja. And look, that last player is a bit crazy, but Fnatic 2 games now, they've started to unlock their advantages through that bottom lane.
And if you look at the scoreboard, it's close in gold. But the fact is, Selfmade is reaching bigger and bigger spikes on this Kindred. The scaling options are here for Fnatic. Their team fight is insane. And while Ornn is a tank, he's going to start handing out better item upgrades for his team. Karsa wasn't able to find an impact on the Jarvan. The Jarvan is now just a glorified, HP bar in these fights, buying as much time as he possibly can. And now the responsibility falls to 369, who did just finish off his Infinity Edge. Can he find the barrels? Because in the last fight, he got a big one, but he was one before and immediately fell down after. Top have to find ways to fight around him, and they've been unable to do it all game.
And I also think all kudos here. We can see top Esports trying to push Fnatic back. They will start to move back. All kudos to Fnatic shutting down JackeyLove on the Senna, as I've queued up the incorrect graphic. I'll get to that one in a second.
Nice try, though.
It was indeed. JackeyLove's Senna was unstoppable, was unfathomable. Kadril was really hyping. We've all said it, but it hasn't had the influence, and it is in combination to how Hilly and Rekkles played the lane, never giving him a chance to find 751 damage, but never giving him a chance to dominate the game. It has been Fnatic that has been on top of the initiations, the skirmishes, and with 2 minutes until the Infernal Soul is ready, you have to feel Fnatic just want to slow things down, set up the wave, set up the vision, and play for the Infernal Soul.
Absolutely. It's going to be so good for them. Selfmade just finished off his rapid fire cannon. Also has 7 stacks now on the Kindred. So another range bump of 25 there for him, and fighting around this objective with a redemption now to try and counteract the big damage of the Gangplank ultimate, right? Because Gangplank ult should, in theory, be so good when paired with the Jarvan. You line them all up in that tiny circle, make sure you get the true damage on the center, but if redemption's just there to sustain on through, if Rekkles always has his flash up, you're never going to see these fights materialize for top, and they've been unable to find it so far.
No, not at all, and that means Fnatic 3,000 gold up, a minute to go. I'm looking at the vision. Teleport is available for both for Nemesis and the Spellbook in Bwipo. He's got the Flash Exhaust. If you look behind the red buff in the southern quadrant of the Rift, Top Esports have a number of Fnatic wards that they haven't cleared out. A very happy B for Reckless, who I believe is still unkilled this series. 304, got the Molten Edge, upgraded Infinity Edge, fires an optimistic Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but look at Selfmade with the Rapid Fire Cannon, with the 7 stacks and the Kindred. He literally hops, skips, and jumps, and Knight has to run away with his tail between his legs.
It's just mean. He's going to get another mark on the Wolves right there, too. It's what happens when a Kindred starts to win. She never loses. She just continues to stack those up and look real good. 30 seconds away from the Infernal Drake, and they have the deep vision inside the top jungle, which gives them perfect information of what's happening. The walls have been burned down to the ground on the Infernal map, so it's open areas which favor Fnatic.
Yanja, Hail of Blades, jumps in. He's got the Exhaust. The Devour comes out as well. Nemesis is in some trouble, but so is the rest of Top Esports. Bwipo steps forward. Call the Forge God comes out. It's interrupted. Castle locked inside the pit with the Cataclysm. That's the second to fall. It's a double for Selfmade as Yanja is taken out as well. Bwipo taking some damage from 369 and Jackie Love, but this will open up the Infernal Soul.
There are low HP bars on the side of Fnatic. Knight is full HP, but the Infernal Soul is taken down. There's no smite to contest. The damage dealers of top are alive, but their front line went down. There cannot be any follow-up when you have to cut through Bwipo, who is unkillable.
Top Esports initiated that play, jumping onto Nemesis. Fnatic were in the right place at the right time and responded correctly. They now have the Infernal Soul. The Ash Arrow goes in between 369 and Knight once again. Flash away. The Shockwave will not deliver its target, but they force top away for the time being. Knight is going to step forward, and the Baron is an option, but it's risky.
Fnatic have no ultimates. They're going to slow things down, go back to base, because Knight just got the steal back up, so we could go ahead and take something like an Ornn ult, a Kindred ult, an Orianna ult. Any of these are going to be very, very high impact within the fight, and you see, it is top that look for the pick onto Nemesis. Yanja uses everything to get in there and jump on him, but Bwipo buys so much time for his team with a 3-man knockup in the backside of the fight. You can see everything put in. The Jarvan plus the Gangplank ult combo. It's what you're waiting for. Senna too. But there's a Kindred R. The Lamb's Respite is making it impossible for top to actually dive that backline, so you have to fight front to back, but you are just weaker in that scenario against the double marksman of Fnatic.
Reckless wasn't even there in that initiation or in that fight. And the fact that they've got the Infernal Soul, add that to the damage of Orianna, Kindred, and Ashe. Now Fnatic, they start off Baron, but there is a ward outside the river.
Wait a second.
Diligence hasn't been done. They're chasing Knight.
Yeah, they're looking for Knight, and the rest of top cannot get to him in time. Top, they're going to have to throw it for a fight in the river, otherwise he's going to die.
Ash Arrow secured already onto Knight. He's healing up a lot. Buy some time with the Hourglass. Call of the Forge God comes out, is knocked backwards. Bwipo is interrupting all of Top Esports. The LPL's first seed is being held in their tracks by a wide Bwipo in the river. The redemption comes down and they start to heal and back away. Jackie Love is tagged. Selfmade's running him down, looking for the rapid fire cannon, looking for a dance of arrows, and top are in full retreat, running for their lives.
369 is trying his best to play off of these barrels in the fog of war, but they are not connecting. It's not enough to get a kill, and Karsa threw his life in the river to save his mid laner, but now there's no smite on the Baron.
Absolutely none whatsoever. No cannon barrage to follow up either. Jackie Love will fire out the Dawning Shadow, and another Baron goes the way of Fnatic. Do they fancy themselves a shot? There was a tag onto Yanja. Here comes 369. He's not going to be able to do enough, though. The damage is onto Yanja, and the retreat from Fnatic. Got to play this one carefully, but they feel themselves an opportunity to win the fight.
How brutal is that? Hylissang counters his own top laner, so the stolen ultimate from Knight does absolutely nothing. Fnatic now have the Infernal Soul. They have the Baron on top of it, and it's through immaculate fighting around these neutral objectives. They're unmatched by top.
Fnatic are currently unmatched in the skirmishes, and the impact that Reckless is having from everyone else's performance. He's 3-0-5 this game. Ender, Reckless went 6-0-8 in game number 1. Do you know Jackie Love has yet to pick up a kill?
Wow.
Let that sink in. In 65 minutes of gameplay, 0-6-2 for Jackie Love in game 1. He's now 0-0-5. He hasn't had the opportunity. Fnatic have found ways to control and to keep Top Esports at arm's length. It's been close, but it's been Fnatic one step ahead.
It has been. You know, they've targeted bot lane every single game. Kindred's now up to 11 marks another one of those breakpoints. There's going to be Infinity Edge, soon to be a Molten Edge, as soon as he picks that one up as well. Top, they've been outscaled. It's the sad truth, only down 4,000 gold, but with the Soul on top and everything else to boot, they would have to pull off a miracle fight here. 369 is the damage dealer. He has everything he needs except the players around him to be able to contest in the 5 vs 5s, because his front line is just unmatched every single time, weaker than Fnatic's. He can't get in there.
There's the initiation from Costa. Cataclysm comes out. They got the first hit. Reckless is down. Bwipo's going to be very late to the fight, but do Fnatic fancy a shot? No. Top Esports find their man.
That's exactly what they needed. Finally, 369 was able to layer up not just his ultimate, but also some barrels to be able to knock down Reckless, the flashless Reckless. When Reckless does not have flash, he is killable from top, but they have to be able to find more windows to be able to do that, and his flash is going to be on cooldown when the Elder Dragon spawns in a minute and a half.
This Red Bull Baron power play is now negative. Top Esports have been able to claw it back, pick up that bounty. It's a minute and a half to Elder, as you've already alluded to, and the pressure is on here. The game is still balancing on a knife's edge. Yes, Fnatic have an advantage. Yes, Fnatic have been in control, but you can see how quickly it turns. And if Casa can find the target and shut down one of those damage dealers, that is how Top can win this next
But there's a big difference, too, between finding that fight in mid lane, popping out of the fog of war when Bwipo is top lane, and fighting around a major objective, because Fnatic have been locked down when it is, a Baron spawning or a Dragon spawning. They've been very crisp around those areas, getting deep vision beforehand. That's where the struggle is going to come from Top. That's where they're going to have to find some way to be a little bit more creative to find out Reckless, and I think Fnatic are just going to try and stall out as soon as this Dragon spawns, make sure Reckless's flash is up before risking it all again. But that's where Top have more options, because there is a flashless Nemesis, a flashless self-made, that are also prime for the picking.
Elisang stepping into the red buff of Top Esports. Keeps flipping that coin, keeps landing on heads. And if you look at your items, yes, Senna's got 80 souls, which is
That's big.
Definitely
That's huge
scary.
to have, the breakpoint right before the Dragon
But
fight.
so is Molten Edge.
Yeah.
Self-Made's Molten Edge has been upgraded. It just comes down to execution, and every single one of these fights has been about who is landing the skill shots and, frankly, who is using vision in their initiation tools. Fnatic have not hesitated. They've been bold enough to jump in, and they're bold enough to start the
And Reckless still does not have flash. This is Top's moment. Full build for 369. Karsa and 369 looking to find Reckless.
Sight is hijacked. Bwipo's Call of the Forge God. Ash Arrow comes out. The first target is going to be on Castle. Look at the backside. Elder Dragon's going low. 2,000 HP inside the pit. Is picked up. Fnatic have got the Elder. They've got the Dragon lasers to fire. There goes Bwipo. He's looking for Jackie Love, who's been locked up. He's taken down. Self-Made is dominating Top Esports, is dominating this quarterfinal, and Fnatic have got themselves another buff.
There are no smiles on the coaching staffs of these two teams. They know how serious this game is. They know the stakes behind it. Even after a fight win, Fnatic are stone cold, but they are charging forward for the base of Top.
They absolutely are. 25 seconds before Jackie Love is back up and alive. Top Esports will have a chance to defend, but if they take too much damage, the Elder Dragon buff will send them packing. The inhibitor falls over, and now Fnatic, they step forward. How brave are they feeling?
They're looking for the double inhib. They want to keep Top underneath their Nexus tower so they can easily knock down that top lane inhibitor turret. Jackie Love is up in 5, but this one is gone.
It is definitely dead inside the base of Top Esports. All 5 members of Top Esports are alive. The Devourer will keep 369 alive as Yuyanja is forced to run away.
Is down.
Dead. 369, Jackie Love are out. Costa's trying to dissuade and slow down Fnatic, but they don't care. The Elder Dragon buff is destroying Top Esports. Fnatic have made a statement, and they will come out on top. Fnatic hunting down Knight. Fnatic taking down the Nexus, and Fnatic are 2-0 up over Top Esports.
I heard a lot of talk about a 3-0 today, Trevor. But not in this fashion, not this way, with Fnatic coming out on top. Reckless, he's feeling it. He's feeling good after a game like that. Huge smile on his face after knocking down Top a second time in a row. And it was just clutch team fighting around these objectives that was able to give them the edge in game 2.
The meta is favoring Fnatic. The players are stepping up and delivering. And I'm going to reference that interview we talked about at the beginning of this game with Ashley Kang and Reckless, and he said he felt, Reckless's words, that Fnatic could win this series and that they felt they had a better shot than everyone else was giving them. But whatever happens, they will win or lose as a team. And this game, this series so far, has absolutely proven that. I'm not going to give you a chance to say anything because while we wait for Game 3, listen to Rise on Spotify's official League of Legends playlist during the Spotify song break. It's the best world song ever!
No heroes and villains. Welcome to the war. We've only begun. So welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. Deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it. Keep chasing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Fnatic have shocked the world so far in this quarterfinal. They are 2-0 up against the LPL champions, Top Esports. We said at the beginning of the day they were up against it. They were huge underdogs, but what could be their saving grace is that they play towards their strengths, and the meta favors their strengths. Is that what we've seen so far?
I think that's true. I think that's the main concept here. I think that playing through bot is the most important. You saw it in the early game.
Wow.
Double TP, 5v5 on the bot, level 5. But the whole problem that they run into, I think, Top Esports is they're just not good enough at playing through bot versus compared to Fnatic. I think Fnatic is actually just better at playing through bot, better at playing from behind when they're like down in deficiencies over side lanes, and they're playing the bot 2v2 10 times better.
One sec. So what you're saying is you don't necessarily have to be the better bot laner, but you have to be willing to play through bots.
But they're the better bot laners,
as well,
and they're better at playing through bots.
But there's two factors here. The thing is that, yes, the meta is perfect for them. They're playing like Karsa's style does not look as good as Selfmade style right now, and Knight cannot save you. The mid laners are not looking as strong in this tournament. They don't have as much impact as they would have either in this ecosystem and how everything is working. They're facilitating their junglers. So Karsa goes back to the Jarvan, and he tries to gank for his lanes, but it's not working. So it's not just like playing the bot lane, it's skill checking. That was the question I had. I thought that top would be favorites because they would be able to skill check Fnatic. They would force the meta to bend to them. But the fact is they are not skill checking any of these lanes, especially not in bot lane.
So let's look at then the meta of this best of 5, let's say. We see a lot of usual suspects, but we also see for top esports now, I want to highlight 2 games in a row, things they love to play and that they're used to winning with. A Gangplank here, a Senna Tahm Kench here as an example.
I just don't see the whole, I don't see their draft coming together well. They have just such a one-dimensional playstyle. They have Jarvan, they have GP, and they have Sylas taker with Arnold. So basically what you're relying on is Fnatic's flash keys. But then that's not really the only thing they have to rely on. Hylissang has the Braum to block the Arnold. They have the flash sub, they have PDs, they have Zhonya's, and that's the whole reason Jarvan fell out of the meta. He's bad at clearing. He's only really good at level 2, maybe like level 2 invade or level 3 ganks here and there, level 2 ganks with the red buff. And then after that, he's just an ult bot. He's no damage, Cinderhook Jarvan. He's going to ult in. If you have flash up, he's basically dead, and that's what we saw in the fights. And then I think the last pick from Fnatic kind of sealed the game almost. It's like they last picked the Kindred. If Kindred sits on top of his carries and they use this whole combo on top of the backline, Kindred just pops ult and keeps him alive. Worst case if they don't have flashes, right? They did manage to make a pick onto Reckless around 35 minutes into the game. They did take him down, but I just think it's too one-dimensional. They were losing bots, the GP is not really a hyper carry, and their late game scaling is not good compared to Orianna Ashe.
And they gave away everything to try to get this. Like the fact that their bot lane was 0-6 and you have Senna Tahm Kench, I'm like, what is happening down there? You have literally like
what's happening down there?
One of the most defensive bot lanes of all time, and you have a Gangplank ultimate to dissuade any sort of dive, and yet Fnatic just were like, knock, knock, we're coming in, and just broke this door open.
And this is where we have to put kind of the emphasis on the clutch, the mechanical outplays, and the oversight in the games, which I think were all things that we were willing to give to top esports before the start of this best of 5. But the Fnatic oversight, the Fnatic calm, even though it doesn't look calm, to know how much they can take at either moment in team fights ahead of big objectives. That is what has stunned me the most so far.
It's the fact that the 2 most important roles at this tournament in this moment are support and jungle. And Fnatic's support and jungle is head and shoulders performing better than top right now, especially in that support position. If this series had an MVP, I would already wrap it and give it to Hilly right now.
Definitely. And I think they're just playing the map so well, Fnatic. They're identifying when to fight and when not to fight. And sometimes you can get caught up in it. We've seen it from Fnatic. They get a lead, they go for early dives, then they throw the lead. But then just looking at the third dragon in particular, the Infernal Drake was spawning. Fnatic had 2 Drakes. They could have contested it. They did get a little bit chunked, and the decision was instantly drop the Drake, let's catch waves, TP top, take top tower, get mid tower, trade it for gold. We don't have to care about this Drake. Yes, we might get the soul later on, but it's just the whole decision making from Fnatic is so good at when to drop things and when to start the engage.
They did it in the first game as well. Their macro decision making, like you said, has been super clutch. You already talked about this in the game, the fact that oh, excuse me, not you, Ender talked about this. Reckless going all the way back around and kind of joining this fight on the back end of Hilly is because of that awareness that Talk could have collapsed through River. And just how beautiful the cross-map communication is, how everyone from Fnatic are making the right decisions, and frankly, just styling on top.
And Hylissang is a tactical inting genius. You think you've caught this guy, but he reverses it, turns it into a team fight, and then the team fight's just automatically won. And you can just see from the team fights, like, if they have to peel back, in this case they have the Elder Drake, so they have a lot more damage, but if they have to peel back, and Fnatic can like chase you down with the damage, and you can't do anything.
And it's hard to almost name everything that's going right for Fnatic, and that's including the members who are not putting a lot of emphasis now. You know, Nemesis talked about kind of, Whippo talked in his interview about the fact that this might actually be a good thing for him, that he's used to playing the control mages and playing them well. And he is doing that. He's being the role player that the team needs and doing that very well. Whippo's up there emoting when he can get away.
Emo game is strong.
I mean, those are all signs of being in your comfort zone. So let's talk about the 2 scenarios here. How do Fnatic close this out? Maybe, Kadril, do you want to start?
Well, I think top esports tried to respond with the Senna first pick to try and deny it from Fnatic as a win condition for themselves. But obviously Fnatic have responses to pretty much everything top can throw at them.
Top.
So top have chosen blue. Fnatic's going to run it back. I think they have responses to pretty much everything. I think top are the ones need to change something up. And I think Fnatic, the win condition, keep playing through bot. I think Ornn And the Singed picks were good. He's just utility champs. You saw Bwipo with the Redemption, with the Locket. He knows his job. His job is to build support items, spam emotes, and be weak side. So he's checking all those boxes, play through bots, and make sure Nemesis is on a comfort. Because I think top leaving Orianna up was a huge mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's too many fires right now for top. It's the fact that your support is cracking under the pressure. Your drafts look like a mess. You're not facilitating the correct members. I think the only way that they can actually pull this one back is maybe you throw a ton of bans at mid lane. You get like high impact, high agency, and Knight just has the game of his life. But at this tournament, it doesn't matter if you're Knight. It doesn't matter if you're Showmaker. It doesn't matter if you're Chovy.
Yeah.
It matters who your jungler is, who your support is. And he does not have Hilly and Selfmade right now.
Yeah,
I think this is 3-0.
I have to agree, the jungle support's definitely stepping up. Yeah, I think going through mid is probably the best bet for them. Try and get something like an Akali, try and get some playmaking there, try and get some mid to bots to try and deny Fnatic. I think the mid jungle 2v2 is important. If you're drafting Sylas, Jarvan into Kindred or Orianna, you're never going to win that mid 2v2 ever, ever, ever. It's just winning mid, winning jungle, winning 2v2. You can't control the bot side of the map, so eventually Rekkles and Hylissang can just trade as much as they want.
Wow, how did we end up here? This is absolutely crazy. Top Esports, they were with their backs against the wall, and I want to do something different because this is a momentous occasion, and this is crazy. What is happening here? What is happening in Shanghai right now on the world stage? And I want to talk about something in specific. It starts with success. And success, it is all about growing. Success is all about overcoming your demons. Success is about getting knocked down time after time and getting back up. No one embodies that more than Martin Larsson. Rekkles, he is one of the most experienced and celebrated marksmen in Europe and the world, but regardless of that resume, he has never won an international trophy, but he has never lost his drive. And what's more is that until a couple of years ago, even making a World Championship final seemed out of reach. Until 2018, everything was set up to perfection for Martin and for Fnatic. They reconquered Europe after years of G2 domination, Cap stepped up as a true carry, and they faced an IG in the final they had beaten twice in the group stage. But as we all know, it was a tragedy. It was a quick exit. It was a shameful display, and what was worse, it felt like a lost opportunity that may never come again for Rekkles, for Fnatic, and for Europe. The LPL rose as the unbeatable beast we know them to be, and the LPL would dominate the World Championship 2 times in a row. But Rekkles, he did not stop fighting. In fact, in 2019, he was finally able to put one of his biggest demons to bed with Uzi and RNG. And now? Now we're here. 2020, where the expectations for Fnatic were at their lowest ahead of this best-of-5 versus top esports. The first seed from the LPL that has beaten EU down in these best-of-5s time and time again. And the Jackie Love, standing tall and poised to win his 2nd World Championship. But so far, we haven't gotten LPL domination. We haven't gotten the Jackie Love highlight reels. And we have gotten Rekkles and Hylissang lane kingdom. It all comes down to this next game. Demons can be slayed, expectations be damned, and Rekkles can cement himself as the player he always wanted to prove he was in this next game. It's all up to him and Fnatic to make their dreams come true.
Tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 we're so tough I'm scared to show you up can you feel the rush now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we're gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go hard we're so in it we pop stars only winning winning ain't nobody bringing us down 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 Oh, 난 멈추지 않아. Oh, oh, we go hard. Oh, we pop stars, stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We're so in it.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020 as we have a beautiful shot of the stage in Shanghai, China, where top esports are in a do or die game for their life. They are down 0-2 as the #1 seed out of the LPL, and China Fnatic, frankly, surprising and stunning everyone. Their play and their execution has been exceptional.
It really has been. It's been stunning, to say the very least here, the way Fnatic have been able to come out on top in the 5 versus 5s. Even looking at the last team fight, I watched this 369 put down a triple barrel, and 3 members of Fnatic all stepped out of it. European fans know that barrels can hurt, but Fnatic were ready.
They absolutely were, and every single member of Fnatic is stepping up to the plate to deliver. Reckless, as well as the rest of Fnatic, are now 1 win away from advancing to the semifinals and advancing to a showdown with Suning. As we jump into draft, because Top Esports lost game 2, they have side selection and once again elected to go blue side. They ban away TF, Graves, and Leona, with the response being Syndra, Lucian, and Set has been the third ban both previous games.
Okay, so Top are going to leave open the Rakan that they banned away from Hylissang in game 2 after he destroyed them with it in game #1, clearly trying to change things up. And this has to say a very different look for bot lane. This will not be some sort of Senna 2 versus 2 down bot side, I don't feel like, after seeing how Fnatic have come out on top of this matchup 2 games in a row.
And the Kindred for Selfmade 2 games in a row has been very influential. A pivot in the draft, it was Graves, then Senna, now Orianna locked in by Top, and we'll see what the responses do. Fnatic want to lock in the Senna. It was available game 1 and they did.
Yeah, well, I think the Orianna is exactly the right adaptation here for Top, because, I mean, we said it in game 1, they banned away the Orianna as soon as the Syndra was taken off the board. Now you take away 2 of Nemesis's most comfortable champions in the mid lane. Of course, Knight is going to be able to lane into virtually anything on this Orianna, but now we get to see Reckless go back to the Jhin, and with the Jhin, they like pairing, you know, more aggressive supports alongside it. When you have the free CC from Jin's W early on in the laning phase, we could see the Rakan run once more as a very strong bot lane 2v2.
Do they lock it in right now? Reminder that Hylissang's Rakan, 35 wins, 11 losses all time. That is his personal record on the champion. They're not going to go for the Rakan hard CC right now. It will be the Ornn instead, but it still does all those things you just described, right? Yeah. For the Forge Guard, you get the knockups as well. If it is comboed with the likes of a Rakan or another hard engaged support, will give them some options. So we know where Ornn is going, and now what does 369 potentially want to run into it?
Well, I mean, he has some options. You know, does he want to go to the Gangplank one more time? I think would be a fine choice for him, but we also saw how in a lot of those fights, yes, his ultimate is strong, but he wasn't able to get in range to do a lot with those barrels. So instead it's going to be the Scion, and I think this is the right move as well for Top after realizing how both 2 games have been completely about the bottom lane. Fighting around bot side early, draft some, you know, dumb tanks in the top lane and bring them down there. To just be meaty front lines for your team.
I love that. Dumb tags in the top lane. I love the fact that Sino as well, with the unstoppable onslaught, can like taxi his way into that bottom lane. If he still has TP, can go all the way back up. JackeyLove will be running the Ezreal this time round. Game number 2, I think it was, game number 1, wasn't able to have an influence as Reckless multiple times was able to lock him down in lane with the help of Hylissang. And there's going to be the Rakan hover, and it is locked in. So, Ornn for Bwipo, Rakan for Hylissang.
All right, I mean, this is great news for Fnatic fans, seeing that Rakan come in early. But I also think, if you know JackeyLove, you know his Ezreal, Game 1 was not indicative of his skill on this. He looked shaky in Game 1, losing the 2v2s in the bot lane, Arcane shifting forward way too aggressively in the face, and then immediately getting locked down by Hylissang. So he must regather himself, regroup coming into this Game 3, because there can be no more mistakes for top.
JackeyLove is, 3 best-of-5s away from joining a very elite club of potential players to win multiple world championships. And based on pre-tournament expectations, based on expectations for top esports, JackeyLove wanted to make a campaign to make it to finals. And he needs to perform at a higher level because Hylissang and Reckless have every game this series been the better duo in the straight-up 2v2s. Fnatic as a team, 8 out of 8 games at Worlds have picked up first blood. And this series, both of them were onto the bottom lane. We're into phase 2 bans. Akali, Yuumi, Bard, once again removed. They do not want Yuyanja running that Yuumi or Bard with Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the right call here. Bard 2 can be pretty troublesome for both the Jhin and the Ornn as well, from long range, locking them down so they can't really utilize their ultimates to the full extent. Kindred ban finally will pop in from top side. They're going to leave the Hecarim open, but I'm not super concerned about a Hecarim in this game. I think Hecarim works really well when paired with like the Shen and the Orianna, and we would see that a lot from Selfmade, but just blindly going for that one, I would be more surprised about.
So what do they then lock in for the mid lane? Vel'Koz into Orianna. We saw that in Dumb1 versus DRX, the counter pick. And this is something that we expect from Nemesis. Control Mage is something that we really believe in his abilities.
Look, Control Mage's scaling picks, if you don't follow the LEC, this guy plays stuff like the Veigar in the mid lane, the hard scaling type of champions. And the theory here of a Vel'Koz is the long range to counter out the Orianna. You know, she can't hit you if she can never get in range of you, right? And that's where the Vel'Koz is going to be very powerful, paired up with the long range of a Jhin, the Ornn, the Rakan to lock players in place. There is a very powerful team fight here when all the pieces are working together in perfect unison from Fnatic.
Well, talk to me about the Lee Sin lock-in now for Kai'Sa. It is a champion that has been heavily discussed here at Worlds, and it'll be the Karma to round it out, and finally we'll see if Hecarim gets locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the early game pressure from this Lee Sin to try and make plays happen with the Karma in the bot lane too. You're looking for priority versus the Rakan. They knew the Rakan was going to come through. They were prepared to lock in the Karma next to that Ezreal to have that early game pressure. Maybe be able to use that on the map, but it's going to be Selfmade's Kha'Zix. No stranger to this champion either. But while the rest of the team is going to be firing, bullets and, laser beams from a million miles away, it's going to be this Kha'Zix trying to get into the backline against a lot of squishy players and not a lot of reliable immediate CC from top.
Man, when you think about the Vel'Koz and the Jhin wanting to plant their feet with the Lifeform disintegration rate, with the curtain call, as long as Hylissang and Bwipo can keep people away from them, then Selfmade can run amok. However, there's a lot of mobility on the side of top esports, movement speed as well. It comes down to this, what could be the last game for top esports, and for Fnatic, an exceptional performance. Every member of the team working in unison. Fnatic may be able to pull off the surprise win here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are doing everything to make sure they can come out on top of this one. And for Reckless in particular, you look back from his story from losing to JackeyLove in 2018, and since that moment, he has known nothing but second place, but runner-up, and now he has the chance to reverse the course of history and knock down JackeyLove in Game 3.
Just before we get started, do you know the last time a European team beat a Chinese team in a best-of-5 was the quarterfinals before that final in 2018. It was Fnatic taking down EDG 3-1 and G2 beating RNG 3-2. Since then, China has won 4 best-of-5s in a row, with 2 of them being world finals. And for Fnatic, they'll need to do it again next week if they win the series and then set themselves up with a Suning semi-final. And as a side note, Fnatic are looking for the all-LPL kill. By transitive properties, if they can do it, they will have had a hand in eliminating all 4 LPL representatives.
Well, we'll see if they can. But already Top have completely changed their style in the draft phase. They realize they lost the bot lane 2 games in a row, so what do? They get you an Ezreal and a Karma. There's no way you're losing push pressure at level 1. The Mantra Q, completely unfair to deal with, especially with this Rakan. So it would be up to teleports from a Blippo or pressure from a Selfmade to try and turn the course of this bottom lane, but I don't expect that to be the way for Fnatic. With the Kha'Zix in the jungle, I'm looking to see Selfmade clear it a little bit more, slow things down a bit, because Fnatic scaling is very, very deadly. I think their team fight is hard to execute on, but when executed well, almost unbeatable. And the lack of immediate CC from Top is what's going to be a problem for them when there's a Rakan and, you know, a Kha'Zix diving into your backline.
It's going to be up to Fnatic to find those avenues, use vision to their advantage. They've been able to do it thus far, but when you see how much pressure Reckless and Hylissang are under, 12 CS to 3, they're under their tower already, you expect this into an Ezreal Karma. And I am going to go back to something you said during draft, and JackeyLove's Ezreal that we saw earlier was an anomaly. And I agree with that. You know, JackeyLove, one of the best bot laners in the world, has already taken down Reckless in a world final just 2 years ago. And he needs to find the positioning and the ability this game to keep the hopes alive, because for Top, the only way to a semi-final showdown with Suning is a reverse sweep, and it is a tall task based on what we've seen in the 2 previous games.
And it will come a lot through the early pressure of this bot lane, because I think that as far as early game planning goes from Top, you can see Knight is already getting priority in the mid lane, but ideally, JackeyLove and Yuyanja are able to chunk out Reckless and Hylissang in the bot lane. You can already see Reckless prepared for this. He went for the boots 4-pot start, so has a lot of sustain options, but you would likely be looking for Top to maybe set up a dive around the bottom side of the map. If you can get Reckless under that 50% threshold where dives are going to be oh so easy, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to layer down too much damage so far, and that's going to mean a very quiet game as all 3 Fnatic lanes play quite passively.
And I love the fact that in game 2, Top Esports recognized the bottom threats and they were willing to teleport very early. They were able to jump in. Selfmade this time around, going to try and help out. Webbo's going to leap forward, immediately gets the flash from 369, so successful gank. The wave is pushing towards 369, so I'll keep my eyes on Caster's pathing as he's going to clear out the Scuttle Crab in the top half. And
top lane gank, what's that?
Yep.
Never seen that in a Fnatic game before here, as Blippo gets a little bit of early attention from his jungler. Karsten was able to find both Scuttle Crabs, which is a nice start for him, and he's now going to pop up, I think, to look for a gank himself, placing that ward in the Tribush for the quick little loop around, and Blippo, half HP low on mana. This gank is doable.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The minion wave will make its way to the tower. Volcanic Rupture comes up. That's a slow onto Blippo. Sonic Wave connects, as well as the Tempest, the Cripple, the Resonating Strike, the Flash away, and Blippo escapes with his life, but Summoner Spell traded, and it will be able for 369 will be able to pick up all that farm under his tower.
Yeah, the awkward thing is that ultimately flashes in top lane aren't going to matter a whole lot, especially because, you know, it looks like, oh no, Blippo's actually going to use his teleport, so not looking for any sort of early bot lane play, but regardless would mean that if you send pressure towards the top side of the map, you're losing out on a dragon. Your bot lane also gives up a lot of pressure, so it would be ill-advised, I think, for Karsten to spend too much time around the top side of the map, especially with Selfmade coming off of the reset, because you can already see a discrepancy in the early items because Karsa went for that gank in the top lane after the full clear. He's now sort of stuck in his jungle, clearing it one more time while Selfmade already has the red smite, which is always going to give him the edge if those junglers ever meet in the lane.
There's a little knock up there onto Yuyanja, some very good damage from Reckless and Hylissang. They are down 10 CS. There's a few minions in front of them, but it's still big advantage to JackeyLove from the laning phase. I want to zoom out and just talk about that Lee Sin for a brief moment. It is one of the picks that frankly has been divisive, right? And I think if you have the ability on Lee Sin to make those impacts, then okay, you can silence any critics. But when I can contrast that to what a Kha'Zix can do and the utility that he'll have with the stealth, with the evolved spikes slowing people down, you know, what do you make of this pick in what could be Top Esports' final game of the tournament?
Well, Lee Sin is always going to be one of the strongest skirmishing junglers in the game. You know, his base values are insane. Once he has his ultimate in a warrior, he can actually one-shot a lot of squishies or, you know, take them down to like 85, 90% HP. So he's always going to be powerful in these situations. The concern comes in, well, can you actually make use of that? Is Reckless taken low?
Below 50 HP! Will survive just long enough, held on to summon a heal. I would have hit that button for sure. But Reckless respecting his lane and walking away. Trade of ignites from both supports.
Yeah, really nicely done down on the bottom side. Reckless has his heal, and it doesn't look like Karsa's going to commit to the dive. I was wondering, does he want to get around towards this bottom lane, but will not pull the trigger on that. You can see Selfmade immediately pathing bot side. This is not how Selfmade usually paths. Usually he sees his red buff coming up, he's up there. Instead, though, his bot lane's in trouble. He knows the value he can offer to keeping his bot lane alive, and he's going to play around that area.
So important to call out that this time around, JackeyLove and Yuyanja are bouncing back. The Karma pick has worked out for the first 6 minutes of gameplay. Karsa is waiting in the wings. The Sonic Wave didn't find his target, though. Summoning heal used, and JackeyLove continues to chase. Reckless down to 150 HP. Here comes Selfmade. Look in the river. Nemesis and Knight, they are chasing. And Top Esports will start to back away.
It's a win for Fnatic whenever it slows down, right? All the potions gone in bot lane. They're just trying to sustain on through as best they can. They're losing it.
Oh, first blood picked up by Top for the first game at Worlds 2020. Fnatic do not secure it. And Bwipo was just bounced sky high by 369.
Well, not having the flash ended up mattering right there for Bwipo. Will fall down, lose platings too. He used his teleport earlier in the lane phase as well. So 369 on this Scion with a Sheen first purchase. Packing a little bit more punch than expected.
That means Bwipo goes down. He's already 15 CS behind. He's a level down as well. Lost some plates. While that's going on, 10 CS advantage to Knight in the middle lane. And I believe that JackeyLove has got a few minions to clean up in front of him. So Top Esports, straight out the gate, 1,000 gold up with first blood in their hands.
Oh, I love this. Karsa over the wall, has his ultimate, wants to find Selfmade here. Oh.
Gonna wait for the leap, gonna wait for the leap. Jumps over, manages to get caught by the shockwave as well. Selfmade is down. Top Esports hunting and killing Fnatic.
That was just beautiful. Karsa waiting on the side, roaming with Yuyanja. The combination of his ult with Knight shockwave locks down Selfmade. Selfmade doesn't even get a chance to flash out of that. Perfect.
And playing with vision again. This is something we've seen demonstrated really, really cleanly from the LPL teams over yesterday's BO5 and today's. 1 kill secured for Karsa on the Lee Sin. 1 kill for 369 Scion, who, by the way, has an Iceborne Gauntlet. And despite the fact that Nemesis has thrown out that Lifeform disintegration rate, it's just for some level of presence and control. Push that wave out. He used his teleport a few minutes earlier, and it is Knight who's currently sitting comfortable, catching that wave and happy to back away.
It's just really good play there from Top. Selfmade isn't able to find the red buff, is getting shut down a little bit here on the bottom side of the map, and a dive would be difficult. It does feel like he has his flash if they wanted to go for it, but the level 6 come through. You likely have to wait for Nemesis, but here they're just gonna go.
Engage into the root. Telesang will be taken up by the tower as well as the minion. They trade 1 for 1. JackeyLove picks up the kill, but here comes Nemesis. Remember, no Lifeform disintegration rate. Selfmade's gonna stealth up. The curtain is called. JackeyLove hasn't arcane shifted yet. Finally does under the tower. Leap forward from Selfmade. Nemesis is tanking it up, and Nemesis gets the kill. 2 back for Fnatic.
Fnatic continue to target JackeyLove in this bottom lane, and they make the dive work. Hillsang sacrifices his life to remove the support, knowing that Nemesis would eventually come, and they will be able to finish off that kill. At the same time, though, the story of this series, it's Karsa on the top side, taking a Rift Herald, focusing on these objectives as bot lane continues to bleed.
Can Fnatic find more of these picks? They are still down multiple lanes. This is a replay again. Focus on Hilly. He tanks it all up, but then once Nemesis comes in, they clean up.
I mean, it is bold on that Rakan, knowing almost certainly he was going to die. Tried to flash out there and almost survive it, but of course, the Nemesis on the way. A little bit too much to deal with. Reckless able to land a whole lot of his bullets here. That's 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. Finishes off right there as Nemesis is able to finish off the kill, and now we're seeing Nemesis get involved in the bot lane. You love to see that, because the first 2 games he was just locked inside of mid, and now he has the GLP with the Glacial Augment as well, so it's very easy for him to search out and look for that CC to set up for his team.
I think it's so important to call out that for, you know, Reckless taking on JackeyLove, that matchup that's a few years in the making, Fnatic have just targeted the bottom lane over and over. This game round, however, 369 is really stamping an authority. Plus 20 CS, and this tower's at risk.
And check this out too, because Karsa and Knight are on the way. They can drop the Herald to instantly destroy this tower. That means the dive will be easy, or just straight up go for it dry.
Call of the Forge God is available for Bwipo. They have not used the Rift Herald yet. Teleport not available for Nemesis. Hylissang and Rekkles left alone in the lane. That's because Yuanja and JackeyLove, they've now moved towards the mid lane. Keep your eyes on Karsa. He can come in behind Nemesis.
Yeah, well, it was a good play. Oh, Bwipo can use the ultimate to try and clear the way, but here's the dive.
Out. Bellows Breath will clear out the last. Flashes away from the knock-up, and the tower still stands. Karsa is still holding onto the Rift Herald.
It's really crazy right now, because Rekkles, of course, is pushing in the bot lane. Selfmade was hiding inside of Top's jungle. Waiting to see, does someone walk in here? Can I get the burst damage down and knock them out? Because both junglers with the Warriors complete, they want to fight. They want to start scrapping immediately.
Nemesis trying to bait here. He manages to tag the Plasma Fission onto JackeyLove. But look at the top lane. Karsa's still not summoned the Herald. Knight is the man standing to help take out the tower. Rift Herald's still available for top esports, and once the tower falls, it's a 1,700 gold lead.
You know, it's rare you see patience on the Herald usage right there, but I think it's absolutely the right call from Karsa, holding on to that for a later push. Potentially around the mid lane.
There goes the life form disintegration ray. True Shot Barrage tags onto Nemesis.
Nemesis is baiting so hard for this one. Is Karsa top?
He's going to be able to land the kick. There's no flash available. That's the flash kick. In fact, Shockwave comes out as well, and Bwipo will go down. The Herald was then summoned. While that's going on, Selfmade looking for a kill into Yuanja. No support from Nemesis. Fnatic concede 2. And top esports may get themselves another tower.
That looked real desperate from Fnatic. Nemesis had no mana, so he was trying to, you know, get back to base somehow, and Selfmade sees support, tries to kill it, but JackeyLove did not go back, so he shows up there. Knight's also going to find the turret in the top lane, and there's still a Rift Herald for Karsa. They got 2 turrets top lane without using that. He's going to drop that in mid as it times out, but now Bwipo's on the TP.
All right, now what can happen? Teleport reply will come out. Yeah, not going to be able to root anyone, and Knight will escape with his life. Now, the smallest of wins is that the teleport was blown. Bwipo did trade his for that, and this was the setup onto Yuanja. Let's see how Selfmade decides to chase.
So Nemesis, of course, chunked out Yuanja a whole lot, and then Selfmade's just probably going to pop the R, jump on forward for this, but... Oh, his Q got canceled! Yuanja walked into the brush, and the Q got canceled. Then Yuanja with the Mantra W gets the big sustain off of that one, so there's no one-shot to be had. That's crazy.
Watch the HP on that renewal. That Mantra W just flying up, and JackeyLove had Summon a heal as well, which he stepped forward to use, also helping out. But after 13 minutes, top esports are now 2,500 gold up. All of a sudden, Fnatic are starting to look like they're in trouble. 2-1-0 on JackeyLove's Ezreal. Huge advantage in the top lane as both of those towers have been felled. And Bwipo, he is on Ornn, so the value that it'll provide is still going to be there, but there's no room for error on the side of Fnatic as Nemesis is the next target.
Yeah, Karsa once again looking for the bot lane, has the kick.
Well, there we go. Nemesis flashes away. Resonating Strike comes forward, and Karsa easily runs down Nemesis. That was just too simple, too clean, and punishing Nemesis being too far forward.
Complete waste of a flash there on Nemesis, too, flashing towards the top base. He's never going to survive off of that one. Now Hylissang waiting. No, he sees a ward. It looks like he was waiting over the wall for a play, but top continued to find good fights. And this is a very different look. Again, more early game pressure in the jungle, like that Jarvan in this Lee Sin pick, but Karsa is making it work, and they have the gold advantage too, because in a lot of these games, they've actually been ahead in gold early on, right? But they haven't been able to convert it. This game feels completely different because they have the gold lead and they have the pressure on the map.
And I think so crucial to point out that while top esports were ahead in both previous games to some degree, it wasn't 4,000 gold as it is this time right. In actual fact, during the group stages, top esports had an average gold lead of 1,500. This is blowing that out of the water. You saw the turret plates, how many have been secured? 6 kills to 2. The only saving grace for Fnatic right now is they got the first dragon. It's 30 seconds until the next one, but it looks like top is setting up to contest and take that.
Yeah, the other thing is, in these other games, like top had one lane that was going really well for them, whether it was Knight in game 1 or 369 in game 2. Now every lane is going well for top, and Fnatic say, yes, well, Rekkles, he got a lot of plate gold in the bot lane playing down there when the map was completely split, but it's just him on this Jhin, and Fnatic will need considerably more time before they're on a level playing field with top.
And I absolutely love the pivot in draft. That Karma pick has had such a gigantic influence in the flow of the game. It has allowed JackeyLove and Yuanja to stem the bleeding of Rekkles and Hylissang, and if you look at the top lane, 369 with teleport available, he's still pushing, he hasn't TP'd yet.
Yeah, he can potentially TP into the bot lane, get a flank, he's gonna go straight into the jungle, pump the gas, let's fight!
All right, Call of the Forge God comes out from Bwipo, we'll get a knock-up. Dragon is secured by Fnatic, but at what cost? There goes the engage from 369, and the first victim will be Hylissang. He dashes away and is burning down. 369 gets the kill. It's an Infernal Rift that spawns, and Nemesis is locked up, will be kicked down. The Disintegration Ray will not do enough, and Knight gets himself another kill. That's 2 for a teleport and a Dragon, and Reckless is running for his life.
Yeah, 369 still on the chase there, top. Great job fighting around that objective inside the river. It's been a problem for them in the past, but they made it work here, and they're going to get so much of it as well, getting that bot lane turret on top.
Man, that's the third tower secured by Top Esports. And yes, Fnatic, you got the Dragon, but man, at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a huge commitment for them, because you look at the levels, the items, it's all favoring Top in this fight, and Fnatic are completely split as well, right? Selfmade and Whip was sort of escaping towards the north end of that fight, while the backline is stuck down here. Nemesis just pops the ultimate to stay in it. But it is, once again, Top finding this fight, and they have all the power. They need to continue pressing this game forward and trying to find more and more advantages, because with the early lead they have, you see the goals right there. Like, all you have to do is keep going, and Fnatic will not be able to fight back.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround. The pressure could not be any higher, because of course the #1 seed from the LPL Top, they were one of the pre-tournament favorites, and they were just outclassed in Game 1 and Game 2 by Fnatic. Now, it wasn't a stomping. It was a clear 5-man Fnatic outplaying almost all of the skirmishes in the team fights. This time around, this is a stomp. This is a really, really clear turnaround. It's a slightly different look in the draft, and thus far it's working. 2-0-3 for Casa on that Lee Sin. And just as a small aside, there's a lot of personal stakes here for Casa, because Sword Art is waiting in the semi-final. Casa wants to win this game to face his former teammate. Yeah. A lot of history on the table there. But it is a long, long, long road before he can even taste that.
Yeah, the Flash Wolves reunion would be a fun one to have for sure, but have to do a lot to get there. Now, right now, Fnatic have control over that bot side river. It's sort of been traded around. They'll have pressure around this Dragon top. They're focused on mid, but with the Herald going down in mid lane, they could deal a lot of damage to Fnatic if they were to head them off the pass.
All right, 369 face plants as he used the unstoppable onslaught. Hylissang was able to jump over the wall. The fourth tower for Fnatic falls. Knight flanking from inside the jungle of Fnatic, and Hylissang is going to be forced to jump away. Blastcone sends 369 into his face, and the next tower will fall. That's a 2-tower push.
Exactly. You cut them off from being able to reach that second tower because Fnatic had pushed all the way into the river. Now you can pillage their jungle, take away the blue buff as well.
Fnatic own absolutely nothing. Selfmade picking up the blue buff means it's denied from Nemesis. This is still a win for Top Esports. Now, it's not the end of the world for Selfmade. He will be able to spam some of those W's, but the gold lead is ballooning. Nearly 7,000 gold up. And until Top Esports pick up the Baron, Fnatic do have a relatively good amount of wave clear, relatively good range. It's not the fastest, don't get me wrong on that one, but Top Esports don't give a damn.
Yeah, they have a silence. Look, they have 369 sign. He's got shields, heals, everything on top of him. He is a monster. Like, Fnatic do not have the damage to deal with Sion. Nope. Nemesis on this Vel'Koz eventually may be able to do something, but that is a long way away, especially because with this Glacial build, he's going for lower AP value items, so it is going to be quite a journey for him to get to that point.
Will not be able to take the tower. No tower secured for Fnatic, and that mountain is climbing, looking more and more like Mount Everest as Top Esports have got that gigantic lead as we're approaching 20 minutes. It is a minute to go till Infernal. I think Fnatic, they snuck away that Dragon, committed to it very, very quickly, very clearly were willing to risk their lives for that objective. And I don't know if they want to do that again. The risk is just too great.
It would be quite the throw, I feel. That being said, items have been completed, you know, Twin Shadows and a Duskblade, so they could potentially fight for mid-lane control and play for the tower. I would rather see them trade away the Dragon so they can get the mid-tower, get their jungle camps back, because that's what Fnatic need. They need gold. You know, playing for the Infernal Soul is great eventually, but you can't win a fight right now down 6 towers to none. They don't have any inner towers left to 20 minutes. That is huge.
Selfmade's gonna hop onto Yanja, gets a lot of damage, but simply not enough to follow it up. Trying to find a pick, trying to find that gold ender, but it is chasing a loss. That's a knockup onto 369 as the rest of Top Esports now start to push the mid lane. 10 seconds, correction, 15 until the Elder comes up. Now the Duskblade damage onto Yanja was high, but it just didn't matter.
Top might just go for a Baron. Right now they're sort of chasing down Blippo. Selfmade's dead for another 10 seconds. And Fnatic, how do they walk into their jungle? This time, Jackie Love can arcane shift forward all he wants. Hylissang is going to have to run away. He cannot turn it around because that's how powerful Top Esports are.
Fnatic, can they push through quickly enough? They're going to go for the Dragon instead. If they can see the Baron, the game may be over before you can get to the Soul. Fnatic, Call of the Forge God comes out from Bwipo. Bounce back into the pit. Look at 369 and Knight. They want to contest the Infernal. They are going to arrive in time, and Hylissang is low.
Selfmade's almost here, so he can land the smite, but they need more damage on this objective. JackieLove sent off the True Shot Barrage. They're going to get that one for free, but the teleport comes in.
It's going to pick up Fnatic. One dragon away from Soul. The Baron is just about to be secured by Top Esports. Lifeform, Disintegration Ray comes in. That's a kill tonight, and they managed to tag up 369. He's forced to flash away. Goes into zombie mode. Here comes Casa as well as JackieLove from the mid lane.
What can JackieLove do?
With a double box, he's jumping on a Bwipo. He's got the damage down. Bwipo gets a knockup. Hylissang follows up. Can't find it though. Defensive flash away. JackieLove continues to chase. And leap. The resonating strike from Casa. Self-made packing. And Hylissang escapes with his life. Flash forward from Reckless. Cannot find the kill. JackieLove stays alive. The shielding from Karma does it. But Fnatic get out.
The fight is absolutely ridiculous. The two-shot barrage looks for Nemesis.
Not gonna be enough.
Almost finishes him off. The absolute cockiness of Top Esports. They lose 2 members at the start of the fight, but they don't care. JackieLove took it personally, took those 2 losses personally, and got straight back in there to knock down a couple members of Fnatic.
When this dragon fight started off, I felt that 369 and Knight with the shockwave combo could have threatened. He held the trigger though, and Fnatic got the Drake.
I mean, Top just being here, it looks completely troll, because there you see the lineup. The full burst damage of Nemesis is able to finish off the Orianna. The Scion also then falls with Bwipo trying to flash in front and make sure he can't escape. But this is where things get really crazy. Again, JackieLove, absolutely no fear. He's going to arcane shift forward into the thick of things, be forced to flash out of there as Hylissang barely survives. But the Q lands, Karsa gets him, then also the ward hop to juke out the Vel'Koz Q. It is just immaculately played and a miracle that JackieLove somehow survived.
There is not enough time to say words to explain what is happening. As we come out of the replay, Yuyanja is dead this time. Selfmade was able to get an assist from Reckless, I believe, who was able to pick that one up. 3 minutes until the soul is secured. And during the build-up to that teamfight ender, you and I screamed at the same time, what can JackieLove do? That could be the headline of this entire series. Game 1 and 2, JackieLove could do nothing. Game 3, 4-1 and 2, Iceborne Gauntlet, Neuromantic completed, and here's a replay of Yuyanja getting blown.
Yeah, Selfmade just pops on in there. This is what he was looking for in the past, and I think Jhin plus Assassin is a really deadly combination because you have that range CC to follow up off of that. Molten Edge completed, and the Lord Dominic's as well, because he realizes he's going to have to get through a Scion somehow. But what I can tell you about JackieLove, Trevor, this right here is a positive gaming experience if I've ever seen one.
No doubt about it. Managing to turn the negative experiences of Game 1 and 2 around, and it is still that 7,000 gold lead. But Fnatic are willing to fight until the final Nexus. You can criticize Selfmade's decision-making on some of those picks, but he managed to find one, and Hylissang will cheekily dash away from a decimating smash and then hop over to a teammate to be able to escape with his life for now.
Now, Trevor, the Baron is about to die, and it was dead even for Fnatic. So this is actually, that play favored Fnatic. With all the fights going down, the shutdowns they gained, all they wanted to do was stall out for a potential soul fight. They're down 8,000, 8,000 gold here. That is a big, big disadvantage to hit, especially as the Death Dance comes through from JackieLove. So it is still expected to be Top winning out in these fights, but there are ways for Selfmade to get into the pit, to steal that away, or just wait later on into this game as the Baron won't spawn for another 2.5 minutes. That relieves so much pressure on Fnatic that Top won't be able to reapply because there's no objectives for them to play for until that dragon spawn.
Yeah, when you've got 6 towers picked up before 20 minutes even crest the clock, you've got to push really far into enemy territory. You really got to play around that Baron exceptionally well. So let's look at the state of the minimap. Deep Vision is being challenged a little bit as Hylissang, Selfmade, Reckless will find themselves 369. True Shot Barrage from JackieLove and Yuyanja coming up. Hylissang
there's a TP into the bot
for
lane.
his life. While that's going on, there's another fray on the right-hand side. Knight jumping onto Nemesis. So what I want to ask you to look at here, Ender, if Top are going to contest for this dragon, where are the wards, where are the vision? Because they've got the push. They've got map control. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I don't think Fnatic can actually fight this one, because as we said, Death Dance finished for Ezreal. Yeah. There's also a Spellbinder on Knight. Like, I thought he was teleporting in and maybe going to one-shot Nemesis over the wall. Like, that's the play he was looking for right there. And luckily for Nemesis, there's a control ward over the wall to spot out Knight coming through. But this Orianna hurts. She does so much damage, and Fnatic, without any control on the map, will not be able to walk back into their jungle. So they'll say, in 5 minutes, maybe then we can fight, but right now, absolutely not.
I mean, when you contrast the Spellbinder, Liandry's Torment, Seraph's Embrace versus Hextech GLP, Twin Shadows. Spooky Ghost and a Super Soaker. That's what you're dealing with. Now, Hylissang is wearing some blue suede shoes. He has dodged so many skill shots over the last few minutes.
Yeah, they're called Lucidity Boots.
Dancing on the edge of safety and has managed to stay alive. Now, Selfmade, if there was ever a hero moment, sacrifice yourself. Use that Void Assault stealth and steal this away.
Fnatic have double blue trinkets. That's the first one. They have one more left. Selfmade can stealth and hop into the pit.
There's going to be a back away. Top Esports aware of this one.
I don't think they know.
No vision. Not aware of it. Self-made of Fnatic. They're aware. Look at the cheekiness.
They see him. They blue trinketed over the wall.
They absolutely do. They absolutely do. He's not going to be able to get in range.
Oh, he just flashed in.
Leap forward. Not going to be able to do it. All of a sudden, Selfmade is the sacrificial bug. While that's going on, Hylissang is taken down. He committed the flash for the play, and 369 wants to win the game. He's running onto Reckless. The True Shot Barrage tags him as well. Reckless forced to use flash, heal, and running away for his life.
Look, it was a commendable attempt from Selfmade to try and get into the pit. Had to flash over the wall, then try to leap in, but the smite comes through from Karsa. They lock it down, get a couple of kills, and that's 15 seconds before the Baron buff spawns. Now, there's no longer those blue trinkets try and scout out into the pit. Your jungler's going to spawn at the same time the Baron does. This Baron is going to top.
And while Top Esports may be beaten, bloodied, and bruised through the first two games, they are not yet ready to give up. We'll be able to secure the second Baron. This will be uncontested from Fnatic. They should extend their gold lead to just shy of 10,000. And with Baron-empowered minions, this beefy Scion, Spirit's Visage, as well as Warmogs, to complement the Iceborne Gauntlet. I mean, he can just tank everyone for days. And then once he's taken damage, back away, regen, and do it all again.
Yeah, 369 is really hard to deal with. That's why, I mean, like, Nemesis does true damage, but not that much, you know, and of course the Lord Dominic's from Reckless was picked up very early to try and deal with it. But you have to look across and you see like level 16 for Knight to level 15 on Nemesis. That's a huge mismatch. 3-level difference in the jungle, right? Like Kozik's supposed to be the champion that scales better, that can farm it up, but he has not been able to access his camps. This is the sort of monumental disadvantage that Fnatic have to go against. It's not just the 9,000 gold, the Baron buff on top of that. It is the levels that have so much inherent value, and no matter how good your flank is from Hylissang, everything must be perfect to even stand a chance.
In game one, Ender, you called it out, that Fnatic sent Hylissang on these roaming missions to look for ganks. Call of the Forge God comes out. This will go on tonight. He's flashed away. Does not get caught by the knockup, but 369 is teleporting in behind. Selfmade is so low. He's forced to hop over the wall. Hylissang will be able to dance over himself, and now all of a sudden Reckless is low. Remember, no flash, no heal. Teleport was committed from 369, and now Top Esports are going to group up.
Yeah, Fnatic used so many ultimates off of that play, though. So yes, they get Knight's flash, but with the Baron, Top Esports, they can run straight into the base. There's nothing Fnatic can do to hold on to their inhibitor tower. It's going to go down, and Top are going to take it.
And they absolutely are. Will they be able to push for more? Call of the Forge God on cooldown, as you've alluded to already. Secondary inhibitor will be focused. Nemesis will catch and kill the top lane minion wave. So that will at least divert and slow down that amount of push. However, Top Esports will easily be able to pick up the second inhibitor. There's no real initiation tools without Hylissang or Bwipo's ultimates, and now Top 369 stepping forward. Blowing up the minion wave. Baron-empowered cannon minions, 3 of them.
They want the win!
To chip away on the Nexus Star. Bwipo's going low. What can JackeyLove do? So much damage, as we've already seen. The first Nexus Star fall. Selfmade goes in, is squashed under the boot of JackeyLove. Knight stays alive long enough as Hylissang runs away. Nemesis is down. The shockwave kills Bwipo, and Reckless can all but watch his Nexus die. Top Esports bounce back in game 3. That was brutal.
Look, they didn't just bounce back. They slammed Fnatic in that game. It was early game domination, it was mid-game domination, and it was a clean close out from them. JackeyLove looked like a completely different player on his Ezreal performance in this game, and the rest of the team followed up behind.
Top Esports JackeyLove is disconnected. IG JackeyLove is reconnected in terms of impact versus Reckless. Obviously a bit of a joke, as we've talked so much about that individual matchup, but I think for me, the karma, the Lee Sin, like the pivot in drafting strategy is what allowed Top Esports to do this. The Vel'Koz did not work, not impressed. The Rakan into the karma, obviously I think it was the other way around in draft. Yuyanja had such a big impact, and you see how the chips fall apart once Reckless and Hilly can't have that same level.
I mean, it was just the early game pressure, right? In the draft that made it really hard for them to come out on top in those 2-versus-2 fights. And I think, you know, Top just really cleaned it up because the expectations are so insanely high for this team as the #1 seed from the LPL. You can't lose here. That is unacceptable for this team. And now with their backs against the wall, they are taking everything they have to beat Fnatic.
I always put myself into the shoes of the players and the coaching staff. Like, what does tilt look like? What is anger? What is the emotional state? After a win like that, now you put yourself in Fnatic's shoes and think about it. We're stepping away as we do Moscow. I want to highlight the best fans the world has to offer. And we take a look at Moscow and fans of the decade. Today we say hello to Cameron Winters from the United Kingdom. Hello, love. He's a fan of Unicorns of Love from the LCL and got to see them make it to the group stage for the first time in history. Make sure to keep showing your support for the teams at Worlds, and let's hope the players listen to Cameron's advice and pick Nunu. No, you're wrong. Don't pick Nunu. We'll see you back after the break. Yo!
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. Top Esports were up against it, against Match Point, in fact, and that is exactly where they found their stride and how. It was the most convincing game in the series so far, I think, in terms of early game prowess, gold lead, and the way Top Esports pushed their advantage.
I mean, I think it was the most snowballed game. That's not to take away from Top, but it was like, damn it, we would have had that 3-0 if it wasn't for that pesky Lee Sin and Sion on top. No, we wanted adjustments to come into it. And I think the very first and most important thing was stabilizing the bot lane.
Yeah.
And the adaptations for Top in draft to grab a Karma and Ezreal and be like, there's no way you can lose on this one, guys. Like, this is all you. And then getting a Karsa, a comfort pick like his Lee Sin.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin Kha'Zix matchup, I like the last pick by Selfmade to play the skill matchup. I think it's slightly Lee Sin favored, but the problem that Selfmade faced was all three of his lanes were pushed in. And if you're playing a skill jungle matchup with no prior lanes, and you get double crabbed, level 3, level 4, you're kind of out of it. And you saw him try to get ganks in top, he tried to get ganks around mid, tried to make some picks at the level 6 spike, but the problem was once top lane got solo killed and he had the plates, Karsa just took the Herald and the game kind of snowballed from there onwards. Even though they did pick up the Drakes, it's not really gold, so they couldn't really fight.
And that's the most important thing. You know, once Top had to stop worrying about their bot lane and having the Karma and the Ezreal band-aid that. They got to play through the top side of the map and through that high lane priority, dominant solo laner style that makes them shine. And now you get to see how devastating they are when with 369 and Knight have winning matchups.
And just to kind of contextualize that from both your perspectives, it is incredibly hard as a team to, in the middle of a best of 5, kind of make that adaptation. This is what it looks like from kind of my perspective, because you're not only making the adaptations in draft, but you're also making that mental adaptation of the things you're kind of looking out for in a game, which you usually aren't. And I think that is especially impressive coming from Top Esports.
I think the most impressive thing that Top Esports did now was they kind of thought outside the box. Instead of thinking, okay, well, they're better at training through bots in the first couple games, they're like, let's try and match them in bot. Let's try and see if we can win. They didn't. So let's swap it up. Let's put them on something so that stabilizes bot lane, make sure that they're just in a farming, pushing matchup so we don't have to worry about them, and focus on our strengths, which is top side. So they played to their strengths while negating the fact that Fnatic had a stronger bot side, and they didn't play through bots to play into the Fnatic win condition, I think.
And now the question is, you know, how many security picks or security blankets do they have down there? You know, if they are denied an Ezreal Karma composition, does it all fall apart? Can they recreate the success to stabilize bot lane?
And do you not think that, you know, in terms of kind of momentum and thinking, this is much better for your mental aptitude going into that next game? Do you think it might go into a situation where it's just an even bot lane matchup, but now that they have that confidence, they're able to play it out via the top side again? That's the question.
Well, I kind of think that Fnatic needs to step up a little bit in draft as well, because I think the Vel'Koz Kha'Zix is losing to be too early to the Lee Sin Orianna. So I think this is the first game in the series where you see Top Esports having a winning mid-jungle, and you saw them use it pretty well. They actually went and they killed Selfmade on his red buff respawn, level 5, level 6. So they're playing super well around what they need to do. They're playing top side, they're playing through mid more, which is where you unlock Knight. Knight can move around the map. He can impact bot lane if he needs to. He can push in the waves, go into fog, then their bot lane gets the push. So I think Top's found a win condition. I think the range supports is working kind of, but it all comes down to whether Hylissang can get the playmakers, because I think banning out the Leona and them not picking Nautilus into this range support meant so the 2v2 wasn't really winnable when you're playing Rakan. You're playing more of a scaling fight. So I think Fnatic can answer it quite well if they want to go for this range support kind of play style to keep the push bot, try to get some more engage on the support role in the early levels.
Yeah, it was a priority pick on the Orianna to deny that one away from Nemesis, and now his champion pool is starting to get pinched more. I feel like Fnatic put a little bit too high priority on Ornn, and you need to protect the guy with the smaller, limited, effective champion pool in Nemesis, as opposed to Bwipo, who's pulling out things like the Singed. And I think it's just kind of reworking this priority in draft that will probably be the next move for Fnatic.
And you talk about next move, but could it also be that knowing and realizing that to pinch this mid lane matchup as well as pushing the jungle matchup to the edge where it isn't as unfavorable for you could just be the key to victory?
I think it could be the key to victory. I think Top has found a way to play top side, lead bot side, nullified. I think Fnatic have to respond. I think the best way Fnatic can respond right now is try to get a winning jungle matchup somehow, so Selfmade can be impacting the map, regardless of the pushing lanes. Try to dive this range support bot. Maybe even look for a level 1 to try to split the map bot side, because that's what we've seen teams do.
So I do want to talk about this play, because it is something that has come up a couple of times over the course of the series about the macro decision making. So Top at this point have a massive lead, and Fnatic decide to trade the Baron for a 3rd stack Infernal. They do manage to secure it, but this is what's kind of catching Top off guard a lot. You know, Fnatic see that they're in a numbers advantage, that they were trading a Dragon for a Baron, and Top just either aren't used to this or don't expect it, and Fnatic immediately turn it on and start blowing up a lot of these Barons, and this does stall out the game. Now, ultimately, Top do go on to win this game, but this is something to look for in terms of the difference between these teams. Top solo laners are so powerful, but Fnatic are actually getting the better of Top in most of the macro decisions that are being made.
And I think this is just Top overreaching. They have a huge gold lead. They're going to get the Baron for free. They left them 2-manning, 3-manning the Baron. They tried to contest this 2, 3 versus 5. And I think that's just a big mistake by them. Fnatic got a couple shutdowns. If that fight went slightly different, Reckless Flash Auto killed JackeyLove, the game could have looked slightly different. And it's these kind of opportunities that Fnatic can recognize when they're strong, when they're not. We saw in the last games dropping Drakes for top towers, cross-mapping, and this is just a really good example of how to cross-map properly.
And they buttoned it up afterwards as well, because Top's Mercedes drive to victory was the denial of the Infernal Soul for Fnatic, which could have been, I guess, the glimmer of hope, right? If Fnatic got that. You were in the green room saying, oh, if they get this, it's not over, but they didn't let it happen.
Yeah, my heart was in my mouth when Selfmade jumped into that pit, but they did manage to secure it. And Hylissang jumps in as well. Hylissang knows that it's, okay, maybe it's a 4-5% chance that Hylissang gets that Dragon, where Karsa screws a smite up a bit. He hits, of course I respect it. Hylissang only right-clicks forward. That's what I respect about that man.
And I think this is also an example of what we also saw in that replay, the fact that none of these teams are going down without a fight, right? Even in this game where Fnatic is so far behind, they still try and skirmish their way out. So we saw the same thing from Top Esports, which, you know, it's a very high-octane series so far.
But now it's about putting together that winning formula, that identity, and now both teams have figured it out. So hopefully the series continues to live up to some of the explosive plays that we've had. For Top Esports, if you're a fan, you want Karsa to be on a playmaker. You want Knight and 369 to be set up for success, and Karsa to just ping-pong between both of them, and then snowball for there, while JackeyLove is stabilized on the bot side. For Fnatic, it is all about that strong 2v2 mid-jungle. It's about kicking in the door bot lane, unlocking Hilly, and then taking these team
Fnatic's on blue. They chose blue for them.
Fnatic chose blue. I think that's a very good adaptation for them. I think Top needs to recognize that if they go for these range supports and Hilly gets something like the Nautilus, Leona Thresh, they're going to get Playmate on, they're going to get Dove. So Fnatic have many ways around this. Do they want to split the map level 1, try late invade? Do they want to try some shenanigans around there? Do they want to try a swap? Things like this.
And it's such a question of that momentum and where it has been going. Started off on a high for Fnatic, and now Top Esports fought back. We'll see if Top can bring us to a Game 5 after this.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
Too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a guy, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 못 뛴 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Big as my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see.
Yo! This series is awesome. Top Esports bounce back. And they answered the question, what can JackeyLove do? Well, a whole hell of a lot. Of course, it's not only about JackeyLove. As we've seen in all 3 games so far this series, it is a team. As and how they work together, each individual component needs to enable each other.
Yeah, you know, we saw Karsa running over the early game. We saw 369 get a solo kill up in the top lane into Bwipo. And now Fnatic, for the first time all series, will have side selection. They chose blue side, so spinning things around just a little bit. This will open things up like a Lucian ban that perhaps top Esports now need to cover for themselves. And maybe we get to see some Lucian Evelynn here. That's what I'm holding my breath for, because that was such a powerful combination in the hands of Selfmade and Nemesis.
Would be very, very fun to see after what Fnatic was able to do with that combination during the group stage throughout summer as well. In terms of the bans thus far, Syndra Silas taken away from Top Esports. This is in favor of Fnatic. Instantly followed up with Orianna and then the Twisted Fate. So mid lane is taking a beating right now, but that Lucian is still open. You would anticipate that Top would ban that one away if they're afraid of it, or the more exciting question to me is, are they afraid of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like a lot of other teams have not been afraid of it and ended up paying the price. We're going to see an Ezreal ban taken away from JackeyLove here too, so that'll probably increase the priority on picks like the Senna in the bot side. The Ashe as well is a good answer into that. But now, Top, they're posed the question, do we value removing the Graves or do we value removing the Lucian? Because they haven't been banning the Evelynn, that hasn't really hit there. It seems like if you ban away the Lucian, the Evelynn will not come out from Selfmade, but if I'm in their shoes, you gotta get rid of that pick.
Well, there you go, Lucian banned away. Now the question will be, what do Fnatic prioritize? I get real tired of Bwipo hovering Kai'Sa every single draft, every single game, forever.
A little rude.
A little personal tangent, and Bwipo faces never cease to amaze. The Graves priority has been something that has been very important for both of these junglers and was banned by Top in both Game 2 and Game 3. So insta-lock in there for Fnatic.
Yeah, and then the question is, will Karsa actually respond with a Kindred? And I don't necessarily think so. I think we're probably going to see the Senna come into the bot lane. We'll see an Ashe replied from Reckless on the other side. Could see the Tahm Kench paired up with it again and just sort of run back that Game 2 draft where it was Senna plus Tahm Kench versus the Ashe versus Braum, which did end up going Fnatic favored quite a bit in that 2 versus 2.
Yeah, in terms of how well Fnatic have been able to play the 2v2s, 2 out of 3 games, able to pick up first blood, able to outlane JackeyLove and Yuanja. In the previous game with Bwipo conceding first blood, it's the first time all tournament that Fnatic were unable to do so. So 7 out of 8 games, and now the Nidalee is locked in, something that we've talked extensively about.
Honestly, I was surprised to see this pick not come out sooner for Karsa because it's such a deadly pick and something the LPL was very early to adopt in this season is one of those champions that can match the fast clear of someone like the Graves and can definitely play very aggressively around her solo lanes. And the Analyst Desk talked about it extensively. Top look better when they're playing around 3-6-9, when they're playing for the 2 versus 2 around mid lane too. So very likely we see Knight end up getting counterpick as opposed to blind picking something like an Orionic.
And so important to see in the game that Top Esports have won. 369 setting himself up, that Sion into Ornn matchup, and then seeing how Karsa and Knight roamed top, spend time there. I mean, Andy, you even joked because Selfmade ganked top early, and you're like, Selfmade top lane? What is this? And it did cost the flash, right? But a small change. Also a change, Set has been banned by Fnatic when they were on the red side multiple games in a row. I think all 3.
All 3 games.
And now they are the ones that, in fact, have locked it in.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one, too, because they're not necessarily revealing a whole lot here. They could flex that around quite a bit. And in the past, Nemesis has actually played tanks in the mid lane, too. Not a long time, but has been known to do it. So Fnatic holding their cards just a little bit for the time being, not trying to reveal too much. Of course, the Renekton hover is a LPL classic with Nidalee plus Renekton and really hard all-inning around the top lane early on. But I think, as expected, the Tahm Kench to come through next to the Senna for that stable bot lane experience.
Now the question is, where do you lean for this set? I think one of the benefits that Fnatic have, they'll be able to see at least one more pick from TES before they decide or at least start leaning towards it. But I kind of have this feeling that it's more of a hilly type champion, or maybe a Blippo than Nemesis.
No, I would not be surprised to see it go into the bot lane for Hylissang here. Of course, you know, Ashe plus Set, that's a whole lot of CC. Set can roam around with the Hex Flash, is very, very deadly when it comes for looking for these plays. I just think more of the value is of it comes from being blue side here, where you're going to have to end up blind picking things, is being able to hide just a little bit of that for the time being. Make sure that Top have to reveal one of their solo lanes here in the 4th pick.
And of course, with the Braum banned away, if another support champion's banned away, at least you get some insights into what Top Esports expect. They do not expect the set to go in the support role. We will get a few seconds left before the Rakan is then removed. So either pushing it that way or expecting a different pick. That's what those 2 bans signify.
Yeah, and with the Renekton ban too, I think this is the right choice from Fnatic. If Fnatic did want to end up putting like the set in the top lane, because they're removing a lot of the really strong pairings with Nidalee and that Camille as well. Like, I wonder if you could go something like a Pantheon in the support if you want to be really aggressive for Hylissang. We'll hold our thoughts on that for the time being, because the blind pick Jace has now come through here. This could go Knight or 369's way, but with a Senna, a Nidalee, a Jace, you have the ability to play for side lanes, you have the ability to siege. The poke is going to be absolutely deadly, and the healing on top of it, like, it's hard to make anything Fnatic do stick.
I'm so giddy, because with the fact that we still don't know where that Set or that Jace are going, now we get some indications. Mid or support for Set. Ornn is now locked into the top lane for Blippo, and we're waiting for this final lock-in.
Yeah, so now it almost has to be support Set because you need an AP mid lane, you need AP source of damage for the side of Fnatic actually hovering the Pantheon for the time being, but I think that would be the wrong decision for them.
Now, G2 as a team has been the one that has been like almost religious in that type of, you know, mixed damage profile, and obviously it is the smart option, and the final lock-in will then be the Galio. So that will give them some tools, and I quite like some of the options, but while Galio is an AP threat and built AP, it's not your traditional AP mage.
Yeah, it's not that sustained DPS from the backside, but I think when you see, you know, a fairly squishy team on the other side, you can get away with that just a little bit. Of course, if a Sion gets locked in, maybe things get a little bit more difficult when it comes to actually cutting through the front line, but they do have double marksman to try and carry a lot of those options. Now, the Galio being run up into the Jace in mid lane is a really interesting matchup, because Galio, of course, gets a lot of natural resistances to magic. Of course, Jace will have that physical, and that damage split we were talking about between a Nidalee and a Jace is really favorable, so it's not like Nemesis can just freely build, you know, ninja tabis and feel great about that, because there's still going to be magic damage coming through. So I do like that combination here from Top.
Do Fnatic fancy themselves any shenanigans, swapping the lanes around a little earlier than expected for the matchups? That's a question we'll see in a few minutes of time. But I do think this 369 into Blippo matchup is where I really want to draw attention, as well as Karsa versus Selfmade, the Nidalee versus Graves. In the previous matchup, 369 obliterated Blippo.
It was the same matchup.
Exactly the same. He came back with the Sheen and destroyed Blippo, then got support. Follow that on with the fact that the game previous, 369 the Gangplank also had a stellar performance, but as we said at the beginning of this game, it's a team game. As the team either helps or hinders the entire squad, that is what has dictated who's been able to pick up those Ws.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that Top played really well around the top lane in the last game. Now, with the Nidalee plus Jace, I want to see them sort of get Knight out of that mid lane. Again, Knight has been so good at roaming around the map, and they have globals in the bot lane as well if they want to play towards that top side. If they want to get inside of Selfmade's jungle early on, these are all going to be very good options for Top.
If you've just joined us, we're in Game 4 of Fnatic taking on TES. TES are do or die once again. If they win here, they will force Game 5 and set themselves up for a potential reverse sweep. Fnatic, on the other hand, a win here will eliminate the second LPL team, as Fnatic had a hand in taking down LGD, and it will set themselves up in a semi-final matchup against Suning. The 3 previous games were exceptionally good. Game 1 and 2 especially close as well. We're both flashing the emotes as we haven't had any level 1 shenanigans. And when I look at the minimap, it looks like a strong pull here from JackeyLove and Yuanja with Karsa. I feel like multiple times this series, Karsa's had a helping hand from either his top or his bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Selfmade just starting leashless so that his bot lane can get either 2v2 pressure mid lane if they want to start hitting the wave, or as you can see there, Hylissang stepping forward into that second brush to maybe try and zone them off a little bit if they walked back to lane, actually through the lane from JackeyLove, but they walked through river. They're feeling good. Get on in there, don't end up losing any experience. But early levels, you can see the slow from Ashe, you know, the early CC from Hylissang, you do take solid trades here.
And Hylissang's also running Flash Ignite plus Phase Rush, so wants to get involved. Let's see how the wave plays out as Reckless and Hylissang starts back away.
Yeah, and I will note, Yuanja's played a lot of the Halo Blades, Tom Kench, in this series. It's going to be Guardian this time around, so a little bit more of a defensive option. I think this is right, because what Top don't want to do is play for like heavy skirmishing 2v2 around bot side. You'd much rather actually have that shield, especially in a matchup like this where Set is going to be coming to you. I think that is the better look here.
Not only is Set is coming to you, but how Reckless and Hylissang have played 4 games in a row, really. Because even into the Ezreal Karma lane of Game 3, Hilly was still looking for opportunities, was still trying to push forward. Reckless that time around. Previous game before there, was playing the Ashe once again and worked out very well. Even CS across the board, but you're seeing 369 shoving into the mid lane. You're seeing Knight 369 top, Knight shoving mid, and it's just the bottom lane that currently Reckless and Hilly are stepping forward with.
Yeah, good route on Hylissang will be a little bit of poke, but for the time being, I think both junglers just going to be fully clearing through their camps. You know, both started on their blue buff, went, you know, towards the opposite side. They'll trade Scuttle Crabs very likely here because there wasn't any sort of like early play or like really heavy priority coming out of these lanes. Karsa didn't feel like he wanted to go for the in-bait, but flash forward.
That's a lot of damage. Devour comes out from Yuyan, just spits JackeyLove out, and the root will not connect. So Hylissang committing. Doesn't manage to get any summoner spells or really any huge advantage.
I mean, that was just a little bit wild there, and Hylissang's no stranger. Hylissang is the type of player that he'll learn matchups like this and be like, losing my flash there is worth it because we chunked them out to 50% HP and then we get perma-prio after that. Like, that's the way that he thinks about the game, and it's not always correct, or it's sometimes hard to see the logic in it, but right there, I don't think you're ever getting a kill off of that play, but using it and X-Flash.
Now, the exhaust comes out, Hylissang down to 300. That's a root onto Reckless. Summoner heal and flash still available. The shield comes out once again. JackeyLove and Yuan just start to back away. Heal, traded back and forth though.
Look at this, Selfmade is over the wall. This is exactly what he went for. He wanted to burn the early summoner spells, burn all the mana so that Selfmade can look for potential play here. And again, Hylissang has his Hex Flash. He can pop out a brush immediately, just like he has a flash.
Karsa's making his way from the bottom lane. That's the Hex Flash. Yuyanja's gonna get the Devour. The end of the line will not find the damage, and Selfmade forced to back away. Summoner Flash blown from Yuyanja.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, though, it doesn't end up being that big a win for Fnatic unless they're able to do anything to JackeyLove, because now Karsa's in the bottom side of the map, and it's just a flash-for-flash trade between the two supports. There'll be a little window where I think, ooh, Selfmade?
Selfmade will be able to use the quick draw just to dash away from the Javelin toss and escape with his life.
Because the only difference here is that there's a window where Hylissang will have his flash and ignite, and Yuyanja's summoner spells will still be on cooldown. And that's the window that Fnatic could, in theory, look to play around, but I really do think they were hoping to get a kill off of that play. That was the goal with using that early flash on the 2v2.
That has been the goal every single game this series from the bottom lane. And as you mentioned, like limit testing the champion of Set. forcing that flash very, very early.
Yeah, well, here's another thing that Hillsang likes to do. A lot of sports will, you know, take the reset and look for a roam. Here's Nemesis, has to skirt on out of this one.
Justice Punch by some time. Knight's low on mana, though, and Selfmade's now making his way
Yeah,
out.
Selfmade will just help him push this one out. But Hillsang will sacrifice his lane stay. I gotta hold that. We're fighting mid.
Is there going to be a flash committed? Not even going to be needed. There's the flash. Claims Justice Punch forward. First blood, Fnatic. 8 out of 9 games.
Really well executed on that one, too. Knew there was no real chance of a counter gank coming out of Karsa from the information he gathered earlier on. And Knight wanted to aggressively trade so he could push that wave and reset. Really good move out of him. And Selfmade will also pick up the enemy Raptor camp.
So very nicely done by Fnatic. 400 gold advantage. 369 chasing down Bwipo. Honestly, I got scared when I saw 369 moving, but I realized no ultimate available, no unstoppable onslaught for 369. So it was just a wave clear. And for the time being, in contrast to the previous game in this matchup, Bwipo's holding a little bit more firm. Also gone for Bomby Cinder as opposed to the Sheen for the first pickup.
Fair enough. Teleport behind. Nemesis wants Jacula.
Let's see what can happen. Jacula, flash is available to him. Hylissang's coming from the side. There's the taunt. The root did slow down Reckless. Winds of War comes out, and it's Hylissang that picks up the last hit. Not ideal, but Fnatic will still be happy with it.
I mean, are they just at a shooting range or something? Like, literally, Fnatic put everything into killing Jackie Love just resigned to his fate there, knows a flash is not going to get him out of that one. So a really well-executed play once again from Fnatic to kill the top esports ADC.
Yeah, Roar of the Slayer there from 369. Dodged by Bwipo, but look at Fnatic. Now they're moving around the mini-map. Selfmade sitting in the mid lane. Dragon has been started here by Hylissang. There's not a huge amount of support. If I look at what could collapse, top may be able to.
Yeah, I think they're just going to end up giving this one away. Unfortunately for Karsa, usually he would like to play for a Rift Herald on the top side of the map. Instead, maybe just steal away the enemy blue buff. He has the respawn timer on that one, so could deny it from Nemesis, make sure Knight has a little bit more pressure in this lane. But at the same time, Selfmade's going to be doing the opposite, taking the blue buff on this side of the map. And the big difference between this game and I think last game is we're once again seeing the map very split, where Fnatic are playing towards the bottom side, but without the lane domination from 369, top are not doing as much.
Hylissang's in trouble. No flash. Remember, the shield did so much. Jackie Love below 100. Flash forward, bust the volley. Reckless and Hylissang, they did it again. Reckless and Hylissang will find the 2v2, and now with the minion wave, Conga lining its way forward. Nemesis can come in with the grand entrance. Yuyanja's the next target. Hilly jumps forward, and there's not going to be any reply from Top Esports.
How do they keep doing this? They didn't even use an ultimate for that. They just chase down Jackie Love and murder him in the 2v2.
Fantastic decision-making from Fnatic. Multiple games in a row. It is now 1,500 gold, nearly 2,000 gold lead in favor of Fnatic. And when you think about this org, when you think about this player, when you think about the resources and the ganking, Hilly and Reckless have won multiple lanes themselves and then got the support to win the game.
It's just the Hex Flash one more time, and Hylissang fully charged up on the Grit, gets massive damage out of the W, and the slows, the W flash there from Reckless actually to be able to finish off Jackie Love before his heal came back up is a thing of beauty in the 2v2, and look at the lapping from Bwipo. The man knows what's about to happen.
He absolutely does. I'm going to finish that point again, Ender. It is Reckless has been the face of Fnatic for as long as I can remember. And this is a player that has often been the focus of many ganks and much support from the rest of the team. But coming into Worlds, looking at the carry meta, even from Reckless's own words, I will sacrifice my lane to help Selfmade. That's what he said in interviews. Now with the help of Hilly, they are winning the lane single-handedly. And then the rest of the team come to take that advantage to win the game.
Yeah, and Fnatic now have that objective focus after getting the 6-minute dragon. 8 minutes rolls around, so they're going to come topside. Reckless is safe in bot lane. They say he can continue to farm that one out because Nemesis will have his ultimate here if a dive comes through. Fnatic are playing the map actually really, really well right now. Even though there is no dive that's going to happen in bot side, they respect the fact that it could come through, and that's why Nemesis's pathing is really nice. Hylissang also cheating away from the Herald, you know, pretending that he's still topside because that's where he last showed, but he would be here in the event of any sort of play from TES.
Very heads up, and knowing anything from what Fnatic has done this series, Nemesis and Hilly will initiate. There's no flash on Jackie Love. There's no flash on Jackie Love. The Devour from Yuyanja's going to be huge. The two-man pullback. Hylissang, that was gorgeous. The Devour comes on to Jackie Love. He spat back up towards the tower. Jackie Love is low. The Justice Punch from Nemesis. He flashed over and jumped backwards, but it's a trade. Bot laners for bot laners. Here comes Knight, and Top Esports are turning it around. It is an even better reply from the #1 LPL seed, and Hylissang gets taken to the skies by Knight's chase.
And Knight showing up for the shutdown is absolutely critical on that play. Fnatic had all the momentum coming out of this early game. Fight after fight, they just got the Rift Herald. If they get the Rift Herald and those kills without a reply from Top, the game is over. They don't stand a chance, but Top are now continuing to press forward and shut down Fnatic.
Yo, that looks so cool. Nemesis even flashing over the bot laners to Justice Punch backwards. But I think you have to put yourself in Top Esports' shoes. It has been aggro, aggro, aggro bottom lane. They had to be somewhat aware of this.
And the thing is, while 3 members of Fnatic show up here, they think they can get away with the 3 versus 2. But with their jungler in the top side of the map, Karsa was actually here very ready for this play. You know, Jackulov gets a couple more autos out because of his shield, and Karsa lands the spear onto Reckless. Finishing off Reckless means there's no more fight. If Reckless survives, Fnatic can turn around. They're fighting again.
And they absolutely are. Jackulov going low once more. Reckless steps forward. I think the volley
lost vision.
Not going to be able to do it. Lost the vision. That's right. The volley comes backwards. Karsa's low. Here comes Selfmade from the side. No collateral damage. That's on cooldown. Javelin toss misses its target. Karsa takes out Reckless. He's in a killing spree. Pulled back underneath the tower. The heal comes up, and it's a 1-for-1 thus far. Now all of a sudden the taunt will be able to connect into Yanja, and Selfmade will be able to finish it off. 7 kills to 5. 400 gold is the lead to Fnatic, and this is exactly like games 1 and 2.
The game is just an absolute scrap around the bot lane. This time it's Top, the first ones to strike. Fnatic to bring it back even, but they have the Rift Herald here, and the big winners are not the bot laners. It's the 2 junglers. Karsa got the double kill off of that play. Selfmade now 3-0-1, has the Dirk and uses the Rift Herald in bot side. He has a huge lead over everyone else.
Reckless and Hylissang have been sacrificed to give Selfmade the lead at this point in time. Very, very powerful position for this Graves. Don't forget that Nidalee was also a first rotation lock-in from Top Esports, 3-1-2-3-0-1. Ghostblade picked up
at 11
already.
minutes.
At 11.5 minutes. Okay, what does that do in terms of warping the gameplay? Because you already alluded there's a lot of squishes on Tops.
It means that whenever Selfmade shows up, he must be targeted out. And Graves, low-range champion. There are some CC options from Top Esports, but not a lot of great ones. They have to be a little creative in how they can find him out, but Hylissang finds Knight.
Thundering blow into the knockback. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will get cleansed away from, and the flash. Now Bwipo, flash forward and face plants. Will not find the knockup that he wants. Teleport coming in now from 369. The rest of Fnatic are surrounded. Collateral damage does so much, but there's not enough follow-up. Reckless needs to get past 369, and he simply cannot. Hylissang stays alive a few seconds longer, and I take it back. Reckless can get past 369 because Selfmade is helping out. He's got the damage to do so.
Yeah, Selfmade has all the damage he needs, but he doesn't have the team with him just yet. Top are going to be able to sustain up here with the Nidalee and the Senna, and that could be good news for them as Hylissang continues to look, but is very low.
Very low indeed. The Javelin toss almost takes him out. Karsa connects with the shot. There's still a 1,000 gold lead, and it's not done yet. Dragon is up, and the TP's coming into the river.
Yeah, Bwipo can come into this one. Nemesis has his ultimate. Hylissang does as well. There's not really much of anything on the side of Top Esports. Knight won't be able to teleport in either, but Bwipo's looking for the flank.
They're going to come in behind Top Esports. That's the engage, the slam dunk showstopper. Fnatic want to make it to semi-finals, and they'll take down 369. They'll start hunting Yanja. The blast cone is available. Hop forward. Karsa gets Selfmade. Jungler on jungler action. And now Knight has joined the fray. Bwipo and Nemesis trying to hunt down Karsa. He's going to be able to pounce away to safety. Yanja gets pulled backwards, and the great help won't be enough to save him. Reckless rejoins the fight once again and will take down Knight at the cost of Nemesis. 21 kills, 13 minutes, and the Dragon went the way of Fnatic as well.
As Fnatic are winning these fights, Karsa is going absolute god mode, trying to pull this game back for Top. He even looks for Reckless, see what he can do on that play. 5 kills now on the Nidalee, but it is just barely him walking away with anything in this because the setup was perfect. Level 6 on Hylissang is able to come in, the flank TP. It's beautiful, but Karsa lands huge spears, hits it onto Selfmade right there. That's when he thinks, I've got my moment. Jumps forward, shuts down that Graves, plus 650 gold, and is able to escape with that blast cone on top. But you can see how hard it is for Top Esports because Knight is looking for the one-shot onto Reckless. Each one of these individual players are trying their best to 1v9, but the teamwork is just better from Fnatic overall.
They are landing everything they need to. They're responding at the right time. And every time we catch a glimpse of the Fnatic support staff, These games 1, 2, and 4, they are ecstatic. The gold lead 1,600. It is still very close, and you cannot discount Casa on this Nidalee. 5, 1, and 4. We're getting into the 15-minute mark. And if you take any of the previous games from this series as a baseline to define expectations, Fnatic have been consistently better at the skirmishes and the team fights when relatively even in gold.
But Karsa's going for exactly the build that can try to carry in these games. It's Rod of Ages, so it's very scrappy, it's very skirmish focused. Going into Azonia's next, it's all about buying him time so he can get into Cougar form. Because, you know, it's great to poke on Nidalee, but it's even better to actually commit into those fights. Knight just chunking out Bwipo, but he should be fine, even with Tom Kench on the way.
Okay. I love it. Throw up the emote. And just quick update for you. I love my little, accomplishments and quick stats. And at 15 minutes with 21 kills in this game, it is the bloodiest game of Worlds 2020.
Oh, look at the junglers.
So far, thanks in part to Selfmade and Casa being involved in 8 and 9 of their team's respective kills. The previous record was 18, so we smashed that record.
I mean, Selfmade 7.6K. This is the Fnatic style. No, this isn't the Fnatic style. This is the Selfmade style that he tried to teach Fnatic in the summer split, and it worked here. They won 3-6-9.
I really hope Selfmade is going iEdge next. It takes me back to his Infinity Edge Rek'Sai builds that I think we were casting that game, in fact. Selfmade as a player is at home in this meta, and Fnatic as a team are demonstrating they can throw down with the best that Worlds has to offer.
It is such a telling story when you look at the CS numbers, and Selfmade has the most CS on his team, 142. Nemesis isn't farming. Nemesis is the jungler. Nemesis is the ganker, always playing around Reckless or Bwipo trying to find these plays. And with the Rift Herald, they're going to get a charge onto the inhib tower.
And of course, if Selfmade can deliver, if he can find the damage on this Graves, that can be how Fnatic eliminate one of the tournament favorites. It's 3 towers to 2. The Rift Herald will get all the way into the inhibitor turret, and as we zoom out again, it's still 1,000 gold difference, and the Dragon's going to be up in a minute and a half.
It's just hilarious, because Selfmade is literally the mid laner for the team. He just cleared like 2-3 waves in mid while the rest of his team was pushing topside. Now has a whole jungle to fall back on, and will be going into, very likely, the Infinity Edge Grit Chance build after that Zeal item completes.
Ender, if there was ever a meta to do it in, this might be the meta, and if there was ever a champion to do it on, 3-1-5 Graves might be it.
Whoa.
They are looking for 369. No flash, no unstoppable onslaught, no real way to retreat. Hylissang is just body blocking, and 369 will get a decimate.
Wait a second, there's a lot of top coming.
Dawning Shadow will buy some time, and the rest of top esports are now threatening the dive. That's going to be a flash away. You can't curve fast enough. 369 will just about go down. Hylissang gets the kill, and it will cost him his life, and now Reckless is the next target. The rest of Fnatic are simply nowhere to be seen. Hunting the kill costs him 2.
This is the second time we've seen it this game, though. Fnatic, Reckless and Hylissang getting really, really confident, playing outside the fog of war, looking for a play, but top esports being able to punish and move around on the map, and it's those globals helping them out so much. The Senna ult to buy time, the ultimate from Yuyanja also to get them in range, and now the bot lane from Fnatic is dead right as the Ocean Dragon spawns.
This is the style of game that defined game 1 and 2 of this series. If you are just joining us, you have to watch those ones. 24 kills in 18 minutes. If this goes to 5, I might need an oxygen tank because another team fight is being set up. You can see that both Reckless and Selfmade are making their way from the base, and they are not going to engage this one, despite Hilly arriving late to the party. They'll just pop the Scry's Bloom, not spot anyone, in fact, and top esports will get their first Drake of the game.
Yeah, the bot lane from Fnatic really trying to maximize their output in this, but you saw it was just at the same time that Nemesis, I believe, took a reset in 369, a support set, and Ashe. Like, Sion's not really killable. It takes you about a year and a half to be able to cut through his HP bar, so the rest of top are able to get into the fight, and Hylissang is able to trade onto 369, but it's not the same when your bot lane completely dies there. The shutdown also going on to Karsa, so he's stacking up and feeling real good.
6-1-4, 10 of top esports 11 kills Karsa has been involved in. Before that fight, Reckless did not have the Hurricane completed. Not that it would have had a huge influence on the pick or the fight, but crucially, I think the fact that they lost their duo allowed top esports the uncontested Drake. And as we look through some of the rest of the items, that Ghostblade, Last Whisper for Knights. We've got Phantom Dancer picked up for Selfmade, hugely influential. And the Dead Man's Plate for Hylissang as well. He will just get spotted by Yuyanja on the way out, and 369 not going to chase any further. So set ourselves into pushing the waves. likely slow things down a little unless someone's out of position.
Yeah, you know, I like how TES were trying to play around that, because one thing that can sometimes be a problem for Hylissang is he goes on solo warding missions into the enemy jungle, and you saw he went in there to place down the wards. 369 was sort of looping around, so TES can really look on these, you know, ward timers from Hylissang to try and punish and find that pick. And those are sort of the windows they want to play around at the moment, because otherwise, really, I don't think they can do a whole lot proactively. I think they're very good at punishing the oversteps and the overreaches from Fnatic, but I mean, Fnatic are always going to be the ones, you know, pressing the gas and trying to speed up this game.
And not only from a composition, but from a series playstyle point of view as well. Fnatic are trying to grab the semi-finals. They are trying to eliminate another LPL team, and this game is very, very close. I will keep a close eye on Nemesis. He's down 93, 97 CS, or 93 CS, correction, about to
He's the jungler, okay?
Horizon, exactly my point, right? As you were talking about it earlier, Nemesis is the one that is conceding all of his lanes and his farm so that Selfmade can be the super carry for the time being. And that means when we get to these team fights, that Galio ultimate needs to be on top of Selfmade. Make sure that he doesn't go down, because if it does, a lot of that lead goes with him.
Yeah, I mean, Selfmade is insanely strong, and I'm a little worried for TES as we continue to scale up, because with, you know, the primary damage dealers being lethality-based, it's so easy to actually itemize into the Ninja Taubis. You already see that in mid lane from Nemesis, you know, a lot of armor being built up on the front lines of Bwipo and Hylissang, and on top of that, Selfmade builds up his grit within fight, so all of that armor hard counters a lot of the lethality being purchased by TES, and that's actually why we see a bit of a pivot from Knight, who has now itemized into the Mortal Reminder third item, because he realizes that he's going to be stuck hitting frontline, hitting a lot of beefy boys for this entire game. He's got to change things up in those items.
And that just means when we get our team fight eventually, once again, end of this series, it comes down to execution. Once again, it comes down to vision. And I think something that we have seen several times is, honestly, surprise engages. In the very first game, I was critical of a TP in just to get 2 kills. And you put me in my place correctly. Kills are objectives. They do equal gold. And what Fnatic have shown is when they get both of those, they can win games.
Yeah.
So, with 1.5 minutes to Dragon, vision was cleared out in the southern quadrant of the map. Top Esports had a number of wards. Fnatic have done a decent job of clearing out at least the controls. Now they're trying to shove those waves out. You can see 369 catching the bottom lane. So I feel like we're going to get this push and pull of lane prio and set up for the next Drake.
Yep, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. And all the while, TES are just going to be theorycrafting, talking to each other. How do we solve the Selfmade problem? Because he's got a Wraith Blade now, the Phantom Dancer too, so great for surviving in these fights. And they don't have a lot of hard CC options. I think it does come down to 369 and his sign, his positioning to be able to find out Selfmade. By himself, can't really do a whole lot of anything, but working around the rest of his team, timing that with, you know, the poke spells of a Nidalee and a Jace, making sure those can connect onto the Graves are going to be absolutely critical.
And when you see how much damage that Q from Graves does to 369, with the Frozen Heart, Sunfire, and the Ninja Tabite, Selfmade needs to get around him. 30 seconds to the Ocean Drake. You can see a number of top esports pings. Hylissang is going to get rooted in place. Bwipo is going to throw Call of the Forge God. That knocks up Jackie Love. And Yuanja gets taxied all the way backward thanks to a showstopper. The volley comes out, and now top esports on the re-engage. It's Hylissang. That's the first to fall. And 369 is a beefy frontliner. Flash over the wall from Nemesis. Doesn't really find the taunt. Goes golden, and Selfmade forced to run for his life. There's not enough damage. There's not enough connecting. And it's top esports that are winning this fight. Bwipo goes down. 3 members of Fnatic are deleted.
And top esports, forget the Dragon. They can head straight over towards there, and they have the sustain to live through this one. Selfmade is trying his best to get into a position for a steal, but TES know he is there, and they are ready to shut down his chances of taking this Baron.
No flash available for him. Smite appears to be on cooldown. Collateral's there as well, not available. And Selfmade's backing away. The Dragon should be the target, and with the help of Reckless, they should have enough time to do this. How quickly can Top Esports get down there? I don't think they'll be able to. No. So, Baron goes to Top Esports, the gold lead as well, the kill lead as well, and Fnatic are 1 Dragon away from Ocean Soul.
It doesn't get much better than this, Trevor. I mean, it is so scrappy in that river. And the problem for Selfmade is actually the range difference. It wasn't even the CC going down onto him, it was just really hard to get past the Sion and the Tahm Kench. So Karsa's landing his poke, Knight's doing the same. And you could see it was Fnatic that started it off. It was a really good Ornhorn popping out from Brippo that caught both the Tahm Kench and Jackula, forced him to flash away. But then you look on the left hand of your screen, Reckless is low, Selfmade is low. Selfmade doesn't really want to hit a tank, so he's just sort of left, right, clicking all over the place, can't do much of anything, while TES get free reign. The knock-up as well into the spear from Karsa zones Selfmade away from the fight, so it was just really well executed. When everyone was bundled up like that, it was really hard for Fnatic to get past that front line.
And look at the support staff for TES. The tension is palpable because, again, they are down in the series. They need to win this game to force a game 5, but with Baron and the Red Bull Baron power play now helping them out, they're up 2K. 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 50 rather, until the next Dragon is up. And we're now starting to see things get difficult for Fnatic. Top Esports pick up their 4th tower of the game. The Shock Blast obliterates Reckless's HP bar. Here comes Hylissang. That's a showstopper into 3. The Ash Arrow goes all the way back as on a Jackie Love, but there's no further follow-up. Where's the Galio ultimate? It's finally going to arrive as Hylissang is running for his life. Bwipo is trying to keep 369 busy. And Top Esports will get the inner turret once the next mini wave arrives.
Fnatic are just frantically throwing everything they can at Jackie Love. It worked for a couple of games, but not here because the sustain is too much. You put some damage down, sure, but you lost all your ultimates. And with the Nidalee and Senna, you don't take any damage from TES. So the tower will go down and Nemesis gets chunked.
The unstoppable onslaught goes in with 369, finding the knock-up. That's the chase back. But Bwipo and Hylissang are trying to zone away the rest of Top Esports. 369 below 1,000 HP as Hylissang will fall. Flash 4, the decimating smash will not find a target. And finally, Bwipo will get taken out. Selfmade and Reckless cannot get past Sion, cannot get past Top Esports front line, and Fnatic will lose their inhibitor.
Trevor, there's another minion wave here. 369 is going back to base. He has teleport to get back in. TES want to push to the match point.
Collateral damage is available in just a few seconds. Fnatic might find themselves in a do-or-die game 5. Can they pull off a miracle and stop the bleeding? Selfmade is chasing forward. Collateral damage is blocked. The Devour from Yuyanja keeps Jackie Love alive. The Nexus Tower will fall. Nemesis steps out, cannot do a thing, and now Hylissang all of a sudden is trying to slow down the bleeding. There's no more minions to work with. This will buy some time. Reckless is chunked low by the accelerated Shock Blast, but the Nexus is the focus. The Nexus is being destroyed, and Fnatic won the first 2, lost the next, and Top Esports will force a game 5.
Karsa entered God mode in that game. At the start, it looked like it was over. It looked like Fnatic had it. They got the fights around bot lane. They won the 2v2, but it was Karsa in those fights, finding out Selfmade, eliminating him, making sure they could take him out so they could turn the fight. It was huge, and TES somehow managed to turn it around.
There has never been a reverse sweep in a best-of-5 at League of Legends World Championship. And if momentum is anything to go by, Top Esports may be the first. That game was scrappy, and it was the first time, in comparison to game 1 and 2, where Top Esports came out on top.
Look, it was a great fight from them, but for Fnatic, it destroys you. This is the game they wanted to play. Selfmade had everything, he had the most gold, and the entire game was farming up, but he could do nothing in those fights.
Ban Sion, get rid of it. For the first time at Worlds 2020, we got a game 5 presented by Spotify and Silver Scrapes as Fnatic and Top Esports fight for a spot in the semi-finals. Game 5. We'll see you in a few minutes. Woo!
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. We got our first silver scrapes of this World Championship as Top Esports have pulled off an incredible comeback. It all comes down to Game 5 as the LPL versus LEC rivalry continues. How the tables have turned. I stood here 2 games ago talking about there was only 1 game needed for Fnatic, and now it has completely turned around. And you got to give all the credit to Top Esports for that.
Yeah, and I really want to underline this. Trevor just said it on the analyst desk. If you guys haven't heard it, I'm going to say it again. There has never been a reverse sweep in World's history. Top Esports would make history if they managed to pull this one back, and it's about finding that winning formula.
And can you give a bit of context to that? You as a pro player, Kadril, how hard it is when you're down 0-2 in such an important tournament, and also with the weight of the LPL on your shoulders as a first seed, to bring it to a Game 5, that is some inspirational stuff.
It definitely is tough. I think if you saw the Game 3, the player cams in the draft, Yuanji was actually laughing. So there was definitely some conversation. They probably went into it, well, we've got nothing to lose. They're pretty good. We think we can throw something at them. We did throw something at them. They've won the last 2 games, and I think that they've adapted super well. And I think it's the mid-jungle which is just standing out so much for me in this series.
Yeah, it feels like everyone has focused in on exactly where the spot the Inters are. For Top Esports, Inter has been located in mid lane. They are blitzing. They are throwing everything possible at Nemesis, and they are trying to really abuse the 2v2 mid, whereas the target is all on Yuanja in that bot lane. That is spot the Inter. Hilly and Reckless know it, and now it's kind of a race through priority in mid lane to the bot lane.
Yeah, there's a couple of battles going on in that game. You could see there was so much fighting in bot. Fnatic was literally just hard forcing through bot, whereas Karsa was playing more through mid, trying to get to bot, trying to get that down there with Knight. And I think you saw most of the time Nemesis was on the bot fight, and Selfmade was always in the mid, taking the waves. And I think that it was kind of like that meme, right? This is mine. No, this is mine, right?
This is mine,
Takes away the mid farm from Selfmade and says, this is mine now. So yeah, Selfmade was so fed.
So we talked so much about what Top Esports had to do after the first 2 games, but what does Fnatic now need to do to pull it back?
I think you're starting to see some of the bad habits from Fnatic come to fruition here. You know, Kadril just talked about it, how there's multiple times when Nemesis was ganking for his bot lane, but Selfmade would be on Krug camp or kind of a cross map, not really with his team, and it's Knight and Karsa that are being the big difference makers. It's the fact that they took a dragon fight that they really didn't need to take. You know, for how controlled and how much we've complimented Fnatic looking for cross mapping this series, you know, at the end of the day, they walked into that dragon fight before they had the itemization, and they just couldn't kill Sion. He was way too tanky.
That Sion.
I think the 2 biggest consistent strengths I can see from Fnatic right now is, 1, their cross-mapping is great. If Reckless is getting like Sion ulted top and Hittersank's trying to help him, they're collapsing on him, they're taking mid tower, they're taking bot tower, they're trying to force a dragon. And the other consistent strength I see is the bot lane. They're dominating this matchup. You can see it in the stats. I think Reckless and Hilly are having a lane kingdom here. Even if sometimes the bot matchup looks rough, they're still finding the kills, still finding the ganks, and Fnatic's playing to it. So the 2 consistent strengths are there. Just Top Esports seem to have found some answers to it with the mid jungle.
Yeah, and the answer is finding your comfort picks. You know, Karsa, I'm not gonna hold punches, looked totally out of sorts. Just looked like garbage on that Jarvan. On his Nidalee, it was bad.
Don't mince words here.
His Nidalee and his Lee Sin have reminded why Karsa is so respected, though, and why he's just a god-tier jungler. That performance, I mean, Ender said it, he went absolutely god mode on Nidalee.
You need him in your clash, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I didn't want to open that. Yeah.
No, but just looking at the draft as well, I think that they drafted so well around Karsa to carry, right? You're drafting double AD solo laners, an AD carry in the bot, no AP mages, nothing on your team. You're the sole AP carry of this team, and you're playing Nidalee. Champ that has to jump in. It's not like a Lily or an Evelyn, which is arguably safe with the stealth or just playing the range. You hit the spear, you're going in, and he managed to die 1 time in a comp where there's like Set, Galio, or, and there's so many melee champs to stop him.
He played it to perfection, and that's what we also touched on a couple of games ago. You know, when you're in this context of a best-of-5, it is all about adapting on the fly. It is all about reaching deeper to show what you've got. And in this draft, as we look forward to Game 5, Fnatic have chosen to stay on the blue side for this one. Talk to me about the strategies of both games in this all-important teams in this all-important Game 5.
I mean, I feel like they're staying on blue side because they feel like that's the safest option to get a good champion for Nemesis, really. Like, I don't know. He's getting hard. Like, look at those bans. That's Lucian, Twisted Fate, Orianna, Syndra, and Silas. That is so many mid lane bans, and he's constantly having to reach for this Galio. So I'm curious if, you know, Fnatic have run out of tricks, if they don't have another trump card to throw down, if the champion pool really is going to be an issue, and now that Top have found their stride, and they're starting to flex their versatility in their champion pools, especially in their solo laners.
It's Game 5, it's all or nothing. Do you want to pull out the Veigar, do you want to pull out the Malphite, all these pocket picks that Fnatic have shown us throughout the regular season in the LEC, and just looking at the draft, they're targeting mid lane. Rengar top, maybe not Rengar top,
dear.
but they're targeting mid lane so much, and Nemesis, the Vel'Koz, the Galio doesn't look good. I think he's kind of getting pushed in a lot, and he's losing so much resource on the mid waves, and he's roaming to bot. Reckless does get fed, but it doesn't net them a gold lead when you're putting all your resources into bot, they're pushing in mid, they're pushing in top. The trade-off's kind of there in gold.
And do you think they're maybe staring blind on the fact that they still want to get Nemesis a certain matchup that could work when they could actually be using the bans that get thrown his way to an advantage in a top lane?
I mean, ultimately, when I look at Fnatic's draft and kind of the execution of this game, I didn't mind it. It felt like Selfmade got so far ahead. He was given so many resources. I was like, actually, this is still a really great game for Fnatic. But again, it's some of those issues from regular season Fnatic, taking dragon fights you didn't need to take, not necessarily playing around, like, going into him. Hilly was having one of those moments where he maybe steps a little bit far forward, he's feeling himself, and the rest of his team's not there to back it up. And when you do that against a team like Top, they punish that so hard. This is a case, I think, of Fnatic having the endurance to stay in top form. I don't care if they run this draft back again. This was an execution problem, and they got outplayed by Top.
2 games in a row, though, the Sion doing a lot of work, I think, both in the team fights and into the matchup specifically. I know that's kind of maybe a ludicrous suggestion to ban it out, but sometimes you got to ask the question.
The problem is Bwipo's been on tank duty the whole series, apart from the Singed. I think that the Sion was buying so much time in fights. Like, you have Ornn, Galio set, and then the Sion is on one end of the front line, and the other end of the front line you have the Sion, and the Sion was buying so much time, so tanky. He's got the passive as well, and it kind of comes down to draft in a way where they have the Senna, the Nidalee, the heals for their front line, making sure that the back line can do as much damage as they can. So, like Frosk said, I think Fnatic's comp's good. But is it good enough to run back? And do you want to use a curveball? It's game 5. It's the game decider.
Yeah, it's everything. And I think we just need to kind of emphasize that once again. When you get to a game 5 in a situation like this with all the pressure that is mounting, it is now about the clutch. It is now about stepping up when it matters most. And momentum-wise, it's gone either way. You can really expect TES to be on a high after that last win, knowing that you've won 2 in a row. But as said, we have never seen a reverse sweep victory at Worlds. Predictions.
Okay, you want to go first?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Okay.
She's conflicted.
I'll go first. You have a
She's very conflicted.
In my opinion, they have lost the last 2 games, but I think Fnatic will bounce back. I'm expecting some kind of pocket picks. We've seen them win from behind. We've seen them win from ahead. Now it's all about the clutch factors. I think Fnatic have got it. I think their consistency in the bot lane is shining for them. I think overplaying into it too much is what they're doing. Maybe let Reckless sit down there, make him win the lane, keep him safe, but try to help out mid, try to help out top. Spread the resources evenly rather than focusing on one lane. I think that if they kind of drive away from this one-dimensional style that they're going towards with this hard forcing in bot, maybe a couple pocket picks like a Malphite or something, and then just play the team fights. Mechanically superior to top, I think Fnatic can win.
And a lot has to go right, but you're giving it to Fnatic FLICKR, and you had some time to think about it.
Why not? I guess Fnatic, I expect that there will be something spicy. I think if they go down here, they're going to go down swinging. I know that's not the analysis that you want here. The predictions at the top of the day were 3-1 to top. No one expected Fnatic to even come close to this. What I love most about this series, though, is that they held firm, they stood strong, they said, you have to respect us. You may not like it, but you will remember the name. Reckless and Hilly especially made their mark. I don't care if they lose here or not. Like,
what? Everyone cares.
No, I don't care. You cannot talk down to them anymore. Like, the time has gone and passed where Western players don't get the respect that they deserve. Reckless showed today. Cap showed it last year. You, like, stop with these top 20s where it's just, you know, LCK, LPL as far as the eye can see. Not today.
Oh, God. Okay, a strong display there, but it is all about that game 5, and it doesn't matter what you did in the past 4. It's this one you have to win. We are in for a thriller of a game 5 as Top and Fnatic look to secure a spot in the semifinals.
Thank you.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. time you play far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die.
Welcome back to World 2020. We are ready for Game 5, presented by Spotify. And Spotify wants to know, what is your ultimate hype track for this game? Share it on Twitter using the hashtag #LeagueOnSpotify. Ender, if I would ask the same question, what would your ultimate hype track be?
Oh, Old Champs Select music. That's the one. Old Champs Select. That is a banger, and that is the only thing this series is missing.
Well, Champ Select is loading up with new Champ Select music. I should have asked you that question before. Maybe we could have got some for you. Nevertheless, Top Esports taking on Fnatic. And as Fnatic lost the last previous game, they will have side selection once again. They've elected blue side. Super quick, before I look at the champions, Fnatic have made it to a Game 5 in a best of 5 10 times in the organization's history. They have won 7 of those games and lost 3. And only one of them has ever been at an international tournament. It was a loss to SKT at the MSI 2015 semi-finals. Let's see what Fnatic can do today as they ban away Syndra and Set, jumping into the final game.
Wow, okay. So already changing things up here. Last game, they banned away that Sylas that Knight piloted in Game 2. I believe we'll open up that third pick, Sylas, as a counter option if TES want to go that route. In this game, I mean, draft is going to be so interesting because 2 games in a row now, 369 Sion has been a problem for Fnatic to deal with. But is it the Sion's fault, or is it only having Galio as your AP source of damage? Changing things up continues, though, with a Lulu ban, and that's odd because we have not seen Lulu. We've seen a lot of second phase bans on the Lulu. We have seen it paired with some really strong bot lane champions, but Fnatic are looking for something that we don't see yet.
Now the question is, what did we see Lulu run into during the group stages when it was run top lane? What champions could they potentially be banning away if that was one of the options? For this game, I have to have my eyes on Selfmade and Karsa. And we've talked a lot about both of them, but Selfmade had all the tools, all the gold, all the damage necessary to run away with that game, but the team couldn't curate or engineer scenarios for that Graves to have the impact that he had. Karsa, on the other hand, on the Nidalee, he found the spears and the fights over and over.
Because for Selfmade, it was a really hard game because he just got outranged by a lot of stuff on the TES comp, and he was just beaten against a Sion that he could not get through. So the only way he's able to fight is if he can reach the backline, and then his burst damage would be huge. But Karsa's Nidalee was absolutely insane. If I'm TES coach, I want him on that again. It was that good that I want to see him pilot it one more time. If I were to bank everything on a player in this final game, I would look at Karsa.
Well, Karsa, for the time being, is going to lock in the Lee Sin. It was what helped Top Esports pick up their first win on this comeback. They're 2 in a row so far. And now Selfmade will need to reveal what does he want to run into the Lee Sin and in conjunction with the Senna.
We could see him holding off on that for a little while. It's very, very common for Fnatic to hold that jungle pick until much later in the draft, even after TES have shown that Lee Sin. I think you put Hylissang on the Rakan. When Fnatic get into crunch situations, when Fnatic's back are against the wall, they will almost always default to comfort. Picks like the Rakan for Hylissang. These types of champions are always what they want in these game 5s when it doesn't matter everything else. You want your players to feel at home. You want them in the best possible position. And
if Hylissang can find the engages that he has so many times, that will be huge. TF, when I look down at 4 games in a row banned by Top Esports, this time around available, and it is now locked in.
Exactly, and you speak about comfort. Nemesis, Twisted Fate. He's played the AD variety, he plays the AP variety now.
Do it.
But Knight played mid lane Nocturne in the group stage as a specific counter pick into the Twisted Fate. The Sylas is a bit more tame version of that, and I think with an AD jungler it makes a lot more sense to diversify a bit and make sure you have that Sylas for the magic damage. But with the Sylas left open, this is going to be spicy. Once again, Nemesis has that global impact, but Knight can be favored in the lane.
He absolutely can, and we've seen that Sylas already found itself banned once or twice this series. And this is it, do or die for both sides, with the Lee Sin locked in for Karsa. And we've got our mid and bot already on Top Esports. Now we need to see what jungle pick Selfmade is going to go for. Every time that JackeyLove has run Ezreal, the Yuumi and the Bard have been the phase 2 bans for Fnatic. With Yuumi removed from the table, I would anticipate Bard being the follow-up. Kindred and Camille taken away from Top Esports. So do we have a Tonk v Tonk top laner once again?
I mean, I think that has to be the expectation with how the games have been playing, with stuff like the Ornn being left open. Once again, though, Twisted Fate not the best champion in terms of damaging tanky frontliners for your magic damage. So that's why we're going to see the Sion ban come through. Of course, this does leave open the Bard that has been commonly banned. It was the Yuumi and Bard bans next to the Ezreal if they wanted to play for that ranged matchup here. And, Bard sees a Rakan, E onto a Senna. Well, that's a pretty nice lineup for a Q if you want to land that CC.
What do you prefer, Leona or the Bard?
I think that I like Leona in the hands of Yanja because one thing that I think is very scary in the hands of an LPL team is that immediate hard engage from long range. And Bard does have that with his ultimate, but it's a little bit different comparing that to a solar flare here. So the Leona into the Rakan is sort of that point and click champion that if Rakan hops in, you can instantly see that, but very hard to lock down with the Zenith Blade.
And I also think when you look at the likes of Sylas and Lee Sin go forward, I think synergizes a little bit better holistically as a team than necessarily the Bard. You can allow JackeyLove to just sit in the flanks and play however he wants to. With Camille, Sion, Lulu banned away, Bwipo is locking in Gangplank. There is no more of a comfort pick and comfort composition than what we've already seen. And for the last question mark, what does Selfmade run in the jungle?
It's the Gragas. All right. This is one of those AP junglers that he also plays. Played a lot this season, actually, and I really like this adaptation. Now you have double globals, you have globals in top, you have globals in mid, and of course that Gragas for Selfmade to play around the rest of the map, and it's going to be a bot lane focus again, I feel.
And the explosive cask is disengaged for Sylas, Lee Sin, Leona, one of the tools if they want to, but because of that Gangplank at the top lane, Vladimir is now the reply. Once again, Death Ball forward. I feel like we're going to have a lot of very hectic skirmishes and team fights as we get closer to the mid-game.
Yeah, this can get really, really crazy because now 369 is that late game scaling insurance. You sort of have Carson Knight to act as the bridge. You know, Knight can follow those TF roams with his ultimate, stealing that one away to have that global pressure and match that. But I mean, late into the game, you do not have a lot of instant reliable CC. You got to wait for the gold card. You got to, you know, wait for Senna's W to prime. Vladimir flanking, flashing into the backline is going to absolutely destroy Fnatic if they do not pay respect to it.
Ooh. We've seen Fnatic initiating and creating opportunities for themselves all series long, especially games 1, 2, and 4. However, we've also seen them overreaching, overcommitting for engagements. And when you look at a Silas, a Leona, a Vladimir, you are going to get punished so heavily. This is our first game 5 of the quarterfinals at Worlds. Fnatic won the first 2 games, hotly contested, very close, a game of inches, as it were. Then they get blown out of the water in game 3, and the mental state, the fatigue, the pressure on Europe's 2nd seed and on China's 1st seed. We load into the Rift for the final time today, and it has been a hell of a journey. And now we get to see who advances to face off against Suning in the semifinals. The winner of this game books their ticket. Is it Europe or is it China? That's what we're going to find out.
Oh man, I just can't take my eyes away from Karsa. His Nidalee performance was so insane in that last game because I really do believe that was Fnatic's game to win right there. It was theirs, and Karsa in those fights on the Nidalee finding self-made was so critical to TES turning around and finding success and pushing us to this game number 5. And now, once again, he returns to that Lee Sin to have the early game impact and hopefully find some fights around, working with Yuyanja to roam and get kills, because that is what it is all about for TES here, is him acting as the bridge into the late game damage of a Vladimir and an Ezreal.
I started talking about Lee Sin's impact in the early game and even asked you direct questions on what you think of the champion as a whole. And the basic summary was, well, look, if you can find the impact, if you can find the kills, it's great. And that's what Karsa has done. 2 games in a row, he's had a very large impact on the game. Once again, Karsa's going to get a pretty heavy leash. This time around, Reckless and Hylissang also helping out Selfmade in both the bottom and the eastern quadrant of the jungle.
Yeah, Gragas may be a little bit more reliant on an early leash than some of the other junglers Selfmade has been running today. One of those things that was so great for Karsa when it came to the early game playmaking was actually a little bit later. Once Lee Sin gets his warrior enchantment, again, that one-shot potential with his ultimate is so huge, and especially around that mark, linking up with Yuyanja either to roam into mid lane and sort of hit the global added source, or even walk into the enemy jungle. We saw that work out really well earlier on in this series, picking off Selfmade when he was playing that Kha'Zix, and Gragas can also be quite vulnerable.
He absolutely can. And Hylissang and Reckless, they've been able to have such great success in this 2v2, and I think Hylissang in particular is one of the guys that gets talked about a lot, memed about, you know, coin flip player. He really has been on, especially with his initiations and his engages. And well, let's see how we can handle this Ezreal Leona lane. Nemesis early ward steps up to the Raptor camp. That'll give some info as and when Karsa goes. But look at this, level 3 is going to come around in behind Nemesis. Selfmade is close by though. That's the stun. Selfmade, does he decide to turn? Sonic Wave, Resonate Strike, flash away under the tower. First blood to Karsa and top esports.
Karsa gets it going early, right there, hopping into mid lane, getting first blood. Nemesis had just used his pressure to put a ward in the enemy jungle. Did not see a Lee Sin, and then right from underneath, Karsa in game 5. This is what I'm saying. Give him the champion he wants to play. Give him that Lee Sin, because he has a huge impact on it.
Such a fantastic gank, landing everything. And they get Nemesis's flash as well. He's teleported back to lane to not lose out on too many minions as possible. But this will be a difficult situation to be in, and of course it landed in Karsa, speeding up the time to get that warrior enchant.
Yep, really good news for him, and just, you know, early on you're gonna fall down in CS usually in this Silas matchup, but that extra pressure forcing the teleport out of Nemesis, a really big deal as well. Yuyanja.
Zenith Blade does connect, a lot of damage there onto Reckless. Cleanse Flash still available to him. Jackie11 and Yuyanja back away.
Yeah, that extra damage coming out of the Leona W there, doing some big chunk damage onto Reckless on the back half. We all see an early reset out of Bwipo here. Early lane phase, GP is actually quite favored, and it can sort of walk up into the face of Vladimir, trade Qs pretty frequently. If he ever gets to auto-attack him, that's going to be a big win in the trade for Bwipo. So he takes that early pressure, takes the reset, now has a Cull in his pocket as well.
The passive working out so well for him. Cole also gives you a bit of an indication of how Bwipo anticipates this laning phase to play out. For the time being, Reckless and Hylissang under a lot of pressure. Yuanja finding a very good engage earlier, burned through some of the potions, but not too many. And Knight right now stepping backwards, respecting the range that Nemesis can throw out.
Item difference in the jungle. It's a red smite and a longsword with that first blood money for Karsa, whereas Selfmade, rocking the Predator, now has his boot, so has opened up better gank opportunities. But again, Lee Sin always going to be favored if they do meet, and if Karsa is able to spot out Selfmade early and be ready for a counter game.
Let's see how well Selfmade can impact this game. Karsa already straight out the gates, that level 3 gank from behind, helping out. However, with the lane matchup, the auto, long-range auto attacks of Twisted Fate into Silas, he's got himself a 10 CS lead. The wave is just crashing into Knight for now, so that is to be expected. Yeah. As well as that minion dematerializer to help just make sure you can control the wave at his pace.
And as long as Nemesis is able to sort of hold the wave in front of his tower, not push up too far, he should be not too vulnerable. Even without the flash, if he's close to his tower, that's the benefit of being in a mid lane. You're not in too much risk. But Karsa will walk in and place a deep ward, has double control wards too, so can really start to take control of the jungle. And this could be really good news for someone named Jackie Love, perhaps, who's had the map split against him so many times this series with the priority early on in the jungle matchup with that first blood. Karsa can sort of control which side of the map he can play on and force Selfmade to the other.
Now that's where Selfmade's going, up to the top lane. 369, level 5, low on HP. And Selfmade, does he fancy a shot?
Oh! Whoa. Okay, welcome back, Selfmade. That's a return. Honestly, game 4, it was Jungle Kingdom for both sides. I'll take another. Thank you very much.
What I love about that is both of us did not expect that damage. I was like, will he or won't he? Will he commit the flash? Will he commit the flash? Yes is the answer, and an instant reply from Fnatic.
But here's where Selfmade is actually really, really smart, because a lot of Gragas in that situation, they body slam and then they flash. And that's really easy to react to. You say, well, it's hard, but well, you see the whole body slam animation start, well, then immediately you're going to see the pool come out from 369. But he actually flashed then body slam. So the window in which 369 could actually react looked a little bit shorter and was not able to pop either a flash or that pool in time.
So 369 goes down, immediately teleports back into lane. He's still got a 5 CS advantage for now, as he's caught most of that wave, but very crucial to note, level 6 for Bwipo, and he's held onto that teleport. And whenever you see any team with a Twisted Fate in the gangplank, you can expect a party in the bottom lane at some point, right? So that teleport advantage will be very, very crucial to keep an eye on. Can 369 and Karsa unlock it, push him back, zone him away, maybe get the flash as well? Or will Fnatic once again be able to create an environment where they can TP or they can ultimate to the bottom lane?
Well, look at this. Level 6 for Karsa. He's already here. Nemesis still no flash and just use the gold card. It's his time. Karsa can go in.
Look at the river though. Selfmade and Hylissang around. Nemesis needs to cheat south. Cheat south. Does he know that they're there? Hylissang stepping forward. The bait game is on. Gold card is just about to get locked. It does. Goes out onto Knight, and here comes Karsa. Kick forward. Knocked towards the tower. Zenith blade as well. Nemesis stays alive a few seconds longer. Selfmade holding onto the body slam. He's going to escape with his life for now. Defensive flash from Hylissang as the cannon barrage came down. Not only do top esports get the kill, they get the ultimate as well.
Selfmade was only level 5, a level 6 Gragas there, and that is so many kills, but it's just beautiful there from Karsa. The Q onto the minions into the ward hop, and then able to finish off that kill onto Nemesis. Great stuff out of him again to attack this mid lane.
Very, very nicely done. 1 kill for Knight, 1 kill for Karsa. And here's the replay as Nemesis steps forward to the gold card and Hilly jumps in.
But again, it looks a little disjointed because Selfmade was placing some vision on the enemy blue buff right when Karsa goes in, hand-delivered to Yuanja. Hylissang actually ended up picking the aggro up off of that Zenith Blade, but the difference is the levels. Karsa was able to get to level 6 before Selfmade with that early pressure, and that changes the whole course of the game.
It really, really did. And like you said, had that explosive crossman available. Also wanted to myself, had Selfmade, had his flash. If he could have got a 3-man knockup under the cannon barrage, maybe it could have been different, but he committed it earlier to pick up the kill. Gold is still even in regards to the game, and Selfmade this time around with level 6, as well as the control ward and the tri-bush is stepping forward. The moment he steps into the river, Jackie Love and Yuanja will be aware There's no flash on Yuyanja though. He's got that Hex flash available to him, but good luck catching JackeyLove with flash, cleanse, as well as that Arcane Shades.
Yeah, I think you're in this game. You're probably targeting the Leona as opposed to the Ezreal. They have the vision on the TES blue buff, which is why Selfmade was really confident to walk into the river there. He really doesn't think Karsa is on that side of the map, but still doesn't feel sure himself to walk in and try to steal the enemy blue buff with how powerful Karsa is. You can see the finished Warrior enchant. This is exactly what I'm talking about. His ult is back up and ready to go. So now Karsa, just off of that cooldown, continue to look for fights. And the pathing of Yuyanja is very telling as well. Started going bot side, realizes Karsa is actually calling him over. Karsa wants to make plays happen, go for the Herald, and Leona is going to be here with level 6.
Selfmade and Nemesis make their way up. It will be too late to the party though. By the time Hellisen can make it to the mid lane, this Rift Herald should be down, although do Fnatic fancy themselves a shot? There's the Hex Flash, Zenith Blade, that's a connection on a Selfmade. He gets kicked backwards as well. He cannot even cast his ultimate. Top Esports chain lock him with the CC, and Nemesis forced to use his flash defensively. That was fantastic.
Just beautiful coordination between the jungle and support of TES on top of the Rift Herald as well. The game is getting a little bit out of hand for Fnatic. Kills going left, right, center here, and TES are the ones that come out on top of these scraps. Karsa can also walk into the enemy jungle. I think the blue buff went over to Knight. Karsa can take the Gromp camp as well. It is starting to be put together here for TES.
Can Hillsang do anything about this?
4-second recall.
Enough vision. It's going to be... Ooh, that was a little close. Yuyanja on the Leona, by the way, had that been a Bard lock-in, which is what we were discussing a lot, you would not have been able to Hex Flash Zenith Blade over that wall, right? So that play is what started all, and the stun lock from the CC was just immense.
Yeah, I mean, Karsa just hand delivers the Gragas into Knight, who also stole away that explosive cask, and Smite comes through for him, so he's going to be able to use that, and he's held on to that a lot, making sure it goes into the absolute optimal position for his team with the lead that Knight has, though. I mean, 2-0-1 now, 100 CS has already been passed. Like, now you can just walk around with Knight. He has that Gragas ultimate. Where can he fight? Let's make it happen.
Find someone to jump onto. The bottom lane may be the focus. Infernal Dragon is inside the pit. A number of Fnatic pings around us. So Top Esports will start this one off. Teleporting Cannon Barrage available for Bwipo. He's starting to back away after he's shoved that wave in. Still 23 stacks on that Cull to go. We're going to be playing for an Ocean Rift once again. It's only 800 gold, the difference. So while it is not insurmountable by any means, it is still Top Esports that have struck first, that have been proactive, that have not only momentum of the last 2 games, but momentum this game on their side. And this is a crazy situation to be in, because before we started the day, people wanted a Game 5, but nobody really expected it.
Yeah.
People wanted to see Fnatic challenge and contest top, and the way that they did was exceptional, but now Fnatic have to dig even deeper. They're behind this game, they're losing tempo in the series, and they have to find a way to control back, especially with top having 2 dragons already.
Yeah, Karsa playing around this bottom side with the Rift Herald. Doesn't end up pulling the trigger on the play, even with Selfmade towards that top side of the map. Of course, teleports on the other side. Those global ultimates can also be a problem, but it's really hard for Selfmade to play around top lane. Like, he wants to live in bot side, but he's been relegated to that top end of the map here because of how powerful Karsa is. Like, he has free reign over the Fnatic jungle.
Yeah, 102, Warrior plus Merc Treads. Gonna summon the Rift Herald over the wall to help Knight out as well. And if Nemesis sticks around too long to even try to contest, then the threat of the dive is very, very big. We'll get the charge, multiple plates onto Knight, and Knight's even going to steal away.
Zoom out further onto the map, though, because Reckless and Hillsang both started walking up, so JackeyLove is also getting free solo plates in the bot lane. The CS is being denied, and as soon as they see Knight pick up the TF ultimate, well, they can't go bot lane, because otherwise they get dove. Like, this is a miserable position for Fnatic to be in, and they have to be able to force something somewhere, because while the gold is 1.5k right now, it's about to become much, much more.
The tower in the bottom lane is at risk of falling here. Yuyanja and Karsa, they're just waiting. The moment someone comes past, oh, there's a ward here, which is fantastic from Top Esports. Krug's available as well. If nothing happens, there's still going to be an advantage because multiple plates have fallen. There's going to be one left here, and you'll see Selfmade finally picking up his red buff while the rest of Top Esports lingering in the way.
Selfmade's on the wards, though, so he can't walk down here. I mean, there's no way Nemesis can actually pick up the farm. In this bottom lane, he's pathing down here, but it's just not going to work for the team. Actually, JackeyLove going to reset off of that one. Apparently, a little concerned about the plating resistances that go up the more plates you do knock down, so things will slow down for the time being, but still very much TES favored.
It really, really is. Trinity Force was picked up by Bwipo. His Cull is now fully stacked. 369 has yet to back. Still got a teleport available for him. Rod of Ages for Nemesis, GLP for Knight, that Super Soaker. And this game, the laning phase, has sort of played out, I think,
no. Knight's about to port on bot lane, and Karsa's already here.
Nemesis is going to try and get away, kicked into the face! You cannot escape with the gate, despite the Destiny. Gold card will buy some time. There'll be just enough time for Knight to kill Nemesis. Now Hylissang's looking for JackeyLove. There's a cleanse and a flash. The IG emote was beautiful. And Bwipo finds a solo kill to 369. JackeyLove escapes, sidesteps everything, and does not go down. The Dawning Shadow will not find the kill either. And now Hylissang is going to be the next target. How did JackeyLove dodge everything? Hylissang goes down as well.
IG JackeyLove is back in the building after flashing that emote, juking out everything. Selfmade could not find it. TES come up big one more time. It is just a kill from Bwipo to try and turn things around in top lane, but it is not enough.
Bwipo was able to chase down 369, and the last time that Bwipo, played in against an LPL team in the finals of 2018, he was subbed out for Soaz after 2 games of being unable to have an impact. This time in Game 5, he has a kill, but Fnatic are faltering. 3,700 gold down, 2 dragons down, 4 kills down. And this is the replay of the solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, watch the fight up here. 369 has to use the pool to dodge out from the Q and tries to flash away with move speed. Bwipo can chase him down, but the real confusion was around mid lane, where Hylissang is forcing this play. Selfmade wants nothing of this. The communication is scattered. Like, Sia's pathing, like he's still confused as to which way he wants to go, while Hylissang uses his entire CC lock. So now Selfmade's abilities can be dodged, and he still commits in for the fight. Lands almost to anything, but JackeyLove with the cleanse flash and then walks down. That's it's an outplay from JackeyLove, and it's also a misplay from Selfmade. That explosive cast should never miss.
What can JackeyLove do? That is what JackeyLove can do after 4 intense games. Karsa and Knight have had their moment in the sun in the first 15 minutes. Look at Karsa. 2-0-3, got the Phage as well as the Warrior. Knight 3-0-2. The first time JackeyLove gets jumped on, he sidesteps everything.
Hello.
And here comes the engage. That's the quickness into explosive cast. JackeyLove gets knocked into the end, taken down by Selfmade. He lunges the next target. 5 members of Fnatic in the mid lane, and they turn their attention onto Knight. Knight has hijacked himself an explosive cast, and he throws it backwards. Nemesis is the target. Flash over the wall from Knight, and Karsa's there to help. A couple quick kills to Fnatic.
Fnatic still want more. Bwipo's ultimate is just about to return. Same with Nemesis, so they can chase if TES posture too aggressively inside the river. Fnatic will take the fight, and they'll take the dragon on top. That is absolutely massive for them. They don't get that fight, they lose this dragon. It's now soul point for TES.
Their tournament lives were on the line, but not only that, the motivation, the confidence, the self-belief. We've seen multiple games where Fnatic were popping off, and take a look at Selfmade and Hilly comboing.
Hilly is stone cold here, because, by all means he should be hopping over the wall, but he realizes he can find JackeyLove. Now it's Selfmade and Hylissang comboing together. JackeyLove is killable, especially after losing his summoners in the last fight. But this is what Fnatic will do when they start to fall behind. They will throw fights at you repeatedly. It worked because TES were scattered, 369 was there, but it opens up, if TES are ready the next time, for Fnatic to get completely punished.
17 minutes in, Bwipo is the gold leader in the game, but then look at that Knight, JackeyLove, Karsa. Everybody watching, do you believe? That is the question, because Fnatic are still 3,000 gold down. They are in a very big deficit, but you have seen how they can combo. This game is still top esports favored. The series was top esports favored. And with the fact that Knight and Karsa are still terrifying, you need to keep a very close eye on what impact they can have and whether or not sort of Selfmade Hilly can lock one of them up long enough to die. And that can be how Fnatic win those skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I just want to see TES continue to play the game they have been playing. When the objectives go down, it's Karsa punching at side lanes, playing around Knight in particular. 369 is 0-2. Just let him farm up. That's going to be fine. But around Knight, who has that kill pressure, that CC setup for Karsa, can be absolutely deadly and also help them take control over Fnatic's jungle. Because once Fnatic lose control of the jungle, all of a sudden it's so much harder for Hylissang to find those, creative flanks through the Fog of War.
Now, something that has been interesting all series long is that around the 20-minute mark, we'll get to that in a moment, there have been fairly early Barons, like a big team fight or a big engage that has led to an early Baron. And as we're getting to that 20-minute moment, notice that Knight was able to hijack away the cannon barrage. It's 3 minutes until the next dragon, so I think it'll be hugely influential, but with no outer turrets, Fnatic have to push so far to contest.
Yeah, the reason why we keep seeing these early Barons is that the teams are actually fighting over Dragon, but no one starts the Dragon. Like they won't let you into the river, right? You know, they see the fight before it happens. They don't want to waste any time on that objective, waste any opportunity for the enemy team to steal that one away. So see hero, kill hero has been the name of the game for these squads.
And with the Black Cleaver in Cars's inventory, there's a lot of tools to do so. Hourglass was picked up for Knight as well, and that's coming up to 6 stacks of Roa, a Sheen, and a Wisp for Nemesis. So there's a big disparity. I mean, look at Jackie Love as well. You know, Manamune stacking, Iceborne Gauntlet into thrift shopping after the Manamune. So big differences, although this very second, Ghostblade was just picked up. That is going to be crucial for the next few fights. And if there is one thing that does benefit Fnatic here, they do have a lot of scaling on their side. There's benefits to them. The Senna can be very, very useful to stay a little bit out of range of some of those initiation tools.
Yeah, the struggle is always going to be dealing with the Vladimir, but for the foreseeable future, 369 isn't a big issue for Fnatic. It's more, you know, the dive of Carson, Knight, Jackie Love being in a very powerful position as soon as that Death's Dance comes through as well. Like, that Ezreal isn't going to be killable from the side of Fnatic. But for Fnatic, the way they want to approach these fights, they want to play slow. Bwipo is really powerful, actually, especially building towards some magic resistance here. Karsa has now entered the brush. Oh, man.
He can assassinate.
Oh, man.
Here comes Karsa. Sonic Wave right between Reckless and Hilly. And 369 is going to be able to dash away to safety. I think that's the Predator popped as well from Selfmade. He's going to try to steal away as many Raptors as he can. Actually, he's going to try to secure as many Raptors as he can. Top Esports, on the other hand, they were stealing them. And the wild cards plus the blue card will not be enough to steal, to secure the blue buff.
It's this denial, though, over the mini objectives like the blue. The Raptor camp, Yanja finds it.
Santa's Blade will go in, bounce away from the boss cone. But this is what you talked about, Ender. You said you wanted to see Karsa and Knight playing the side lane. You see they shoved that side lane in, collapse into the jungle, contest over the buffs. And we're going to do that rinse and repeat until this dragon comes up.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon's going to spawn, and then Fnatic are going to have to ask themselves if they actually want to contest it, because all the items are coming through from TES. You know, the Mirror Mana finally upgraded as well on this Ezreal, so they are very, very strong. And the only way Fnatic win these fights, I feel, is really playing around the chaining of Bwipo's barrels. He's level 13, a huge spike on the Gangplank, so he can keep, you know, rapid fire dishing those out. But his positioning has to be so good into a lot of these champions from TES so he can actually output the damage.
It's dragon time here for Top Esports. Teleport comes in from Knight. They'll be spawning shortly. Spellbind and Protobelt for 369. You ask the question, Fnatic want to think, do they? We know they want to. That's I think, safe. Should they, is the question I'm going to ask you when we look at the state of the lanes. Bottom lane is pushing a little bit, and there is a teleport available from Bwipo, and here comes Top Esports. They're in the pit.
Yeah, they're starting this one off. Fnatic have control of the mid wave, and they're now walking down into the river, but they might just be too late, Trevor.
Yeah, it absolutely feels that way. 2,000 HP. Yuyan just waiting in the winds. Dragon will go down. That's the third. Yuyan just looking for the center's plane. He won't find the target, but Bwipo gets jumped on. He gets kicked backwards, and he's taken out by Jackie Love. The most fed, farmed member of Fnatic is down, and 369 plucks Hylissang from the sky.
TES show up in the fight, and we're once again going to see them head towards an early Baron. Selfmade is alive, but it's a 5 versus 3. It's all looking TES.
It feels like every single game this happens. Nemesis has no Destiny available. The Dawning Shadow and Flashing Cleanser up for Reckless, and Selfmade has Flash and Smite, but are they even going to contest? The answer right now is no. The LPL has struck back. I said it at the end of the last game, and I'm going to say it again now. There has never been a reverse sweep at Worlds, and Top Esports are setting themselves up to close it out.
The collapse down on Bwipo. Everyone on TES, they realize Bwipo was the problem. They isolate him and they destroy him. Hylissang also gets caught off. It just looks too easy for the LPL representatives, and now have everything they need to close out this game.
And it's just been a story of Karsa and Knight over the last few games. I mean, mitigating and controlling Reckless and Hylissang was step one to Top Esports' comeback this series. They found answers for that. Now they also found ways to play in the lane against Reckless Senna or Ashe. And from there on, 369, Karsa and Knight have now had a chance to step up. 369 in many of the previous games. This game been less exciting, shall we say. But definitely throughout the series has been one of the standouts. And now with a 5,000 gold lead, with Baron buff, they already had control of the Rift. They have all the tools they need to close it out, and it's all going to be on Fnatic. Find
Fnatic
those
want the fight.
exceptional picks.
Fnatic want the fight. Every time against the Baron, they're going to look for it, but they missed their engage. Yanja dodged it out, and now their towers are gone. Now the window has passed, and TES get one more objective.
They do. That's the 4th tower secured. Bottom inner turret, top inner turret, it's all that's standing. All the ultimates are available for Fnatic. There goes the cast. That's onto JackeyLove, but they need to take him out. The Dawning Shadow's not going to be able to land, and they don't get it done. 369 gets exhausted, goes into the Sanguine Pool. Selfmade goes golden and stays alive for a few seconds longer, and nobody dies in the fight, despite catching JackeyLove.
It was a heroic effort from Fnatic, and they spent everything to get the TES AD carry, but they could not finish him off this time. You see the Death Stance in the inventory. He's unkillable. Fnatic do not have what it takes to take him out of the fight.
Plus the flash, plus the cleanse. He had all the tools, and Top Esports will secure another tower. The Red Bull Baron power play up to 3,000. That's the engagement. There's not enough damage following it up. Teleports coming in. Selfmade was not there. 1, 2, 3 members of Fnatic are down. The catch onto Reckless Knight, and the rest of Top Esports have done it again. They've got enough time. They've got Baron minions, and they may have just won the series. Flashing the RNG logo. Karsa is going to set himself up with a showdown against Sword Art. And Selfmade will be the final kill, the final nail in the coffin, and the final blow for Fnatic. Top Esports, for the first time, will pull off the reverse sweep. Top Esports will face off against Suning in the semi-finals. And for one more year in a row, we are guaranteed an LPL representative in the final.
Top Esports were 1 game away from defeat. 3 times in a row, but they claw it back. Karsa, an absolute beast in game 4. From the jaws of defeat, somehow finding a win. In this game, attacking mid early, finding his moves on that Lee Sin. An absolutely godly performance from the jungler of TES.
The mental resilience and fortitude for Top Esports. They were the favorites this series. They had the depth of play, and they were pushed to the brink of utter collapse. Spare a thought for Fnatic. They put up a valiant fight, but ultimately, Top Esports outperformed them.
Heartbreak for Fnatic. There's no other word. They were up 2-0. Reckless had the upper hand in the bot lane matchup. The revenge against JackeyLove. He waited 2 years to find. But it's bigger than just one player. It's a whole team effort, and Top Esports showed up in those final 3 games.
They did, absolutely every single one. And I think I said just before that game ended, Top Esports needed to gain control of that bottom lane because Hylissang and Reckless wrecked them for the opening games of this series. But as the draft began to adapt and as the play styles of the individuals began to change a little bit, we saw more ganks top than we did bottom. We saw Karsa helping out mid, adapting. Fnatic were unable to keep up with the adaptations that Top Esports made.
And we saw Karsa be completely unlocked on the Nidalee, on the Lee Sin. Impressive stuff. This has been a meta defined by junglers, and Karsa was the best jungler on the Rift today.
Absolutely exceptional. We'll get more takeaways in this epic series in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Ender, sick quarterfinal, dude.
Boom! Yo!
Yo! Expect gets caught down. He's got it. PA, remember, but he needs Mega.
This was the most disgusting ultimate.
But look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving.
To me, this play is all about mechanical execution.
Prey turning it back in. The chase, the resonating strike.
This is one of my absolute all-time favorite moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. The LPL champions Top came out on top in Game 5 and will face Suning in the semifinals after the first reverse sweep in Worlds history. And I know emotions are flying high from every side. If you're an LPL fan, if you're an EU fan, I think above all the heartbreak. But what an amazing series we saw here today.
LPL fans wiping the sweat off the brow. They're like, oh, not even close, guys.
Not even
like,
close.
Had it, 24-minute victory. Just stop the tape. Yeah, I mean, no one expected Fnatic to come this far. It will not feel good. It will feel real sour right now. And I hope that there is a day on the other side of this where they can feel really proud about the performance and the fight that they put up there. And also the endurance and mental fortitude of Top to be on the edge and then to just download, figure it out, and then just drive through Fnatic in those last 3 games.
I think that's the key thing. They found success throughout the Game 3, Game 4, Game 5. I think that they were struggling a lot with their mid-jungle. We saw it. They were drafting the weak mid-jungles. They couldn't really contest too much through mid, and eventually they draft these really strong mid-jungle 2v2s with the Jace Nidalee, stuff like this, and with the Sylas especially, with the Lee Sin. So they just kept forcing mid, moving that into bot, and then Fnatic didn't really have an answer because the top side kind of collapsed for them.
Do you feel like as the series went on, Top Esports, kind of their decision-making in those moments for skirmishes, for team fights, and what to fight for and what, which we praised Fnatic for in the first 2 games, do you think they grew in that regard throughout the series? Because they seem to just make the right decision, especially in this Game 5 at every turn.
Actually, no. I don't think that Top's macro actually got better over the course of the series. I think 2 factors. The first factor is solving the bot lane problem, and getting Jackie Love on Ezreal meant that Yuyanja was able to, leave the lane. Jackie Love was by himself for a really long time. Then you had those incredible setups where Leona is coming over the wall and locking up Selfmade on Rift Herald and things like that. And then I think the other big important factor was the mechanical outplay. You know, we saw it in Suning versus JDG. I think that we saw it again, especially on the back half of the series of Top versus Fnatic, that when it came down to execution in these team fights, Top started running circles around Fnatic's members. Jackie Love in that mid lane, blue suede shoes, he's dodging every single thing. He's flashing the icon. Like, think about the APM involved in that.
He's ready to hit the emotes. And I think that it's all kind of like a domino effect in a way, where they've tried to figure out the range support to get the push, which kind of works for them. But I think that what worked for them the most in the Game 4 and 5 was the mid prio in general. And basically what you saw in general was Reckless couldn't push in bot because he had to move mid to help Nemesis, to help he could get the push so that they can contest objectives through mid, but they couldn't go through bot as much. So he tried to help mid, Selfmade tried to help mid. You saw Hylissang trying his best as well, but it just felt like as soon as they had that mid push, the side lanes kind of fell apart for him. I think, yeah.
I'm very glad you brought it up, actually, Frosk, in terms of that Game 5, because in the summer finals in the LPL, we saw Top Esports going to a Game 5 over JDG. So it's not uncharted territory, but to say it is uncharted territory for Fnatic is also disingenuous, because they also have been in this situation. And at the end of the day, it is about what you can do in that Game 5. And I want to give a special shout out to the Oppo player of the series with Karsa. So much going into the jungle matchup, into the top matchup, into everything that both junglers had to do in this best of 5. And this man definitely showed up in the last couple of games.
Yeah, I think absolutely deserved from Karsa right there. Couldn't make it work on the Jarvan, but showcasing why his Lee Sin is so famous. Another great performance on Nidalee. We didn't get to see Beastmaster Karsa, but at the end of the day, I'll take an MVP of the series, no problem.
I think the thing that I liked so much about his picks, basically the Lee Sin and Nidalee, his mechanics were just so clean. He would instantly turn on fights, instantly found the engages, his flash kicks, his ward jumps, everything was so clean on Lee Sin. The Nidalee spears, jumping in and out, having such low deaths on champions, which are so skirmish heavy. I think it was just really impressive.
And again, it's an incredible human story as well for Karsa. We heard it on the cast. I think we talked about it a little bit. The fact that the Flash wolves never really ascended too much. They would always kind of have their bright moment in group stage, and then as soon as it came to quarterfinals, they'd fall really short, depending if it was MSI or Worlds. And now to have Swordart and Karsa, the ghost of the Flash wolves, in semifinals, and one of them will go to the World Final, I think it's just amazing. Karsa is also, he's been around for so long, so people might think of him as almost like a self-made, like really hardened, I'm gonna mess you up, tough guy. He's really sensitive, and it's just kind of funny to see how aggressive and carnivorous he becomes on the Rift versus the interviews that he gives, and kind of how gentle of a soul he is.
And also the adaptability, right, from the whole team. And I love you brought up kind of the bracket. The fact that we will have an LPL team in the final once again, that is just bonkers to start off with. It's the expectation, but how they got there for now is maybe not a long expectation. 5 games for Fnatic for top, Suning over JDG, but at the end of the day, we end up with 2 fantastically aggressive teams in that semifinal.
And it's
it's going to be great.
It's SOFM versus Casa.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a banger jungle matchup, and it all comes down to how the supports move around the map to help them out, how the mid laners get the push. And I think, especially in this series against Fnatic, I don't feel like they had too many winning lanes. You know, bot lane was dying 2v2. The Sion did have the good impact against the Ornn. Yes, Knight did pretty well on the Sylas this game around, but it was mainly Carson making the plays. He was the one probably calling his support, making the plays initially in mid, getting the ball rolling. So SOFM versus Carson is, yeah.
That's cool.
Also the fact that we could finally break the curse, that the home region could win the World Championship. I don't think it's happened since 2014 when Korea won in Korea with Samsung White. I'm trying to think, 2015 was Europe, 2016 was North America, 2017
was China.
And then Korea again, and now Paris, and now here we are.
The opportunity is there, the setup indeed. Final note, maybe, we are all representatives of the LEC broadcast, and this just hurts. You just got to say it. And especially for those players, you know, the stories that were set up as such, and also the fact that they got so close. Let us not forget it's happened a couple of times in the past as well, the reverse sweep specifically. But it's all about how you get back up after that for now, and the fact that they gave us a fight where maybe not a lot of people expected it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, I think most people thought this was going to be 3-0 or 3-1. The fact they can take on the LPL top seed, be 2-0 up in the series, have pop-off players in the jungle, especially Southmail was playing so well, Reckless playing so well, Hylissang, and like you said earlier in the segments, like, I think Reckless and Hylissang have made a statement now. You can't really talk down to them. They've shown that they're one of the best bot lanes in the world.
I think it comes down to that there are favorites, but there are no absolutes. This top 8 is probably the most competitive top 8 teams that we've ever had a world final. I think if you take any of these teams out and you throw them into any previous years, they would likely be a world champion or contending for a world champion. So I'm glad that Fnatic gave us a show. It's just disappointing in the way that they went out in that game 5. That was a live fast, die young. Bubbo's just going into that that dragon fight like guns blazing. It's like, I've got this, guys. I know, right? Boom. Smacked down at 24 minutes. But again, it will hurt today. It will suck today. But I do hope that sometime in the future they can look back at this and say, like, you know, I wrote my name in Jackie Love's blood on that stage.
Well, hopefully in that. There's still a lot to talk about, but no worries, we have cooldown for that. It's going to be all for us in Berlin. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be right back with Dash and friends for Worlds Cooldown.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Hello and welcome to Worlds Cool Down, presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds. And today we concluded our third quarterfinal series, made history in the process with the first ever reverse sweep given to us by Top Esports. The fact that they had to fight back to that degree, I think, surprised many, as I am joined by Raz, Lyric, and Kobe to break down the day. Lyric, coming to you straight off the top. How are the nerves? How you feeling? Has it settled in just yet?
No, man, this has been a really stressful day. Coming off those first two games, getting into that game 5, I was finally happy to see a good draft come out from TES. You know, it took them a while to get there, but you know, overall, a win's a win. It's going to be much easier, you know, going forward against Suning, and then inevitably to beat Don1 in the final, as we all know the script.
Wow, calling the shots after a tough reverse sweep. I'm loving the confidence to roll it forward into a world championship.
After he lived through that, he's ready for anything now.
That's a good point. Raz, let's talk about it, though. History made, first ever reverse sweep, which is pretty wild to me to think about in 10 years of League of Legends that it's happened this way.
It's insane because watching the series, it felt like Fnatic was hitting all of the right notes. And it started with a Reckless and Hylissang, who were just getting 2v2 kills on the bottom side of the map. I really enjoyed watching that bot lane from Fnatic play, because they were playing the best I've ever seen them play in International. Like, people would expect them, I expected them, to play for farm, to play it slow coming into the tournament, and they were getting consistent advantages in the lane. And so it felt like every member did well, perhaps, like except for mid lane. But Top Esports just played better, and that's what's the hardest thing to come away with.
Yeah, I think one of the things about this series is how one-sided the first 2 games for Fnatic looked like. And that's why so many people were kind of running away with the series after those first 2. It really felt like Fnatic had just opened up a really good game plan here. I was excited because, you know, coming into this series, I did a segment looking at FlyQuest win over Top Esports, and it was with a level 1 and then punishing the bottom side, getting kills with Blitzcrank onto Yuyanja. And Fnatic come into this game, and they try and force fights around Yuyanja. They just want to have everything take place around this player, you know, the most criticized player on TES, and it looked like it was going to work.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, I thought this was going to be a 3-0 for Top Esports, right? And I made it clear that it was just going to be happening around their solo lanes. After game 1, I was legitimately scared for Top Esports in the series, and I verbally said in the green room, I don't know, like, I have no idea now, because Fnatic were playing to what is an LPL playstyle. When they found a pick, they all engaged on it. They all worked in as a team, and they were out team fighting Top Esports, like perhaps the best team fighting squad next to JD domestically in the LPL, and it was insane to see that for the first 2 games.
I also want to give a bit of context because, you know, Blippo definitely played like a solid rock in the top lane in those first few games, but Fnatic also played a strategy we saw used against TS a lot in the regular split. V5 and IG kept attacking that bot lane. They're their top laner, you know, on a stable rock that just got them to the mid stages of the game. And it was great to see that Fnatic did the prep, did the research, and watched those older LPL games to find the right formula to win.
I mean, exactly that. And I think, you know, for this series, we have to keep recognizing the fact that it felt like not only TES, but the entire world was caught off guard by the way that Fnatic showed up today. I'm hearing a lot of talk about expectation, Raz. Expectation both in terms of result, but also the way that the series would develop and ultimately be played. And different people stepped up in contrast to, I think, what many expected.
Yeah, the people that stepped up, for me, if you're looking at Top Esports side, of course, you're already seeing the stats for Knight in the losing game. I thought he made it close, which was strong, and we kind of expected that. The people that stepped up for Fnatic side, I already mentioned, like the bot lane being incredibly strong. Selfmade, I thought, had a really good game here. One play that came to my mind was the Rift Herald play, where Top decided to swap to Rift Herald, or at least go have their jungle and support move up really early on, by the way. Yuyanja should not be here when they're starting Rift Herald. Because what ends up happening is Fnatic will take your bot side camps, and then they will just sit bot lane. And if you're not pulling your AD carry, if JackieLove is not a part of the play, or if your support is pulled up that early, well, guess what? Leona's completely locked away from the bot lane. She has to go the long way around. That means that Ezreal's going to be losing like 2 waves at least, and you're going to have to be bringing your jungle, and it's going to take so much longer. So if you want to go for a Rift Herald play, the first thing you need for sure is bot lane prio. You need your bot lane to have first push, so then you can always do that without getting necessarily heavily punished. And I felt like not only did Top Esports do it incorrectly this game, but more, I would say, big kudos to Fnatic for giving him the heaviest punish of all time. Really well played, and I think it was pushed through from Hilly and Selfmade.
We got 4 more games to get through, but today's State Farm assist of the day was not just a singular assist, but all of them from Hillsong in Game 1. Absolutely turning it on here.
Man.
I'm going to jump in and hand things off to Raz. I'm receiving word that we don't exactly hear Kobe on broadcast currently. So I will say there was a whole lot of brilliance that was just spewed out there.
Yes, you were saying good stuff. It was hilarious too. He was talking about how the fact that Jackie Love was under constant pressure because Hilly was this was assist of the day because he was consistently finding Jackie Love, and that was a main reason for Fnatic coming out with the victory. It felt like he had a target on his back. So yeah, 100%. Jackie Love was not having a good game.
I think, he not only had a target on his back in Game 1, but throughout the entire series. Sorry, Lyric, to cut you off. Jump in here.
Oh, no problem. But going back to the Hilly point, right? I even felt like the Fnatic draft was a bit weird and very hard to execute. And if that Hilly wasn't able to find a lot of the flanks that he did, that honestly TS probably could have pulled away with how the ban pick ended up.
Well, we roll ahead to Game 2 here because Game 2 continued hot for Fnatic and, again, sets us up for what would be a history-defining series here at the World Championship. Raz, give me your takes on the approaches here in Game 2, especially from the side of Top Esports, looking to recover from a first loss.
The first replay you see is already hilarious, and it goes back to the point that I made that Fnatic, when they see a play starting, they all commit to it. In this case, it actually works out incredibly well for Top Esports. The GP ended up getting a base off. He actually was able to get a kill, and now he has a huge advantage. But it wasn't going to just end on that note. They went bot side and consistently made it a point to punish Yuyanja. And that was, by the way, just a 2v2 kill on Yuyanja. He actually was 0-5-0 at the beginning of this game. He was just having a really bad performance this one.
I also feel like when you looked at Game 1, like there was a lot of sloppiness coming out from TS, but this game was just completely like Fnatic's prep. There was nothing TS could have done. They punished that bot lane, like Raz said, so well, and they transitioned it into the rest of the game. And with the champions that that TS ended up with, I really felt like Fnatic's draft was such a great answer. The Braum into picks like Jarvan and Silas does so much. These like melee champions that want to jump on the backline, you tag them with the Braum passive, they get taken down so easily. And once again, I felt like Hilly was the standout in this game and had one of the best support performances of this tournament.
Yeah, I came into this game, as you said, I really enjoyed the draft from Fnatic's side, just simply from the 2v2 mid. When you see a J4 pick, a lot of the times, I really need to be convinced that the composition you're going into is going to be worthwhile. But if you're going into Kindred Orianna, the counter engage is actually just so much stronger.
Oh, God.
Like, it is insane what you're going to be fighting into. And I thought that Fnatic had played really well around it. I thought actually that Selfmade had another strong game off the back of the bot lane performing insanely well.
Yeah, another strong draft, another strong performance across the board from the Fnatic members, and I want to make sure that we're giving credit where credit is due to the Fnatic roster. But Lyric, a slightly pointed question to you. 2 games into this series, what would you have identified at this point as Top's biggest failing? Either a player underperforming, either a misread on meta or draft and play style. What would you say at this point they were talking about behind the stage to try and recover?
I feel like since there were clearly so many problems in the first 2 games, and I think very different problems from Game 1 to Game 2, the adjustment I would have made is like, okay, let's get our bot lane on something that's a bit more stable, can push out waves, but still back off. You know, we saw the Karma come out the next game, was a good adjustment. And let's play more heavily around our soul lanes. This is what Top Esports are all about. It's what they've done all year. And it really feels like that was a bit of the slight adjustment that we saw going forward.
We'll get to that Game 3 in just a moment, but it was Fnatic's Reckless who proved that every second counts today with his clutch Ash arrow on tonight, made possible, of course, by the Cisco network. Let's take a look. Kobe, this was a pretty impactful moment here in game number 2. Down in the bot lane, Reckless taking the long way around and ultimately coming up with a big save.
All right, yeah, I think I'm back. Hopefully they can hear me. This one was an epic chase, and the arrow from Reckless over the edge too, right in Knight's face, just as he thinks he's going to be able to chase down Selfmade, only to get turned around on. Arrow in the knee takes him down.
I love it, specifically in the knee, because that's the only way you can take him down, is straight to the knee.
It's the oldest meme, and it checks out.
I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, again, that being how we closed out Game 2, there was a lot of shock and awe, I think, from all parties at this point, that it was, you know, Fnatic staring down the barrel of a 3-0, Raz, and it really was all on top at this point to find the answer.
Yeah, and I just kind of like piggybacking off the question that you had asked Lyric there of like what Fnatic was doing. I felt like this Fnatic was playing a stronger game, not only just based on like mechanically and how they were actually playing out these team fights, but also just like theoretically, like conceptually. Like I used one example being Herald, but it would happen a lot where Selfmade and, you know, the dual lane down bot side would actually just, you know, get ahead on the map and would be punishing JackeyLove. In this case, going into Game 3, the draft changes drastically because they stop kind of giving carries to 369 and now put them into a Sion versus Ornn matchup consistently.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues was first 2 games, Fnatic made Top Esports play their game and play at their pace. They never went to Top Esports objectives. Meanwhile, in game number 3, they lost that control. And so they were never then again able to set that pace. And this is where Top finally took over.
I also feel like when you look at this draft from Top, this is when I knew Top completely knew their backs were against the wall, because especially if you were watching in spring, Karsa was picking Lee Sin every game. First rotation, it's his best champion. It's his complete comfort. We saw him go in, and especially 369 this game, chattest Sion performance I've ever seen. That solo kill up in top lane completely opened up the map for how Top would play out the rest of this game, you know, getting Prio on top side. They took the top 2 turrets, and they completely abused Selfmade this game through that solo kill.
Yeah, Raz, I love it because in some ways this flies in the face of what a lot of people would think you would do when your backs are against the wall and you've got a player the caliber of 369 up there in the top lane. Maybe a number of people would be calling for the Camille's, the Jaxes, looking for the carry performance, but it is that immovable tank, you know, that they throw him on.
There you go. He got that check from the shot. You got to believe, like, in the end of the day, you're right. Your players would usually go towards personal comfort, something that gives them personal ownership and how they can rule the game. I mean, that's what Karsa did, right? Going towards a Lee Sin pick, like Lyric said, something that he's been consistently successful on. Meanwhile, going towards a tank pick like Sion is saying, okay, we just need to rotate and fight on our terms. That's essentially what they ended up doing. And also the Karma pick was something that they wanted to pick so they wouldn't get completely bullied bot side. If they're going to see a recon, they want to be able to have Prio bot side or at least contest for it.
I was about to... Oh, go ahead. Finish out.
Yeah, that was pretty much how I wanted to end it. It felt like Top Esports made a complete response from the last game. And I'm going to bait you again, Jack.
Okay, oh, sweet, sweet. Thank you very much. Making my job easy. But Lyric, coming back to you, because I think Game 3 really, and I love the call out for the Karma and the Ezreal in the bot lane, because Game 3 for me really felt like the mark of a turnaround for JackeyLove and his performance in this series, just ramping up throughout to ultimately pull it through with some impressive mechanics in the games that we'll see in just a moment.
Oh, it was absolutely amazing to see, right? His team fighting on Ezreal is, you just can't question it. It's so good. He always hits the skill shots. His positioning is usually good. It could get a bit spicy, could get a bit too aggressive, but I really liked it this game. The Karma pick for Yanja, I think, was a nice success because, like Raz said, it won't get bullied in that 2v2. I also think Karma's in a very unique place to where if you need to force a wave under turret, it's very easy with your Mantra Q. You also can back off very quickly with the E, so it was much harder for them to punish, and it got JackeyLove to that point to where he could start popping off and doing, you know, 2018 world champion things.
Kobe, there's also, I think, something to be said, right, for just changing kind of the state of flow for the game and the series. We had been talking about how games 1 and 2 were so dictated by the strength of Fnatic's bot lane. And simply by drafting something as powerful as Ezreal Karma for that early lane control can completely throw the entire 10-member flow, state of flow on the map awry.
That's exactly what I was mentioning when we were looking at the draft and talking about taking away the point of the map where Fnatic were dictating the pace of the game and were dictating so many of the plays. That's the whole point of getting your Karma and your Ezreal. And it kind of threw me back to the days where Ezreal and Yuumi were super popular and super powerful. And you would have these Reddit clips when you wake up in the morning of Jackie Love actually 1v9ing, chasing people all the way across the map. There were definitely earlier in this series some questionable arcane shifts that got himself face planted and got him killed. But this was the game where you really felt like he felt at home finally in this game. And after the first 2 ones, how rough it went for Top Esports. After this one, I had full confidence, for Top Esports to come back and for Jackie Love to have a good performance.
I love calling out his positioning because it was his positioning that sometimes puts him in those moments where he has to mechanically outplay, and then you're impressed by the mechanical outplay, but still asking the question, why was he in that position to begin with? Either way, it's impressive. At this point in the series, Lyric, 2-1 stands the score for Fnatic. Let's talk about the comeback before we head to a break and substitute Mark in to help us close out the day. What was your impression at this point? Did you have faith restored that Top would be able to run it back for 2 more and complete the first ever reverse sweep on the world stage?
I was cautiously optimistic because you can at least see with the draft that they recognized where Fnatic were winning. They made an adjustment and they could keep going forward. They defaulted to some comfort picks like we talked about the Lee Sin, so they could potentially keep going back there. But at the same time, just with how we saw the draft from game 2, how some of the problems in game 1, I still thought, okay, going forward, after what Fnatic showed us, Fnatic still should be viewed as a favorite going into that 4th game from the previous 3, but it was nice to see that TS did recognize those problems. I didn't feel like anyone was performing bad individually on the top half of the map. Karsa, 369, and Knight. I feel like all 5 games played well, so I believe they would be able to pull through if they kept that planning going, and it was nice to see that they were able to do it, but man, that was such a tense series.
Yeah, when we come back from the break, we will break down the remaining 2 games in the series as Mark Z joins us to do that. Lyric, thank you again so much for joining us. Love the call already that after a narrow victory here, he still thinks they're going all the way to the finals and perhaps taking home the trophy. We're going to step away on the other side again. Mark Z joining us to finish our review of the series and look ahead at the games to come. More Worlds Cool Down after. Welcome back to World's Cool Down, presented by State Farm, where Mark Z has joined us to break down the remaining 2 games in the reverse sweep by Top Esports over Fnatic.
Too much eyebrow action, Mark.
So much eyebrow action. get rid of it. Oh, Lord. Okay, that's it's too much for 7 a.m.
Get me out of here.
All right, thoughts on the series, Mark, as we roll ahead to Game 4 and the mounting comeback here by Top Esports.
I tweeted this out, but I still feel it's worth calling out that there's some reverse sweeps where it feels like the team that ends up winning kind of just trolled the first 2 games or, just didn't show up to play, underestimated their opponent or something. This isn't one of those series where I really felt like that. The fact that Top Esports had a gold lead in Game 2, and as we're going to see in Game 4, that they had to come back against Fnatic. Like, it was actually a back-and-forth series the whole way, and I think very deserving of, the first reverse sweep ever in World's history. And I was glad to see that it was not one of these, Top underestimated Fnatic. The bot lane of Fnatic was so insane. I think it's not, an overreaction to call them the best bot lane in the world after seeing them go up against Ruler and Life, who were kind of the other candidates. They had a great group stage against them. They've taken down 2 of the top bot lanes in the world now, and it's the best Reckless has ever looked internationally.
Yeah, they came out on fire in this game, and that's why the first 2 games really did feel like Fnatic were just pulling them off of Top Esports rather than it being like Mark's talking about, an underperformance or something of a tournament favorite. No, Fnatic really came in with a clear game plan, and they were clearly ready to go for outplays. This is what I love the most about this series. They kept on pushing it. They kept on forcing their own plays and trying to outplay, these tournament favorites that are coming in super hyped up, and they were doing it.
Yeah. Usually veterans of that nature will favor a style that they've played consistently prior that is far more slower paced. They just went out, and I felt like they recognized that they needed to face fire with fire, and they did that. That being said, even though I felt as though Fnatic were taking Drakes this series, it was the back half that they weren't prioritizing the fight, and Top were really zeroing in on that. In fact, the Scion would come later on, and then would just focus simply on the team fight. So I think that was like a miscue from Fnatic, that they weren't prioritizing essentially the gold lead over the Drakes, and then it kind of bit them.
I have to also give a lot of credit to Karsa this game on his Nidalee. You can see that the damage numbers there. He popped off and saved the game. When things were going bad in the bot lane, it was him who turned it around. And all, kind of year long, Kobe, we've been talking about him as the kind of supportive jungler there to help his lanes because they're all so good. Well, top lane turned into a tank matchup that was largely neutralized. In the bot lane, you're getting absolutely bodied every single game. And
Karsa was like, when your bottom lane is on fire, Mark? You gotta take it in your own hands.
You put the carry pants on and you go out there and get it. And against Selfmade, who was rightfully so very hyped up, I think this was a big coming out game for Karsa to be like, yes, I play this style for my team because usually they're so good, but when it's on fire, I can also step up and carry. And this was such an incredible Nidalee performance. Skirmish after skirmish, he was able to stay alive and outplay Fnatic.
94.4% kill participation in a game that had some of the most kills that we've had in any games at Worlds. Actually crazy stuff from him. I think Knight as well really stepped up in this game.
On the Jace, yeah.
He had been performing even in the losses, so it was huge stuff from Karsa.
Raz?
He needed to hard carry that game because he was sole AP. So he didn't go with Athenes. He went straight Zhonya's as well, a Rod of Ages into Zhonya's. He recognized that there was a lot of ownership on him in this game. But even just looking at the draft perspective, if you look at the Galio, and we were kind of figuring this one out, or at least in the green room as it was going on, it's almost impossible for Fnatic to play front to back. If your sole AP is Galio there, you need to find picks because the Scion is getting easy value. Just go straight up to the front line, and he will not die. So from a drafting perspective, I thought Top Esports did a really good job, where even though in the previous game, just in the last game, I actually favored, conceptually, I favored Fnatic's draft. I thought Top Esports really, really zeroed in on a strong draft this game.
Kobe, which of us is talking items? Is it you?
We both, but I would say, I really like this because both teams had mega tanks and both teams had single AP. And Nidalee is not an AP that is very good at taking down tanks. So it was Karsa piloting this Nidalee through all this crowd control to go for executes on priority targets through Ornn and, through all of this CC that he has to navigate. Similar to how, Galio isn't going to be the solo AP threat that takes down a tank like a Cassiopeia or something. Neither is Nidalee. And so you have to have more surgical gameplay. And Karsa was able to have key Zonias. He was able to make key executions there after he hits the spear. So I just thought it was difficult from both sides, and he pulled it off.
Yeah, and Fnatic kind of got stuck hitting the tank, and they didn't have proper itemization for that reality that they were going to get stuck in the front-to-back team fights. The Graves going full lethality, no Bork on the Ashe, and those were the two Fed members, Reckless and Selfmade after all those bot plays. So unfortunate that it went that way.
Yeah, 2 games to Fnatic, 2 games to Top Esports. Brings us to where we're at now in the series. After double Scion play up there in the top lane, Karsa now onto the Nidalee, putting on the carry pants. And the bot lane of top finally stepping up in some regard. We get here to Game 5, back to the Lee Sin, and the mid lane is the target.
Yeah, I mean, Karsa was hot this game. Immediate goes straight through mid. It was insane to just be able to see fights, or at least it felt like the early game, be dictated just by these skirmishes alone.
This right here. Love it. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
This is how close the series was. That Gragas play, or just right before this one goes in Fnatic's favor. Maybe they win it. Maybe they pick off Jackie Love there, and they can win this game. But a couple things just did not quite go their way, and from there, it was relatively clean from top.
This, to me, was the game where they finally hulked out. And we finally got to see, them at the peak execution in these games. Yes, this Jackie Love one where he's dodging all the ultimates and he's barely escaping death there was good. My personal favorite was the Karsa one where he doesn't even finish his Q on the minion before he drops the ward to safeguard. Doesn't stop at all. It's one smooth motion through to get the kickback. He was fully operational there. It was actually so sick to see a lot of these plays throughout this series where Fnatic forced them to play at their peak.
And again, I know it's an Ezreal, but check that Jackie Love damage. Again, the series development for him in stepping up to the plate alongside the rest of the more engaged-like champions or the ones with agency. For him to have that follow-through finally, I think was really important for them to ultimately smash through this Game 5.
For sure, and I think that both comps really made it easier for him to just be able to now go straight forward, E forward, right? Because honestly, what is the Rakan going, what is his target? And I felt like that's what he recognized when he was picking up Senna throughout the early portions of the series, is that it was very easy to target him in these skirmishes. So now the Rakan, in this game, Hylissang had an impossible task. You're going up against a Vladimir, Leona, Ezreal, even to a certain degree, you could even say the Lee Sin. He doesn't have a real target. It was much harder for him this go around.
Yeah, well, it was in that final game there. The top took down Dragon and secured their drive to victory. Of course, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Let's take another look as it developed there in Bot River.
Yeah, huge fight back and forth, and this was kind of what helped secure them the game. Jackie Love finally able to chase forward after getting them all low. Not able to find the engage on the side of Fnatic. Bit of a backbreaker there after a very long, hard-fought series. Both teams having their moments.
Yeah, for me, it felt like pretty intelligent setup by Top Esports. Of course, having flank positioning for Vladimir as the Fnatic squad attempts to move into the river. Leona, while not landing any spells, did actually lay out some pretty serious zone control, exactly. And it just shows you what presence and setup can really do, I think, especially when tension is at its highest. Game 5, series-winning, lose or winning fight. That's when it is most important to, give yourself the best starting point, that best base layer.
And we needed to see, top or honestly both teams, but top be challenged in this respect, because when we were raising the flag at the very beginning of the tournament of tournament favorites, who is the strongest, especially Top Esports that do have, fresh world's faces in 369 and Yuyan Jia, we needed to see what they do under this amount of pressure. and they performed insanely well. I felt like the last game on the Vladimir, he did really well in his lane. He did get a solo kill. That did happen at some point. Like, he got chased down, so I saw that. But for the most part, I felt. But for the most part, he played out his lane incredibly well.
Here. Yeah. Let him know, Raz.
I was going to bring it up if he
let him know.
Like, you gotta at least hold that one. But yeah, outside of that one aberration, it felt like he performed incredibly well. It made it hard for Selfmade. Selfmade went topside that I just didn't agree with, because like, how do you dive the Vladimir with the Gragas GP at that point of the game? And your mid laner is defunct at that point. He doesn't have a move. So I thought this was actually one of the worst games that Selfmade has had, and it's not even necessarily his fault. It's how the early game kind of had hashed out, and also just based off the champion that he picked alone. So I don't want people to come and watch this game and be like, oh, I guess this is Selfmade. No, we saw the whole tournament and the early portion of this best of 5 is performing well. It was just at the end of the day, Karsa had a better play, and there's no shame in that.
Yeah,
tough series. And I have to say, when you do have a series go long like this, and you start out 2-0 up, and you start to feel the reverse sweep coming, I have a huge preference for the team that is making the comeback. You know, when it feels like your wins are so long ago at this point in a best of 5 when you won the first 2, and each game that feeling of dread comes closer and closer. Oh my gosh, we were so close. We just needed one more. We just needed one more. And it really sets in game number 5 where the team on the warpath here coming back just has so much confidence to make these plays and so much momentum.
The biggest question that you ask, like teams ask themselves when they're getting reverse swept, is mostly like, do we pivot? The play style, the strategy that was working well for us in the first 2 games, like, do we stray away from that one, or do we just play better, right? Like, the Ornn for me was something that I honestly had problems with later on in the series, where I didn't want to necessarily see Ornn being picked up from Whippo early, because the Sion counter pick was coming in just like that. And it wasn't even a counter pick for the lane. Like, I don't really care if the Sion comes out for the laning phase. It's more so it's the team fights that top were really focusing on taking, and they were doing it well.
It's the conundrum of, did we lose the recipe, or did they find a better one midway through the series? And if that's the case, how do we interact with that? Well, it was a tough loss, a tough series loss for Fnatic, and I'm sure it will sting for the organization, the players, and the fans alike. Mark, I think it is important for us to acknowledge the degree to which they played. Again, the expectation coming into today by most was 3-0 easy for top esports, and Fnatic, boy oh boy, did they make them work for it.
I mean, this was an insane run. If you go all the way back to summer season, regular season, when they're struggling to pick up wins against a lot of the European teams, they're finishing 9-9, to the rally through playoffs, to getting into group stage, actually getting out of that group, looking really good, taking Gen G down once, and then to go against what many people feel like was the best team in the world in top esports and take them to the full 5-game series. It felt like they were upsetting expectations constantly and improving game after game after game. It was an insane run to track going back months, and they have to feel really proud of themselves for how well they did.
This one, to me, I just enjoyed this series so much, and I think that Fnatic and Fnatic fans should be really proud. This is right up there to me with 2017 quarterfinals of Misfits versus SKT. It was that level of hype where if we were actually there, it would have been the same thing as jumping up around, the monitor. Everybody's just going crazy when the Fervor Leona came out, and it started out in a similar way where we're getting 2v2 kills in bottom lane, and you're like, oh my God, it's happening. They're forcing these plays on them. They're winning a lot of these outplays. It was super exciting. These are the types of quarterfinals that really get you excited for the progression of the tournament. So I definitely think they deserve a lot of respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, another series that comes to mind was also IG versus KT 2 years ago in 2018. Like, those kind of series when you have that rally back, you guess your heart beating. I love series like that. It'll definitely go down in the history books. And I want people to recognize, like, European fans, also myself, because I thought it was also going to be a 3-0. Fnatic went insanely far this tournament and proved the world how strong they really were. And it changes the note for a lot of the players, because we already talked about it. Like, Selfmade had an insane tournament, the bot lane as well. Like, Whippo had a strong, performance. I felt like a lot of the players can come out of that and really just reflect in a positive fashion how they performed.
Yeah,
Kobe?
I liked, I saw Grayson tweet out, Golden Glue, talking about how Reckless peaking 8 years into his career. You know, where's all the people talking about these timelines for expiration dates for players? That is one of the, you know, the biggest things here, where he was playing so aggressively, you know, along with Hylissang, of course, who, you know, who's starting off a lot of these plays, but that play from the bottom lane was, you know, outstanding. And that was some good, you know, killer instinct that we have not come to associate so much.
Get it in your mark.
I forgot who tweeted it, but I saw someone tweet, like, has Fnatic ever, like, underperformed at Worlds? And it feels like that's always the case. Like, they always show up quite well and do, you know, make these crazy runs. And so it's another one for the books for that organization when they always seem to pull it off.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. Now, before we look ahead at tomorrow's games, because we do have one more quarterfinal series to talk about, let's hear from Laure, who caught up with Jackie Love.
And thank you very much, Dash. Laure here, back in the interview studio here in Berlin. TES with the first reverse sweep ever at the World Championship, and I have Jackie Love with me to talk about the victory. Thank you very much for joining me, and congrats on winning this one. This is the first reverse sweep we get at Worlds. Tell me about your mindset while Fnatic was leading 2-0.
那首先恭喜你们获得本场 BO5 的胜利，这也是世界赛上首个让2追3。那么能问一下，当 Fnatic 是首先拿到赛点的时候，你们的是什么样的一个心情吗？
因为前面2把输完之后，就是我们也在调整自己嘛，但是觉得就是其实前面2把输的就是感觉，就是感觉自己是能赢，但是因为自己没打好，所以说我们后面在调整。但是就最后的话还是，我们调整的比较快吧，最后还是赢下来。
So for the first 2 games, actually, I think we can get the victory, but we may make some mistakes, so we are not able to grab the win. And then we made a very quick modifications to adjust our mental set and everything. So I think that's why.
And that was super impressive from you guys. But I want to know a bit more. What surprised you from Fnatic, and how did you manage to adapt?
那首先他想更深入的去问一下，就是当时 Fnatic 给你们怎么样的压，你们有怎么样去进行的一个回应呢？就是怎么样去进行的一个调整？
其实后面因为就是我们队里其实就是虽然输2把，但是氛围就是心态什么都还挺好的，就跟他们说就前面就因为我自己输嘛，然后就跟他们说没事就当 BO1 来打，然后后面就我们状态就火热起来了。
Actually, I think the team's atmosphere as well as our man side and mentality is still keep quite good. And I think I just told my teammates, this is my fault for the losers. So we just try to keep calm down, and then we're able to grab the win.
It is interesting because usually...
And we treat it like a best of 1.
Oh, okay. I understand now. But the interesting part is the fact that you are usually the big damage carrier for TES. And here, Fnatic tried to shut you guys down. So how did you react?
那其实你往往也是整个队内一个非常大的一个 carry 点，但是能看出在今天的比赛上 ，Fnatic 很多都是主打下路，然后限制你的一个发挥。那你是怎么样去想的呢？
因为其实前面2把就是，就可能就怎么说，第一就刚开始打，然后状态还没就调整过来嘛，就是还是一种很晕打得很差的状态。然后后面就是发现他们今天就是要主打下路，所以后面就是一直很小心，然后就想着跟他们。 发育打团就应该能赢下来。
Actually, in the first 2 games, I didn't manage to have a very good form, so I make some mistakes. And then after this, we noticed like Fnatic, we want to target on the bot lanes, so we try to play more carefully and to try to make less mistakes. That's why we're able to grab the win.
Yeah, and you caught Fnatic off guard. But now about you, Jackie Love. You were not playing with Top Esports at the beginning of the year. You brought a new voice to the team, and now you are 1 step away to getting another shot at finals at Worlds. How do you feel right now?
那其实你也并不是从赛季初就直接加入滔博的嘛，然后呢，在滔博在你加入以后，也的确为滔博带来了一个全新的活力。那现在你是再次离决赛只有1步之遥，那你现在有什么样的一个感受
呢？因为可能今天表现的可能不是很好，就是后面想把自己状态调整好，然后去赢下接下来的比赛。
So I think for today, I didn't manage to have a very good performance. So definitely I'll make some quick modifications and judgment, and I will try my best to win the following up matchups.
And it's going to be a very interesting matchup against Suning indeed. Jackie Love, thank you very much for the interview. Congrats on advancing to semifinals. Wendy, thanks again for the translation as always, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lord. Just a final note there on Jackie Love as we were having the conversation around Reckless and you know, the performance he's been having at Worlds so far. Kobe, you calling out Golden Glue's tweet around, hey, 8 years in, players are still improving, still peaking. I wonder what a player like Jackie Love is going to look like in year 8 of his career.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's still playing, because I think one important thing about this series is showing mental fortitude, even if you are the focus of your opponent's game plan and getting targeted over and over. And I really thought that it was a massive performance for him later in the series to be able to stand up. And he talked about it in the interview where he turned to his teammates and he was like, these losses are on me. You know, let's just refocus and we'll win the series.
Got to have that mindset. Mind of steel does Jackie Love have as they roll through to 3-2 victory, which means we have one more quarterfinals left ahead of us, which would be Gen G versus G2. Let's talk about it now. Raz, come to you first.
The sole Western hope, G2. Look, G2, I think we've all said it, even though they got second seed within their group, they show high highs, and we need to see that on a consistent basis, and it really kind of harkens back to their performance last year, where they were a real dominant force. I have them as the favorites going into Gen G.
All right, favorites for Raz, but Mark, how are you feeling about the series Gen G versus G2?
I'm a little bit on the other side. I do think it'll be super, super close, and we've talked about this, and it does feel like one of the matchups where there's a big mismatch or not big mismatch in skill, but like where the teams try and focus will be different. You know, Gen G, we talk about being this bot lane driven team, playing around Ruler. He's kind of their superstar, the guy that they're looking at. Perks has not been playing as the focus of the team very much. This is not the one from last year, you know, where he's playing Kai'Sa and Zaya and having a great performance. He struggled a little bit domestically. He's been better at Worlds so far, but I still think this will be, if Gen G do pick up the win, it'll be through bot lane. So I think that'll be one of the most important matchups to watch going forward in this series.
Yeah, in bottom lane, and not just like lane phase too, but the strategies of the teams kind of diverge as we get towards mid game too, where G2 feel like they have a lot of options being set up with solo laners that are so flexible. You know, they can run a lot of split comps, they can run a lot of side lane pressure, a lot of flank opportunities. Gen G perform a lot around team fights, so Ruler can carry. I think that Rascal and BDD are both good solo laners, but they don't play their strategies a lot of the time, you know, to actually highlight them and be split. It's so much more for, you know, the more meta style of dragon stacking of those team fights. And for good reason. Ruler definitely still popping off, so happy to see him on stage again.
Yeah, and that's why I think, I know you guys already talked about bot lane, being able to catch
Let's
up.
talk about it some more, Raz.
Let's do it. Let's keep doing it, because like I really want to nail down Mickey X. Mickey X has come in, at least from the group stages, probably the best support performing of supports in the tournament. I really enjoyed his play, past team fights as you had mentioned, and it's good to see that because you want to see a consistency going up against Gen G from both partners, from both Mickey X and Perks, in not only how Gen G, you know, just inject resources into them, but how they actually perform in team fights as well.
I think also the two series that we just watched, yesterday's and today's, Huangfeng and Reckless, and even Jackie Love when they start turning around and winning, it feels like bot laners are super important in the current meta. Even if you're, like, you know, Raz saying you're not just making plays with your AD carries, they're the ones who are going to take over in a lot of these games. And there is a lot of plays made by the supports who are kind of leading the lane, and AD carries are going to be huge in team fights later on. So that's why it does feel extra important to focus down there.
Yeah, Alistar performances. Like both Beryl and Mickey X has had great team fight performances on the champion. But for me, moving on, the mid lane thing was something I was passionate about because Caps is a superstar and we know what he can do. And that's always, and sometimes when you have a superstar who's been on that team for a while, you tend to forget about it. You think about the other players. Like, what about the other guys? Like, can they move? Can they kind of reach up their performances and match Caps at least, so like he doesn't have to do a lot of the carrying? But it's still good to take a step back and recognize greatness. So like from Caps' perspective, that's a really good matchup. going up against BDD, I feel like this is the best international performance I've seen from BDD, because a lot of the domestic fans from the LCK will always praise BDD, and then when you see him in an international event, it's not the same.
Kobe, oh, sorry, Raz. There's a statistic here that really jumps out to me, and I want to get your opinion on here.
I know what it is, James.
All right, then you go. Yes. I'm not even going to call it out. Mark will do it. Mark will call it out.
Right there on the CSDF 15. I know your eyes are getting big, James.
Yes.
It highlights the different strengths I really want to talk about for Caps and BDD, because I think the biggest strength here for G2, it has been how Caps has worked with Jankos. Because while he does have 16th at -12 CSD at 15, he is first in damage per minute. And that is because he does sacrifice waves, a large opportunity a lot of the time, because he's moving with Jankos to go make plays for G2. I remember firsthand the game versus Team Liquid, where he picks the Echo, Jankos comes by mid lane, picks him up, they're going bottom lane, they get off the big dive, they blow open the game. And it's these types of things where, in previous metas as well, Caps has always been highlighted as being very willing to roam. We had a stat from the previous Worlds where he had spent, it was even less than 50% of his time in mid lane in one of the games at Worlds because he was roaming so much.
Yeah, I know that mid laners that I've talked to would always kind of scratch their heads at the decision, because like he is so all in on that. Like I remember one VOD that I looked at vividly. It was happening this year on his Zoe, where he lost 2 mid lane waves, but it was because he was putting in an insane amount of pressure bot lane and helping his bot lane succeed, and that really helped out their draft as a whole because they were bot lane centric. So I was like, he's willing to do that for the team. And so when I see that stat, it's, you know, we're not stat driven. We're stat informed here, and it's mostly just the fact that you can see what his mentality is.
Yeah, but Mark, what this speaks to for me is the fact that we are going to see, undoubtedly, Caps getting out to those side lanes and affecting them. And so while we talk about Gen G being a little bit more bot side focused, when we think G2, a lot of times I'm thinking G2 Wonder up in the top lane.
I mean, I love both these top laners. They're so good. Wonder has been a staple for G2's world runs for a while now, even going back to 2018. He was one of the huge factors that got them so far in that tournament.
Yo, peep that CSD.
Yeah, and so he is incredible in the top lane. But Rascal's actually been quietly putting in a really good performance himself, and he can be played through, but he doesn't get nearly the attention that Wonder tends to get, whether that's in draft or in-game resources. They do go through him sometimes, but he is used to playing weak side for the most part, and so it's going to be interesting to see if he can weather this storm that we all think is probably coming up there, whether that's Jankos and Caps roams, and as well as the draft resources that he'll have to deal with if Wonder's getting counter picks and he's playing these more carry-oriented matchups. That will kind of be, I think, the make or break, as well as the bot lane that we kind of already hit on. Like the two big X factors for me about which of these is going to match up. Is Perkz going to handle Ruler, or is Rascal going to handle Wunder?
And I think the big wrinkle is going to be the draft phase, because again, the solo laners for G2 being so flexible, you know, Wonder is always willing to pull out Nico top lane, you know, stuff like the Lulu top lane, these different lane matchups here late in the draft as well. And the forward percentage, you also saw a big indicator of how they like to gain pressure to move it forward towards these objectives.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Raz. Sorry.
I just wanted one piece just to watch out for Gen G. One thing that I don't like that they do sometimes is they'll play to bot side, but it will be a bot side with no priority. Like they'll try and put resources into the hands of Ruler on an Ezreal Rakan lane. So like if you tend to do that, then a lot of the times you'll just get a lot taken away from Clid in his camps. So that's one fair warning for Gen G in the series to come.
I think we are in for a sweet series tomorrow, and I'm hoping that they steal some energy from the two teams that played today and bring us another 5-game Silver Scrapes banger. Before we call it a day, though, here, let's jump into our World's Honors for the day, and I have a feeling we've got a ton to give out. A Feels Good award to those that deserve it, starting with Raz.
I'm going to go with Karsa. Man, like, Karsa was questioned at the very beginning. Yes, because like I had to clamor to get Karsa. I know there were a lot of good ones, but the first 2 games was tough. It was really hard. And I remember hearing the quote about how, like, you know, the meta is literally what the best team makes of it. And so the fact that Karsa went towards his Lee Sin pick that he is ultra comfortable with and styled on it, now people will be focusing his Lee Sin. Either they're going to have to address it. I know I'm not saying ban it, but you have to recognize that he's going to perform on the pick, and it's nice to see that.
Yeah, address it. Hello, Mr. Lee Sin. Hello, Mr. Lee Sin. Nice to see you before you kick me in the face.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
I'm going to go with Knight. I think Knight had an incredible series. There's obviously a lot of focus on the bot lane with how those games were going for Fnatic side. And then when the turnaround happened, like, Raz kind of talking about, Karsa kind of stole the spotlight. But I think the consistent factor throughout the series was Knight. He was pretty incredible most of the time. Basically, Flame Horizon in the mid lane on that Jace game. Had some pretty big plays over the course of the game as well. They tended to play through mid a little bit more. Karsa and Knight were comboing together quite a few times. And even some of the roams were coming mid to try and get Knight. So it was kind of the second pressure point on the map besides bot lane, I think, because top lane ended up turning into a bit of a tank v tank matchup. So Knight was one of the factors in this series that went a little under the radar, I think, with how many other things were happening.
Kobe?
Well, you know me, James. I love giving out tilt-proof honors. Whether it is sarcastic or not, this case is not sarcastic.
There we go.
Love actually deserves a tilt proof with the way that the first two games went. He got hard targeted. Yuyanja racked up a bunch of deaths there in the second game as well, and yet he was still able to bounce back later in the series. He did end up hard carrying a lot of the damage for games 4, games 5. So I really do think, Jackie Love as well deserves at least the tilt-proof honor with a lot of the other ones taken. Sometimes I know it can be taken as a flame, but it definitely is necessary on a stage this big where the games get so intense.
Without a doubt. And bouncing off of that, I don't normally give an honors, and in fact, no graphic has been made for this. But I think it is important then to give a nod to the Fnatic bot lane in particular for making this series what it was. Again, when we talk expectation, the way we thought this series would be dictated, it was the top would come smash through it, and it was Fnatic's bot lane in particular, while all members did have their shining moments, that stepped up in those first two games to give us an epic 5-game series.
There you go. Old dog got new tricks. Don't count him out. Always a student of the game. That's what I love to see.
Alrighty, let's take a look at our Worlds bracket after today. 3 of our semifinal teams have qualified through, with only one more to be determined. You got Top Esports versus Suning, so an LPL battle there in the semifinals, where Damwon awaits the winner of either Gen G versus G2 Esports. And over this, gentlemen, since your pick'ems are already in, I'm curious to know from the 3 of you who you think is going to take it tomorrow. Let's go down the line once again. This time, though, starting with Kobe, going in reverse order.
Well, I'm going to have to go with Gen G. I mean, not Gen G, just kidding. I'm going with G2. I want the rematch. I want the revenge. I want the revenge here matchup for Damwon and G2, just to see if they're actually able to get it. I don't really care who wins the revenge matchup, but I want to see it happen here. All the Damwon players, when they're interviewed, they keep on calling for G2, even at the cost of a team from their own region going down. They know what they want. They want that rematch.
Mark?
I'm like Spawn, he says, like, you can say what your heart wants, and my heart wants G2, but you go with your head. I'm going with Gen G. I think they'll be able to weather the solo lane talents of G2. Solo lane has not been super impactful in the best of fives. Some of these teams are struggling a little bit more with that. So I'm thinking it might be bot jungle meta a little bit.
Raz, this is not an unfamiliar position for G2 to be in as the West's only remaining hope, but can they do it this time around? What are your thoughts on tomorrow's series?
I think so. I think G2, when they get put in a best of 5, come out much better, and there's a lot of reasons for it. You have the time to kind of strategize versus a specific opponent. I think they perform much better in that. I think the veteran talent will always perform stronger in a 5-game series. We've seen them before. We always count them out when they come into playoffs. The same thing happened last playoffs for the LEC. They were favorites going into the last Worlds, but when they come into a best of 5, it's insanely difficult to push them off that pedestal. I have G2. I would say it's actually 3-1.
All right, there you have it. A couple thoughts from our analysts ahead of tomorrow's final quarterfinal. That's going to do it for us here, though. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and all of the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Worlds.